It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. We've made it to Hump Day. Let's see what's going on. There's a lot that is going on Hump Day. I didn't even talk about that big old Jesus tent revival that they had, the MAGA Christian nationalist, white nationalist tent revival that they had this past weekend. We got to talk about that. With all those snake oil salesmen, preachers who don't believe that women should have the right to vote or platformed in front of your government as a representation of your government. Y'all didn't remind me to talk about that, where Tim Scott was up there doing a shouting a shout dance like an old raccoon, talking about Jesus, praise him. Y'all didn't remind me to talk about that tomfoolery that went down as a part of your government. Some Christian nationalist bullshit that was presented as part of your government by your government officials. Y'all didn't tell me about that. Y'all didn't tell me that they are steadily trying to close the gap between your state and your government. Where all of this, America was founded on Christianity lies. Y'all didn't tell me that, or are some of y'all buying that? I'm just curious. Are some of you guys buying that? That America is a Christian nation? I wish somebody would have reminded me about that, and we could have talked about that yesterday. Now, what we need to talk about today, if you are unaware, after Todd Blanche face planted yesterday, after he totally face planted yesterday, Todd Blanche came out with a 2-paragraph memo, basically saying that he is going to he has figured out a way that will absolve 45, 47, all of his businesses and all of his children and all of their businesses. They have businesses in the Pentagon now. These are now defense guys in the Pentagon. He's going to absolve them of having to pay any taxes. From yesterday, going back 10 years, even including whatever audits they are under. He's going to just miraculously, as the interim chair of the Department of Justice, is going to say that none of these entities have to pay taxes. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? See what your government can do for you, but they'll never do that for you. So we're going to talk about that. Let me pull that up. What else are we going to talk about? What else we'll talk about? We're going to talk about the claims about Iran. Now, your president told you that all of these different people from all of these different countries came to him and said, don't Don't attack Iran. Do not attack Iran. And he talked to you about all the, they were told that all of the negotiations were going well. And then he said, well, because they asked me to, I'm not going to do it. Great war decision. Great war decision. But other countries had to tell you that the negotiations were going well, and we are to believe that you're negotiating with Iran, but you can tell us all of the names of the people who told you not to strike Iran because the negotiations are going well. Well, wouldn't your negotiator that you did not name, curiously enough, you didn't name who was negotiating with Iran, but you named the people who told you that the negotiations were going well. So my question is, how did the Crown Prince know about the ins and outs of what was going on in the negotiations? These are my questions. These people that you said told you the negotiations were going well. How come the negotiators for the United States were not the ones who told your president that the negotiations were going well and he should wait on the next strike in Iran? What type of negotiators does Trump want us to believe that he has negotiating on this war? Because Iran said there is no negotiations going on. Which sounds more plausible? What your president presented that uh, heads of other nations told him don't strike because the negotiations are going well. Something that his own negotiators didn't tell him, or there was no negotiations. Which one sounds more plausible? So we're going to talk about that. Now, there has also there has also been a break in the war funding. We know that 5 times the Democrat has presented something to the floor that 45-47 must follow the law in war. 5 times, no Republicans have voted for it. What law must he follow? He must get congressional authorization for the war. And 5 times, 0 Republicans signed on to it. So if you live in a red state, all this libtard, all of this dumb shit that you talk, if you have voted for this president, you should know that the law requires him to get congressional authorization after a mission has gone on between 30 days on one end, no more than 60 days. We are like 80 something days into this war, and your president every time we meet a milestone date, oh no, we're in a ceasefire, oh no, we're in Operation Freedom, oh no, 12 hours later we're in Operation Sledgehammer, oh no, now we're in Operation, this isn't a war. Okay. We know all the bullshit that he has been allowed to pull because the Republicans refuse to do their fucking job. I Now I wonder why no motion has been granted, put on the floor, that the Republicans, Congress people, and senators don't get their paycheck because none of them have done their constitutional job of being the third branch of government. So, I'm just really curious why they're even getting paid. I digress. But strangely enough, finally, 4 Republican senators have signed on to the war resolution where 45-47 must come to Congress to get authorization for his war. And who are the 4 senators? We're going to talk about that. The 4 senators are Lisa Murkowski. You know, the Lisa Murkowski who wasn't for the budget bill and told you, well, everybody's going to die, when they talked about all the people who would be getting kicked off of their health insurance. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who got one little small thing for Alaska put in the bill, so she voted for the bill and came out to her town halls, and when questioned about the number of people who were getting kicked off of Medicaid, she said, well, everybody's going to die. Everybody's going to die. She voted for the war authorization bill, and Susan Collins, who's so concerned after 5 dips at having Miss So Concerned Susan Collins vote on the War Act that she refused, she has voted on the War Act. Rand Paul of Kentucky, he has finally voted on the War Act. And who is the Senator number 5? Senator number 5 is the practicing doctor, Cassidy of Mississippi. You know, the same Cassidy of Mississippi who was the declaring vote that got RFK Jr. To be our health and human services person after talking to RFK Jr. in his confirmation hearings and having so many concerns about vaccines and how he thought about medicine and how he thought about scientific studies. He still allowed RFK Jr. to be over health and human services. That Bill Cassidy of Mississippi. So Bill Cassidy of Mississippi lost his primary. Did you know that Bill Cassidy of Mississippi has lost his primary? So now Bill Cassidy of Mississippi, since he's losing out his seat, since he's lost his seat to a person that 45-47 endorsed over him, now he wants to demand that 45-47 does what he was supposed to do in the first motherfucking place. Curiously, all of these other 5 war authorizations of vote that went down without Bill Cassidy's name on them, all of those happened before he lost his primary. Let that sink in. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about there have been some explosions on Iran's Keshem Island. Now, at first, they were curious as to who could be striking these islands in Iran. They thought that it was more unannounced attacks that the United States and Israel were doing together. So we're going to talk about that while they're telling you that there's a ceasefire. But Iran is fortifying that area. I forget the name of the place where they did the strike in June, where they said they had obliterated all of their nuclear supplies. Now, strangely enough, Iran has announced that they are fortifying that area because they got word. Somebody sent them a kite that America and Israel are planning to bombard that area, possibly putting up to 1,000 soldiers on the ground. So they are fortifying that place to bomb themselves. They are setting off their own bombs in that place to get ready for the next conflict with the United States. And they don't care if they have any nuclear spillage. That is one of the things that they are counting on. So get ready, people. Get ready, people. And you notice what else that did not happen? China didn't come to help open the Strait of Hormuz. This is a folly of foolishness that we got going on here. Following a fool. And he doesn't care what goes on here. He just cares about what money he can pick up on the way. And your Congress people as well. All of these people are doing the bidding of billionaires. All of this stuff, all of this calamity, all of these viruses that are coming up and coming out, and they are allowing people to come back to the United States of America right before this midterm election, that Donald Trump is out here professing that we must win, as the economy has gone off the cliff. but we must win this election. But he's not doing anything to ensure that he will get the vote of the people to win this election. He said, you understand, all the American people, I don't consider them when I make decisions. Oh, they understand that they're going to have to pay a little more. He's doing nothing to ensure that you know that he has your back. And he sits up in the Washington, D.C. White House and collect all the money that he can for himself, his friends, and billionaires. And he tells you that they must win this vote. So how do you think they plan to win this vote when they have done nothing for the voters but put them in debt? Huh? You think that this is going to be all of these the what is that, the that little voting act that he wanted to put out to make sure that there are only Americans, making sure you're a citizen to vote in the election? What proof has he shown that they are undocumented people voting in the election? All of these things that he have put up, these roadblocks, he wants to tell you that it's to ensure a fair, free election. Well, to ensure it's a fair, free election, you're going to have to show me an election that was not fair and free. That's rule number one. So you think that he is trying to have a fair, free election? Even the Republicans didn't sign on to his little voting law to federalize election and to make you have to show your birth certificate or a passport. Even Republicans didn't sign on to that. See, Republicans play dumb, but they are not done because most of these Republicans in these red districts, they know that their constituents wouldn't be able to vote for them. That's the only reason they didn't vote for that. What is that? Save Act to save the vote. The Republicans wouldn't sign on to that. What is all of this confusion around voting? Why is there only confusion around voting and the voting results when it comes to Trump? And if the Republican win the votes that he needs or wants them to win, why are there's never any question about the security of the vote as long as Republican wins. So if a Democrat wins a vote, why is it nothing said about voter security then? Hmm? Why is there never anything about voter security when a Republican wins a slot? And then it's just celebration. Oh, let's celebrate. Because this is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit that they are setting up to interfere with the midterm elections, if we even have any midterm elections. Let's not act like that's not the last bullet in the chamber for democracy in the United States. Now, not only do we have these big billionaires talking about we have to get away from convincing everyone who votes that to go a certain way to support a certain thing. We're gonna have to get rid of democracy because we don't have time to convince a big populace and everybody to vote for the things that who wants, that they want, that the billionaires want. I played you Peter Thiel saying that numerous of times. But now who else is saying that? Who else are they putting in your face to tell you that America is a Christian nation? These are fake snake oil, white nationalist, alleged preachers are also telling you that. You know, these same preachers that they want to highlight, that Pete Kegbreath wants to bring in the Pentagon to have prayers over are war fighters. These same snake oil white nationalists that they present as Christian men are saying, and who are saying that the women should not have the right to vote. These people are also saying that democracy is too cumbersome. And they're being platformed in this administration with a soulless president who we all know has no religious doctrine. His religious doctrine is how much is in it for me? How much money is it going to put in my pocket? That's his religious doctrine. But you got all of these bunkins from these red states sitting out there trying to believe in something, but they don't believe in themselves enough to vote in their own interest. So they want to believe in some fairy tale. They want to believe in some lies, but they cannot believe their own eyes that they consistently vote against their own interests. So we're going to talk about all that. What else are we going to talk about? Let's start with that. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. Please hit the like button, tap your screen twice. Let me see what you guys are saying before I get into. Hey, Liz Lavanos. Hey, Liz. Oh my God, I cannot believe I was mispronouncing your name all that time. Hey, Luffy Goji, it is good to see you guys here. Blue, what is this? Blue Dragon Kush. Dragon Kush. Can you have someone unlock your a handcuff and a feet chains, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. You don't have to hear any blah 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 from me. You're free to go. No one's holding you here. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay, who else? Trump 316. If Jesus comes to America illegally, we will deport his ass too. Oh, okay, okay. That sounds about right. That does sound about the book of Trump. That's found in the book of Trump. Let me see what else you guys are talking about. Okay, goodbye. No, fuck you and your feelings. And why do you think that you are so that you know everything about black people? If you don't care about black people, why are you concentrated on black people to the point that you try to pretend that all black people are alike? Why are white people so stupid? Is the question that I want to know. Why are white people willing to sit down and do the most brutal shit to other people? That's what I want to know. Fuck you and your feelings too. Don't come in my chat being disrespectful, because I have not been disrespectful to you. We can agree to disagree, but some of you white nationalists, dumb motherfuckers, can't take the truth. Do not come in my fucking chat being disrespectful. And take your dumbass out of here as well. Hey, dumbass. Bye, dumbass. Okay. I ordered my Trump Bible 2 years ago from China and still haven't gotten it. Well, I hope you didn't order your Trump phone. They already said that they're not giving any refunds on those Trump phones that have never been sent. Who ordered a Trump watch? Maybe a dumb ass and fuck your feelings. Maybe they're in their feelings because they ordered one of those cheap ass Trump watches for over $1,000 and haven't gotten it. Maybe that's why their dumb asses are in their feelings. And we will never forget. That happened. We didn't do this to you. We didn't do the Holocaust against the Jews. But if you say something about Israel, they want to call you anti-Semitic. We didn't do anything in the Holocaust. We weren't around when the Holocaust. Well, some of us weren't around. Some of you old motherfuckers like myself. No, I wasn't around in the Holocaust. What am I saying? We weren't around when the Holocaust happened. So just forget about the Holocaust. But oh God, if you say that about the Holocaust, they want to say you're anti Semitic, but you're supposed to get about what was done to your people. Oh, no, that's not going to happen. If all governments are bad, shouldn't you choose the lesser of two evils? I think that you should vote your interests. That's what I think. You should vote your interests. And also, hey, homie Homer, it's good to have you all here. Please hit the like button. Uh, I think you should vote your own interests. That's what I think you should do. I think you should not be a sheep for any party. You should be a sheep for what is going to affect you and how you live your life. And you should voice your expectation of your political representation. It's not like, oh, this is how it's always been. This is going on the "this is how it's always been" motto has us in the position that we are in right now. Now, of all the things that I've said, people think that I feel attacked when they say dumb shit. When you say come in my chat saying dumb shit, that's all you're doing. You're saying dumb shit. If you disagree, you will have a point that you disagree with me on. If you're just sitting up here trying to think that I give a fuck about what you call me, because I was raised. It's never what you call me. It's what I answer to. So all of this coming in and all of this name calling, you're showing your own ignorance. You are unable to make any substantive argument with me. Any argument with any type of substance you do not have. So now it's 90 boo boo. You sound stupid. Okay. They are passing Trump phones out in hell. In hell, I say. Hello, Brick Wall. Brick Wall, please don't spam my chat. I see you, Brick Wall. Thank you. Thank you again. Again, I thank you. One more time, I thank you. Brick Wall, when you continue to write the same thing, that is spamming my chat. And please don't do that. I thank you for being here. Damn, that means I lost my deposit on my Trump Trump phone too. $5,000 down the drain. Oh yeah, they said no refunds. Okay, so let me share this with you. Since we're gonna get and all this fake ass religion that they trying to sell you, I have nothing against any religion that you choose to practice. Everyone has the right to practice whatever religion they choose. But all of this fake Christianity, what are they doing with all of this fake Christianity? They are trying to go up against other religions. They are trying to say people who are Muslims who practice the Muslim religion are savages. You know, the same thing that they always do when they want to get you to think badly about a whole swath of people. They dehumanize them. What do you care about other? Now, speaking of Muslims, how come there is no big outcry about that shooting that happened in San Diego, where a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old with racist shit against Muslims carved into their gun. How come your president isn't coming out here talking about that, where 3 people lost their lives because this 17-year-old and an 18-year-old wanted to go to a Muslim school and shoot up the school? Where is all of this? Who are blaming what wing of a political situation? Where are they talking about this? How come there's no talking about the right wing in their Muslim mongering that is the cause of this right wing violence? How come they're not connecting that to right wing hate speech? Now, the sheriff of this county, excuse me, 1 second. The sheriff of this county is calling this a hate crime. Why is he calling it a hate crime? Because it was. Because one of these students had some big Nazi circle on his book bag. Because there were hate speech against Muslim and carved in the guns. Where are your right wing? Let me tell you what side is accountable for this gun violence. Where are they now? They came out there and told you that what happened to Charlie Kirk was left wing violence from a white child that grew up in a white area, that grew up with Trump loving families. They want to tell you that that was left wing violence. So what was this that happened at that mosque that took the lives of 3 people? Those 3 people that lost their lives, they were Muslims. So they have nothing to say. You notice that? The 3 people that lost their lives, the security guard, the older guy who sold books at the school or whatever, their lives don't matter because they weren't fake Christians. We can't cloak them under a guise of Christianity when nothing of these motherfuckers do has anything to do with Christianity, as they support a genocide in Palestine. But they want you to believe that you should atone to any type of fake ass Christian values that they have. Hold on. Okay. What else? Okay. Nothing to say about the content of what I'm giving. Goodbye. Goodbye. I didn't know you had to be able to afford anything in the United States of America. Can you not afford? Can you not afford to be stupid? I guess not. I guess you can't afford to be a dumbass. Let's get into what I wanted to talk about today. Hmm. Just 1 second. How did they get all those guns? What's up with the parents? Um, usually they don't make the parents. They don't hold the parents responsible. However, they have started holding parents responsible. That I think he was 14 or 15-year-old who took a whole rifle to school after his parents had called the police out about him, and knowing that he had all of these uh was all of these medication that JFK Jr. want to say that all black people, all black children are on, when in fact black children are far less likely to be on all of that ADHD medication, while white children are on those medications. At a 72% of white children are on that medication, and RFK Jr. said that all black children are on that medication, and they need to be rehomed when black children are in fact on that medication at a 24%, while white children are on the same medication at a 72% rate. I've already pulled up the information. If you want the information, go back and watch my videos when I was talking about RFK, when RFK Jr. Was posed with the question, why did you say that lie? Why did you say all black children need to be rehomed? So the child who there were no metal detectors in their school, as he's walking around with a book bag and a poster board sticking out of his book bag, and he can barely hold the book bag. There was no curiosity about what is going on with this motherfucker in this book bag, and why is this big poster board sticking out of his book bag, and he's holding it to make sure it stays closed. No, there was no questioning. As now we found out that his father was the one who bought him this rifle after he knew the problems that this child had with it. Took him out on 2 different ranges and stuff, and he knew the problem that he was having out of his son, and the best thing he could figure out to do was to buy him a fucking rifle. Now, okay, so let's get back to this San Diego shooting. So it it was also discovered on yesterday that the mother came home, found her car missing, and found guns missing from her home. And she called the police and warned them, tried to warn them that her child, her son, was thinking about ending it all for himself, and he has taken guns in my car. Tried to warn the police. But see, if you knew all that, you stupid bitch, why did you have guns in your house in the first place? Mother of the year? Huh? They're not talking about that. There's no talk about that. So this is being deemed a hate crime. What happened is they went to the school. They were thwarted from entering the school. Unfortunately, a black man, a black Muslim, lost his life doing his job, defending the school from 17 and 18-year-old children who hear all of this hatred against Muslim people. So just because they want to end it all for themselves, they decide to go wreak havoc against a religion, against children of a certain religion, because they see how nobody gives a fuck about the Muslim children that lost their lives when Pete Kegbreath allowed a school to be shot up in Iran. It is of no consequence. It's something to talk about for a little while, but nobody really gives a fuck, because 2 and 3 months later, we still allow Pete Kegbreath to get away with, oh, we don't know exactly who struck. It's still under investigation. We heard the head of a sitcom, I forget his name. We heard the head of sitcom sit his ass in front of Congress yesterday and say the same bullshit. It is under investigation. Is it really under investigation? It takes this long to investigate how a Tomahawk missile that only the Americans are using in this war. It takes this long to investigate who shot the Tomahawk missile when only Americans are using the Tomahawk missile. But we sit up and allow them to continue to speak bullshit and lies. Who was that? The commander, sitcom commander, Brad Cooper, is still talking about. Oh well, it's under investigation. So let me pull up the. I think I may have the information about that school thing before we get into all of this. Let me. You know where I found this at? I ain't find this on MS Now. I didn't find this on anywhere. I found this on independent media. Sabby Sabs covered this on her show. Thank God for independent media. You know, the media that you don't hear a lot of. Here, let me find this. Let's talk about this first. Who better to watch? Who better to watch on this than Fox News? Let's see what Fox News leaves out of this story, shall we? Let's get into this. Let me share my screen with you. This will be in my description box under school shooting.
Killed in a shooting at San Diego's largest mosque yesterday. 2 teenage suspects were found dead in a nearby car with self-inflicted wounds. Police giving this update on that.
Actively investigating this as a hate crime. There are details and information that we are investigating as to exactly what those what the hate speech or the hate words were that were conveyed. There was definitely hate rhetoric that was involved.
We're still trying to learn more about this. So is Matt Finn, our reporter on the scene there in San Diego. And Matt, good morning there in California.
Good morning, Bill. Right now, investigators are working to determine exactly why these 2 young men, 17 and 18 years old, shot and killed 3 people at this Islamic center that on any given day has lots of women and children on the property. And just in, Fox has obtained a photo of 17-year-old Kane Clark, one of the teens believed to be responsible for the senseless act of terror that took place here yesterday. The San Diego police chief calls this shooting a free society's, quote, worst nightmare, and says it began yesterday morning when police got a call at 9:42 a.m. from a distressed mother who reported her son left a note behind and ran away. 3 guns were gone, and her son possibly wanted to take his own life.
Several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that her son was with a companion and that they were dressed in camo.
That police chief says as officers were taking in information from the concerned mother and realizing the threat was growing, they got reports of an incident at the Islamic Community Center and dispatched themselves, where 3 adults were found dead, including a security guard who's being hailed as a hero for saving lives. Police scanner audio reveals the terrifying moments as the shooting unfolded.
2 white male, black mask. 2 white male, mask. They were wearing no camo. One with an automatic weapon, one with a shotgun. I'm going to grab these 2 victims and do life-threatening measures. 10-4, grabbing victims to do life-saving measures.
Police say around the same time they were making entry, they got a call of a car a few blocks away that had shot at a landscaper who was going to be okay. And a couple blocks from that scene, they found the two suspects dead in a BMW from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. The police chief says there was hateful rhetoric involved, and this is being investigated as a hate crime. Bill, Dana.
And one of those dead, a father of eight children. Matt Finn, thank you. In San Diego, more to come, hopefully, throughout the day today. Learn more. Thanks.
And James Galliano, retired FBI supervisor, agent, and Fox News contributor, is here as well. Just one more piece of sound from the police chief, Scott Wall, on the mother that the juvenile is trying to alert authorities.
After speaking with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level that we were perceiving with this information. She believed her son was suicidal.
What do you think of this case?
The mother did everything right, and obviously it was a grim scene yesterday, and we're still kind of piecing.
That's bullshit. She has known for weeks that the son wanted to end it all, and she still had. How then is he able to take 3 guns out of her home? This is some bullshit because these are white children that they're talking about. The mother did everything right. No, she didn't do everything right. That motherfucker should have been locked up in the nut house if she had done everything right. The fuck out of here. The apologists of whiteness.
Things together. Look, as far as a hate crime, I mean, the 2 decedents will not face charges. They're obviously dead in this instance, but trying to understand motivations. And again, Bill and Dana, here's something else. 17 and 18 years old. This has become an epidemic of Gen Z shooters, whether it's the assassination.
Trying to understand the motivation as Fox News is a purveyor of all of this hate against people who are not white. Trying to understand this Gen Z. You know, this is just common. This is a generational thing. As they absolve themselves of all the hate that they talk about other groups of people who are non-white. Let's see what else this asshole has to say.
Culture we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania. They're obviously dead in this instance, but trying to understand motivations. And again, Bill and Dana, here's something else. 17 and 18 years old. This has become an epidemic of Gen Z shooters, whether it's the assassination culture we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, or in Utah with Tyler Robinson, and now these 2 young men. Most important thing
is, if you guys were on my channel, when the Butler, Pennsylvania thing went down, I also showed you a video of the crooks, the guy who was being pointed out for 5 or 10 minutes climbing on the roof, and nobody did anything to stop him. You will also remember I showed you a video where that same young man was in a Black Rock. I think it was a Black Rock video. Black Rock, one of the largest hedge funds companies in the United States. He was in a Black Rock video with his teacher or something. That wasn't the first time we heard of crooks, but now you cannot find that video that talks about crooks doing this commercial. You cannot find that video anywhere. I need to go through my actual videos and see if that video where I played the video on my channel of crooks being in the Black Rock commercial. Now you can't find that anywhere. But they it was real strange that this is the same thing that happened with that White House Correspondents' Dinner, where I showed you as soon as the alleged gunman came into the scene of the camera, he went into a side room and a dog was on him, and a police officer was standing there pulling the dog away from the room. The whole time that the alleged gunman was in there. And it appeared like they were having a back and forth conversation, because you definitely saw the guy with the police dog talking into the room, not giving commands, just having a conversational type of talk. And then he, as soon as he turned his back and walked away from that doorway, here comes the man with a big long rifle. There's no way you could be looking into that room, and then moments after you turn your back, someone's coming out with a big rifle and you didn't know anything that was going on. See, let's call a thing a thing. You know, the things that they always want to call false flags. You know how what was that guy who lost all of his money, who kept on saying that Sandy Hook was a stage and they had crisis actors and all of this shit here. The Tyler Robinson shit. They told you that man took apart this rifle, put together this rifle. He left the screwdriver on the roof when he was assembling the rifle. But then when they found, and then he took apart the rifle and forgot the screwdriver up there. And then mysteriously, he had the screwdriver on the roof because he disassembled the rifle to get it back in his bag. And now it was reassembled when they found the rifle. Well, how he reassembled it when he left the fucking screwdriver on the roof? All of this shit and all of this, what he wrote on the bullets, they made sure to write a bullshit on the bullets, like what happened in what is his name? The Brian Thompson killing. Brian Thompson from the insurance giant. What insurance company was he with? He was with whatever. The one that made the most profit, that made one insurance company. It's not Aetna. What insurance company is that? I digress. Fuck, whatever insurance company, health insurance company. They made so many profits that the four health insurance company underneath them, their profit combined did not meet the profit that what insurance company was that? Is somebody tell me? Oh, Aetna keeps United Healthcare. So the same thing with Luigi, who is accused of being the shooter in that United Healthcare situation. When you notice all the picture of Tyler Robinson's, none of them looks like the real Tyler Robinson. Or when you notice that pictures of Luigi Mangione, none of those pictures look like the real Luigi Mangione. The judge has thrown out evidence in that case. The judge said that they illegally searched his book bag out of his site in that McDonald's where they allegedly caught him. Now, the some of the evidence that they retrieved from the book bag in the McDonald's is going to be thrown out. But strangely enough, they allegedly found evidence in the book bag. But what is not being thrown out is the pow pow and the alleged manifesto. So they went through his book bag in McDonald's. They transported him to the police department with his book bag, not in his possession, but in a whole nother car. So what they illegally searched him for. The search was deemed illegal because there was no, he didn't agree to the search, and they had no way that they were in any intimate danger from him. They were just trying to ID a suspect who allegedly look like the pictures that was going on. So they find evidence that is going to be thrown out when they separate him from his book bag. It would have been different as if he was posing a threat to them. He posed no threat, so they had no right to look through his book bag. They had no rights to violate his right. Therefore, the evidence is going to be thrown out. But you mean to tell me that they were in this McDonald's with this person who they believe was a suspect in the United Healthcare situation, and they searched his book bag and found enough to arrest him? But then when they go through the book bag at the police station, that's when they find the pow pow and the manifesto, allegedly. They didn't find that in the McDonald's, so that evidence isn't thrown out. How can you find evidence that this is the person that you want, but you didn't find the pow pow and you didn't find the manifesto, but you found enough to arrest him for? You are in his book bag, and you didn't find this. The pow pow was wrapped up in a pair of wet underwear. You didn't see all of that when you went in his book bag illegally at McDonald's, when you separated him from his possessions, and you alone went through his book bag. Oh no, I never heard of you. Who ever heard of cops planting evidence? No one has ever heard of that. So the pow pow and the manifesto was found in police when they had the right. He was under arrest, and then miraculously, guess what they found when they had the right to go through his book bag? The pow pow and the manifesto. So this Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson did all of this. He didn't look like the person that was coming up the stairs. Then they told you that they had enhanced the features with AI of him coming up the stairs. Therefore, that's why it doesn't look like him. But these are the pictures they are putting out for you to find him. Make it make sense. And all of this putting together and making sure they write words on the bullet as Luigi Mangione had done with the bullets in the Thompson slaying. All of this making sure that they wrote words on the bullets in the Tyler Robinson case. But they were so busy making sure that they carved words into the bullets, but they weren't careful enough to make sure the motherfucking bullets fit the rifle that they said was used in the Charlie Kirk situation. But now all of a sudden they can't figure out how it is that these children, these 17 and 18-year-old children, are carving things into their actual pow pows. They can't figure this out. Oh, it's a whole Gen Z thing. They are doing this, and when all of this shit was done in those two cases that they wanted to give Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom, a whole motherfucking racist, the Medal of Freedom, they couldn't figure out any of this. They can't figure out why you have people copycatting shit that doesn't make any sense. So, is this the setup of the new setup of how they are going to have young, as a sincere Saida always say, malleable minds out here copying all of this fuck shit that is being highlighted and put before you, that when you put it together, when you take time and look at the shit that's being presented to you, none of this bullshit makes any sense. But then you have unsophisticated minds looking at it and saying, hey, this makes perfect sense. Okay, let's continue. Hey, Barry Carey, it is good to see you. Yes, Sabby Sabs. Go over there and check her out. Okay, let's see what else he is saying. And you notice, your for-profit news media, whenever they talk about that Crooks guy, they act as if they don't know that this guy was in a BlackRock TV commercial before any of this happened. They never bring that up. Thomas
Now
Cook.
that the initial interdiction is done, did anyone direct them to do these things, provide material support? Was anybody else involved in the conspiracy?
Yeah, like why were they the target? Why'd they pick that mosque? We don't know. There was something that was written that was found in this car. Whether it was a suicide note or some sort of manifesto, do we know about that at all?
We don't yet. That hasn't been released yet. I'm sure we're going to hear about this in the next day or so, Bill. But again, it goes back to these type of...
Do we know if anybody else was included in this conspiracy? Do you notice he didn't say this school shooting? You notice he didn't say this murder? You notice he didn't say anything. He wanted to say that we don't know if there are anyone else in this conspiracy. What makes this a conspiracy? Now, you notice the terms that they are putting out behind this shit? No, this was a hate crime. This wasn't no motherfucking conspiracy. This is some shit that all of this hate mongering against Muslim has gotten. Brainwashed children.
motivations. You take a grievance, you apply an ideology to it, and then your own sense of moral absolutism. And in this instance, Christians, Jews, and Muslims are being targeted across the globe, mostly in Asia and in African parts of the Middle East. But the FBI's tracked these numbers. In the last decade, a doubling of hate crime incidents in the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll continue to follow that, and Matt Finn is on the ground for us as well. In the meantime,
a doubling of hate crimes in the United States. Against whom? Christian, Jews, and Muslims are being targeted. And now that brings me to that point in Africa. You know, they your president put out a notice that they killed not an Al Qaeda, they killed the second head in command of ISIS, an ISIS fighter in Nigeria. Now, he said that the Nigerians they worked hand in hand with the Nigerians to take the life of this shooter. But a couple of months ago, if you recall, the United States struck Nigeria, and you had your dumb Department of Defense come out and say that if Nigeria didn't do anything about the Christians losing their lives over there, that they were going to strike Nigeria. Now, this is how your Department of Defense head, drunkhead, said it, that Nigeria was not doing enough to protect Christians in Nigeria. And so if they did not help with that, they were going to strike Nigeria. And without telling you that Muslims in Nigeria were also losing their lives to these same cells that were coming in, and they were attacking both Christians and Muslims. But your defense secretary gave Nigeria an ultimatum about the Christians losing their lives in Nigeria while saying nothing about the Muslims. And so what happened? Your government actually did strike Nigeria for these stated reasons. And what did they strike in Nigeria? They struck a mosque in Nigeria. Yes, they did. Your government did this. So, how is it now that they are thanking Nigeria so profusely with their help in striking down this cell that had always been the cause of death of Christians and Muslims in Nigeria? make any of this make sense? This is a whole lot of hoopla, bullshit, and propaganda that you're being fed. And the lives of non-white people are being taken to uphold this belief that Christians, Muslims, and they're being attacked more and more. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit that they are saying to make it seems like they care so much about the Christian faith that they will go across the world and strike people. Yeah, but you ain't going to no European place to strike a goddamn body. And lives be damned. We're saving Christians' lives. Oh well. The strike that we had, it struck a mosque. Oh well. You notice that? Do you notice that? That's what's going on in the United States of America. These are this is the bullshit that they are putting up in your face. Let me see. Let's get into this.
A horrifying mass shooting outside the Islamic Center of San Diego is now taking an even darker turn online after a disturbing alleged suicide video linked to the teen suspects began spreading rapidly across social media. Authorities say 2 teenage gunmen opened fire outside the mosque on May 18, killing 3 people, including a security guard, before both suspects were later found dead inside a white BMW just blocks from the scene. Investigators are currently treating the attack as a possible hate crime. The victims were targeted outside the Islamic Center, the largest mosque in San Diego County, while children attending classes inside the complex were forced to hide as gunfire erupted nearby. Police later confirmed all children were safely evacuated. Now, hours after the attack shocked America, a graphic video allegedly showing the final moments of the suspected shooters has exploded online. The clip, which is being circulated by an X account called, quote, Musty Chips, allegedly shows 17-year-old suspect Kane Clark sitting inside a vehicle wearing what appeared to be tactical-style clothing. The video appears to be recorded from a dashboard-mounted camera inside the car. In the disturbing footage, the individual believed to be Kane is first seen firing toward the passenger side of the vehicle before appearing to reload or adjust the weapon. Moments later, he shoots once more in the same direction, fueling speculation online that the second person inside the car may have been his alleged 18-year-old accomplice, Caleb Velasquez. The video then allegedly shows the suspect adjusting the firearm once more before turning the weapon on himself. The clip abruptly ends after the gunshot, with the individual collapsing forward inside the vehicle. The video is roughly 15 seconds long. At this stage, authorities have not officially confirmed the authenticity of the footage, nor...
Let me go back. Let me go back right here. I'm not familiar with Nazi regalia or anything, but it has been stated that this circle right here is something associated with Nazism. I'm not sure, but that is one of the reports that I have heard. Whatever this, let me see if I can find it.
Have not officially confirmed the authenticity of the footage, nor verified who recorded it, how it surfaced online, or whether the individuals seen in the clip are definitively the 2 suspects involved in the mosque shooting. Social media users have also raised questions about the source of the footage, with one user directly commenting under the viral post asking, quote, "Where did you find this?" Meanwhile, investigators say anti-Islamic writings and references to, quote, racial pride were allegedly found connected to the suspects and their weapons, further.
You have so much pride in your race that you take your own life. Yeah, okay. That's very prideful. That's the black sun. It is connected to Nazism. Let's continue.
Intensifying fears this may have been a premeditated hate attack. As of early Tuesday, police say the investigation remains active. Federal agencies, including the FBI, are assisting, and the San Diego Muslim community remains on edge following one of the deadliest attacks on a mosque in recent American history.
At about 9:42 this morning, we received a call of a runaway juvenile. After speaking with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level that we were perceiving with this information. She believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information that several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that her son was with a companion, and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal. That began to trigger a larger threat assessment picture. We noted that there were hits with the vehicle down in Fashion Valley. We dispatched officers into the area of the mall as a possible location that was a threat. We also gathered information that one of the individuals was associated in some form or fashion with Madison High School. We alerted the school police department, and we dispatched officers into the area of Madison High School. While we were gathering this information and we were trying to zero in on where these individuals were at, we received the call at approximately 11:43 that there was an active shooter at the Islamic Center. Officers were in the area, still talking with mom, trying to piece together where they might be, locations that she felt that they would be at. And that was just a few blocks away. Those officers, once they heard what was happening at the Islamic Center, immediately dispatched themselves to the mosque. There was no specific threat to any facility or any place with what we knew. There was generalized hate rhetoric and speech. Mom believed that her son was suicidal, but the additional bits of information led us to believe that there was a bigger threat picture here that we needed to consider.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Someone in the one who's mad in the chat said, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what the police officer said. The police officer said they are investigating this as a hate crime. What about the law do I need to know? Tell me. Tell me what about the law that I overstepped? When this is what the investigator who is telling you about the situation has said out of his mouth, you dumb fucks. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's see if I can find anything else about this?
Meanwhile, 3 people.
I do agree that this main suspect does look. I thought it was a girl at first. I actually thought that it was a girl at first. This one here on the left, I could be wrong.
I felt a bit scared. My legs were shaking in my hands, and my head was like hurting me a lot. I felt like a rock. The teachers and the kids were like shaking, sad and stuff. And when the guy kicked the door, all of them were crying. I heard like a bunch of bad stuff, like gunshots, and plus, I went inside the closet with my whole class. We heard like 12 or like 16 gunshots. And then the SWAT team said, if you open up, and they opened the door and they went inside. They told us to put our hands up and form a big line. We were like walking inside the musalla. All of us, we saw the Sheikh's apartment inside the mosque. And like it was broken down. We went down and then we saw a bunch of bad stuff, people laying down and bad stuff. I felt a bit scared. My legs were shaking.
That's horrible. That is absolutely horrible.
This happened just minutes after the deadly attack that killed 3 at the San Diego Islamic Center. A video from a suburban street nearby, obtained by CNN, appears to capture more shots being fired from the vehicle used during the mosque shooting. The family that shared the footage from a Ring camera say one member had to quickly rush inside with a child when they heard the shots. None of the family members were harmed. This happened just minutes after the deadly attack that killed 3 at the San Diego Islamic Center. A video from a suburban street nearby, obtained by CNN, appears to capture more shots being fired from the vehicle used during the mosque shooting. The family that shared the footage from a Ring camera say one member had to quickly rush inside with a child when they heard the shots. None of the...
I'm not familiar with Ring cameras that follow traffic. I'm not familiar with anything, a Ring camera that stays stationary on the front of something coming up the street and then following it as it goes down the street. Questionable.
Family members were harmed.
How does this Ring camera do this?
This happened just minutes after the deadly attack that killed 3 at the San Diego Islamic Center. A video from a suburban street nearby, obtained by CNN, appears to capture more shots being fired from the vehicle used during the mosque shooting. The family
How
that
is the
shared the
Ring
footage from a
camera
Ring
doing
camera
all
say
of
one
this?
member had to quickly rush inside with a child when they heard the shots. None of the family members were harmed.
Okay. There's that. Let me see if I can find anything else. This is the officer that lost his life.
New details from the investigation into the horrific shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego, which left 5 people dead, including the 2 gunmen. Armed teenagers opening fire, killing 3 people, among them the mosque security guard. SWAT teams racing to the scene just before noon Monday. A post by the center identifying that security guard as Amin Abdullah. Police say his heroic actions likely saved lives. Authorities say the attack was carried out by a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old. The suspects then died in their vehicle from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Sources say they had anti-Islamic writings with them. And officials say 2 hours before the shooting happened, they received a call from the mother of one of the suspects, who said her son was suicidal, that her weapons and a vehicle were missing, and he left with a friend wearing camo. Overnight, FBI agents seen entering one of the suspects' homes as the community searches for answers. New details from the investigation into the horrific shooting.
Okay. Now, here we go. San Diego mayor says mosque shooting suspect connected to radical supremacy commentary. Now, before I hope they show right before this mayor speaks, because there is someone in the audience that challenges the mayor, call him by his first name and said, "We warned you about this and you guys did nothing about it." So it seems like the Muslim community was warning this mayor that Muslims were being harassed in this community. And as the person who challenges the mayor says, you did nothing about it. The mayor just hangs his head in shame. This is what the mayor, who is approach the mic to talk about this shooting. Now, I wonder if your for-profit media going to tell you that. Is your for-profit media going to tell you that? I really hope that if this is included in this. There was one more thing that I wanted to say before I played the mayor's statements. I'll think about it. Oh no, this is. Let me see if I can. He's on MSNBC. I want the raw footage. A security guard among those. Let me see. Oh, what is this?
No, you're right outside that Islamic Center right now. What's going on the ground? What's the latest?
Burgers, salads, toast.
Hey there, Ashin. Yeah, a lot of emotion here today, even still, just in the last little while. We've had a lot of members of the center here who have been at a home next to us, who have been quite emotional and hugging and really coming together and embrace and talk about what they went through yesterday. But we are getting incredible detail of how this went down. First of all, the folks who are showing up here today, there have been a number of community members leaving flowers. They have been creating a memorial outside the front gate. The center here, the Islamic Center, is closed today and still pretty much for the most part a crime scene and frozen on the inside where the three died. But the security guard is what the talk here is about. I mean, it's also one of the most searched items to find out more about Amin Abdullah, who we now know a father of 8. And police are now saying that what he did was incredible, that he saw these 2 teenagers run by fully armed with multiple guns, and he engaged them and was able to delay them. They had body armor on. He was able to delay them long enough that everybody inside, he got on his radio and called for a lockdown, as is something that they are trained to do, to go into lockdown mode. That gave 140 children enough time to get into lockdown all the way down to kindergarten. And when they got into the building after engaging with him and having a gun battle, he was hit, he was down. Everybody was in hiding at that point. And they looked around and they couldn't find anybody. Then they went outside and found 2 other adults who they shot and killed. And by that point, it was so delayed, according to police, that San Diego police were swarming in with lights and sirens, and they immediately got in their car and took off. But it was the hero security guard who the belief is stopped them from going in and opening fire on everybody inside.
Yeah, just the true definition of a hero. Alex, we're seeing a ton of searches about Kane Clark and Caleb Vasquez, the 2 suspects that you mentioned. What do we know about them?
Well, apparently they left what the FBI is calling a manifesto, and they say that they had a lot of hate, that it was not just about one religion or one race. It was about every religion and every race. The mosque, they don't even know if that was the main target, but they just hated religion, and appears hated pretty much all races in what they were spewing in the writings that they left behind. We know that there were anti-Islamic writings as well in what was found in their car. But at least one of them grew up in this area and went to high school right down the street here.
Didn't they talk about racial pride? And that must have been white racial pride. Okay, and when they talk about their pride and their whiteness, surely it is that's what it means. Surely that is what it means. They have a whole lot of hate for non-white people. This is our heritage. This is our pride and our heritage. That's nothing but racism because they feel inadequate.
To high school virtually, it appears. Why he was going virtually, we don't know. But we know that yesterday morning, his mom reported him missing and said that he had left a note, a suicide note, and that he was in camo when he left, and he had stolen her guns, and he was out of there with a friend, and there was a wide search here around San Diego looking for them using license plate readers and tracking their phones. San Diego police went to a mall. They went to a school as well, thinking that they were there, and they couldn't find them. And as they were searching for them, they got the call of an active shooter here. So they are local kids. They grew up in this area, and
they're local kids. One of them is 18 years old. The other is 17 years old. You notice the whiteness allows for them to be children, but when a black 14-year-old is running around on the DC streets. You had Janine Piero talking about we should start charging them as adults. I don't care if they're 14 years old. We should charge them as an adult. But white people are perpetual children. It was just a kid. He was 23 years old. JD Vance told you it was a bunch of kids who was making anti-Semitic and racist posts on that app where they were busted talking about it's a good time to start up the showers and all of this type of stuff, talking about how they used to pretend that they were about to give people who they were sending to the gas chamber, they gave them bars of soap and pretending like they were going to give them showers. But these people were the ages of 23 to 40 something, and your vice president said it was just a bunch of kids who did that. And if somebody held me to account for things that I did when I was kids, you notice how they can be perpetual children all their lives, but they want to charge your children as adults, your actual 14-year-old, 12-year-olds. They want to charge them as adults. Let's continue.
it appears, according to the FBI, they had a lot of hate.
Just harrowing details. Alex Stone, thank you so much for being there, man.
Okay. Now, these links are in my description box. These links are in my description box. This is what I want to show you about the complaints that had not been heeded by the mayor as he walks up to give his address the public. Okay, let me share this with you. I think this is it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is, right here.
Just got ripped a new one by a constituent over his failure to combat Islamophobia and keep Muslim San Diegans safe after a shooting at the San Diego Islamic Center.
Thank you.
Fucking direct result of your leadership! Your leadership! Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been talking to you for how long? You have to fucking listen to them, Todd. Just like you did with ICE. It was rolled in ICE. Rolled in science propaganda. And you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your fucking pockets, won't it? Show something. Worse approval rating than a fascist dictator with shit in his pants.
That is accountability right there, but there needs to be more because she's right. We cannot have a mayor who allows ICE into the city to terrorize our communities. We can't have mayors who will call out anti-Semitism but refuse to denounce Islamophobia, which is severely on the rise in this country and directly a correlation of Israel's genocide in Gaza, which has to be called out by America's leaders as well. Watch this. The mayor of San Diego just got ripped a new one by a constituent over his failure to combat Islamophobia and keep Muslim San Diegans safe after a shooting at the San Diego Islamic Center.
Now I'm going to read what she is saying just in case you guys don't understand and not in a view of this video.
Thank you.
This is a fucking direct result
Your leadership!
your leadership.
Your leadership!
Your leadership.
Our Muslim brothers and sisters
Our Muslim brothers and sisters
have
have been talking to you for how
long?
For how long?
You have to fuck.
You have to fucking listen to
Listen to them, Todd.
them, Todd. You have to fucking listen to them, Todd.
Just like you did with ICE.
Just like you did with ICE.
It's Trump.
It's Trump. Some another guy yells out and says it's Trump.
Golden Zionist propaganda.
Zionist propaganda.
And you'll keep doing it
And you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your fucking pockets. Won't it? Show something. Worse approval ratings that a fascist dictator that with shit in his pants. He shakes his head.
That is accountability right there, but there needs to be more because she's right.
The link is in my description box. And is this something new? Is this something new? No, this is not anything new. Let's go here. 6 months ago, Zoran Mandami.
When a radio host said that I would cheer another 9, Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio host said that I would cheer another 9/11. Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe. He compared me to violent extremists. And I thought that if I behaved well enough or bit my tongue enough in the face of racist, baseless attacks, all while returning back to my central message, it would allow me to be more than just my faith. I was wrong. No amount of redirection is ever enough.
Do you, in retrospect, you wish you had either corrected or disagreed with Sid on the radio yesterday when he said if there was another 9/11, Mamdani would be cheering? The criticism has been that you laughed and seemed to agree with him.
No, I didn't take it seriously. I was on a radio show. It was his comment. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't take it seriously.
Well, will you denounce Mark? There are people who are offended by that. Would you denounce?
Bitch, I bet you take it seriously now. I bet you take it seriously now that he beat your ass in that election. I'm sure you're taking it seriously now, though, aren't you? Aren't you, Como?
For saying that.
Let me exit out of this. Jesus. Let me exit out of this. Shit.
Yesterday,
hold on.
Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio host said that I would cheer another 9/11. Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe.
Hold on. I'm not trying to replay this again. Let me, what is going on here?
He compared me to violent extremists.
Hold on. I want to get out of this. Let me stop sharing. How about that? Okay. Here we go. This is what I want. I want to show you one more thing in my point about this. Now, you saw Fox News act as if they couldn't figure out, is it these young kids or what is it? What is it? It's racism. It's uh, what is it? It's racism. That's what it is. Hold on. There's one more thing I want to share with you. It's a Islamophobism. Let me share something else with you. This is from 2 months ago. These are the things that these great Christians are not telling you. These are great Christians that want to tell you this is a Christian nation. Why are they telling you that? That's
to accept that, to turn a blind eye to it, it's racism and bigotry. And to accept that, to turn a blind eye to it, it's to allow for that kind of an animus to fester.
Mayor Mamdani reacting to an anti-Muslim tweet by a Republican U.S. senator who is showing with more than disturbing taste.
Coach Tommy Tuberville. This motherfucking nutbag. The enemy is inside the gates, is what sitting senator Tommy fuckface Tuberville wrote.
A photo of the New York mayor now and the 9/11 attacks. And good evening, everyone, at 6 o'clock. I'm Bill Ritter.
And Liz Cho, the controversial tweet came after the attack on the synagogue in Michigan. Security at temples in our area and across the country have been stepped up significantly in its wake. That and other attacks have now sparked fears of Islamophobia.
A tweet by U.S. Senator Thomas Tuberville of Alabama showing side-by-side pictures
of Alabama. But fuck Alabama. How is Tommy Tuberville's state of Alabama faring up to during Mandami's state of New York? How do they fare against one against the other? What has Tommy Tuberville done for his constituents in Alabama? I'll wait. I will wait. How much of money that comes from a blue state, New York, have to give to broke ass state that Tommy Tuberville resides over? How much of the blue state money has to go to shore up their social safety net that Tommy Tuberville don't give a fuck about his people eating or having health care? That has to be propped up by Zoran Mandami's blue state. But all he feeds you is hatred about religious hate. This professed Christian is teaching you hate and letting you starve. But hey, hate is delicious, must be. Hate must really be delicious. Okay, that's what I wanted to share with you. All of those links, most of those links are in my description box. I just wanted to ask you, what is your media saying about where this hate is coming from? Is this left-wing hate, or is this right-wing hate? And since they cannot tell you that this is left-wing hate, are they talking about it being right-wing hate? This is my question. Since it cannot be construed to be left-wing hate, is it being talked about when it's obviously right-wing hate? They can't even try to make believe like they have done with the Charlie Kirk shooter, alleged shooter. They cannot make believe like they did with the United Healthcare shooter. They cannot make believe like they did with any of these shootings that they want to say that this is left-wing political violence. They won't even tell you that this is political, this shooting in San Diego, but it is most definitely political. As we have our elected officials out here saying all of this demagoguing Muslims. They won't even, they're going to pretend like this isn't even political. No. Why should Muslims convert before coming to the USA? Why do you think anybody should convert their religion before coming to the USA? Do you think that all Muslims in the USA have come to the USA? Do you not understand that there are Muslims who are born in the USA? Are you dumb or are you stupid? This is the ignorance that always like to highlight their ignorance. Hit the like button on your way to being banned from my channel. Hey, Jesse. It's good to see you. Let me see what you guys are talking about. This is ammunition for Islam to use the Islamophobe card. What is a Islamophobe card? Can you please, hey, Madison, it's good to see you. Can you please tell me what is it about this alleged Islamophobe card that you speak of? No, this is the facts, and this is what is going on. There's nothing about a card. You see exactly what is going on, and you try to say, "Oh well, the Islamic people are crying. They're using some type of religious card." Well, what are the white people doing? Let's get into the white lies. Oh wow, enemies are born into our country. Great point, I guess. Great fact, I guess. I guess that you feel that every religion, Buddhist and every other, you feel this about every other religion, and you want to say there's nothing. Islamophobia is not a true thing. When you said that when Muslims are born into our country, you automatically went to, oh, I didn't know that enemies are born into our countries because your stupid ass said something that they should give up their religion when they come to our country. No, no, but Israel does. But Israel does. But Israel does. Israel makes you pay. Israel make you pay dearly. Do you complain about all the tax dollars that go over to Israel? Huh? What do Muslim nations make you pay? Do Muslims make you pay for all the bombing that they are doing in nations in their immediate proximity, as their populace get to go to college for free, as their populace have universal health care, and you're complaining about a motherfucking Muslim? You stupid bastard. Oh. Okay. European Americans were the first illegal aliens in America. They act like they don't know that. They act like we don't know that. They weren't against illegal immigration when they were stealing black Africans to come over here and work the land that they failed at, and they could no longer could sustain themselves in living. They didn't complain about illegal immigration then. You notice that? Hello, Fred Shields. It is good to see you again. Okay. Is your house free health care? Thanks to you, Israel has free health care thanks to the U.S. Exactly. But the U.S. won't give it to their own. And they're over here crying about Muslims. Do Buddhists kill you if you leave Buddhism? I don't know. Do Muslims kill you if you leave their religion? And if that is true, what does that have to do with you and how you live your life? You called a Muslim the enemy, so surely you're not a Muslim. So if they do or do not kill, what does it have to do with you and how you live your life? I'm just curious. Okay, when I was 16-year old and watching my father being murdered on Flight 93, what was Israel doing? What were every Muslim in the Muslim religion doing? I guess they were doing. Israel was doing the same thing that Iran was doing. I guess Israel was doing the same thing that every other religion was doing when your father was murdered on Flight 93. What are you doing now that your president is chumming up to Saudi Arabia? And while you want to talk to me about your father losing his life on Flight 93, what are you doing now that your president is buddying up with Saudi Arabia? Since you want to talk about 9/11, since you want to try to be Rudy Giuliani in this bitch, what were all Muslims doing? But if you want to talk about 9/11, how can you not talk about 9/11 and then ignore the fact that what were you doing when your president had the Saudi crown prince up in the White House 2 and 3 times since he'd been president less than a year and a half? What were you doing when that happened? Were you crying about your father losing his life on Flight 93 then? I'm curious. I'm very curious. But you want to talk about Muslims, but you don't want to talk about the people who actually were behind 9/11, who most of the people who were associated with 9/11 came up into the White House. But you want to talk about Muslims as if they are all a monolith. Israel was having a party. That's what Israel was doing. Israel was partying down. Mm-hmm. We're gonna act like Israel is didn't bomb one of our warships. No, you thought that you had something. I know that I have something. You thought you had something, but I'm against Saudi Arabia. Sorry. What's your point? You asked about Israel, but you never asked about Saudi Arabia. What is your point? You have no point. So let's move on. This is fruitless. Okay, this is another thing that I wanted to show you about. I stopped the camera so you can see the backpack that she had. He had. So this is what was on the black sun symbol. Right here was on the backpack. That's why they think that they were. This is a article about the neo-Nazi symbol for the. Let me see. Alchium symbol. Let me see. The black sun is a type of sun wheel symbol originating in Nazi Germany and later employed by neo-Nazis and other far-right individual groups. We need to check out. We need to check out the tattoos on Keg Breath. Do you guys see any of these on Keg Breath? I would be shocked if you didn't. Can somebody tell me if Keg Breath has these on his body? Okay. It first appeared in Nazi Germany as a design element in a castle at Wilsonburg, remodeled and expanded by the head of the Schusswissel SS in Heinrich Himmler, of which he intended to serve as the SS center. The symbol appeared nowhere else in Nazi Germany. The symbol designs consist of 12 radical sun runs, similar to those that made up the SS logo. So this is what was on that book bag. Let me question Google right quick. I have a question. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. I apologize. 1 second. One second. I'm trying to find out. Here we go. Here, let me share this with you right quick. Let me remove this statement. Let me share this with you right quick. let's get into this. For the record, Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, Fox News host Pete Kegbreath, probably wears a far-right Christian nationalist Des Volt tattoo on his arm. On his chest, he wears a Christian Crusaders cross, apparently celebrating the slaughter of Muslims in holy war. Any questions? Any questions? This article, this is 2 months old. Posts have also claimed Kegbreath tattoos got him banned from President Joe Biden's inauguration. We do know that his own team barred him from serving at Joe Biden's inauguration because they identified him as an extremist. Himself spread that claim during the November 2024 podcast appearance hosted by former Navy SEAL Sean Ryan. According to the Department of Defense, 12 National Guardsmen were removed from inauguration security as a precaution due to reports of questionable behavior, including but not limited to extremism. If Kegbreath is to be believed, he was one of those 12 guardsmen. By examining Kegbreath's social media accounts, Snopes was able to identify almost all of his tattoos, which could be classified into two different categories: tattoos representing Kegbreath's military service and patriotism, and tattoos representing his Christian faith. We reached out to both Kegbreath and Fox News for comment, and we'll update this story. Okay, so that's what we have on Kegbreath. And his tattoos. And his white nationalist tattoos. Oh, Christian nationalist. I digress. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to the revivals. I asked about Israel because you brought it up. When did I bring up Israel? Do you not remember your words for a few minutes ago? What exactly are you asking me? Be specific. Let's move on. Okay. Let's move on. I'll give you time to be specific. Since we're talking about conspiracy theories, since we have Bizzo, what is it, Bazuo, or whatever your name is, talking about conspiracy theories, I'd like to talk about things that affect me and how I live my life. So let's get into how this midterm elections and probably all of the rest of our future elections are being manipulated by billionaires. Shall we get into this? I just really found that this was interesting.
To steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, the internet and White House are teeming with conspiracy theories about secret plots to steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, this is the real thing, and it's been hiding in plain sight. All that talk about stealing elections and undocumented immigrants voting.
The Democrats cheat, Republicans don't cheat.
It's actually a cover for something deeper and more insidious.
This may be the most important executive order he's ever signed.
Republicans have to win this one.
We've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls.
This myth of non-citizen voting appears to have been a billionaire-backed, funder-driven effort to make it harder to vote, which increases the relative power of wealthy donors.
This is all about class war. As the economy tanks, working people are becoming more and more fed up with a government co-opted by financial elites, big tech, and energy companies. At the same time, the billionaire class is working to silence any dissent to their massive tax breaks, shredding the social safety net, and mass surveillance.
Their big task at shredding social safety nets and mass surveillance. Now, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about Thomas Massey losing his primary to someone that will give no personal information about himself because he was an alleged Navy SEAL, and everything about him and his life is classified. Someone, the only thing that we know that he will do, he will uphold anything regarding Israel. That is one thing, and MAGA. These are the only things that we know about the person that beat Massey. But what we also know is there was a whole lot of Israeli funded money thrown into this primary. The most amount of money ever sent to a primary candidate, and the most amount of money sent to a primary candidate that came from out of the state of Kentucky to hoist up this Trump announced a pick to go up against Thomas Massey. Yes, the same Thomas Massey who partnered with Ro Khanna to sponsor a bill to put into law to release the Epstein files. The same Thomas Massey that voted against that big bloated budget that was put through to give millionaires and billionaires of free reign of our government, and without having to pay taxes personally or via their businesses. So, are you curious why during I could understand if it was a general election, but no, they primaried Massey out of his seat with big money. And you had a whole lot of sheep in Kentucky who were asked after they voted, who did you vote for? Oh, I voted for the other guy. I don't know nothing about him, but Donald Trump said that was his guy, so that's my guy.
Just last month, conservatives on the Supreme Court, most of whom are linked to billionaire-funded dark money groups, successfully eviscerated the Voting Rights Act, further cementing Republican power.
That's the kind of ruling I like.
But the bigger motive behind moves like these actually transcends partisan politics. And that's because the various anti-voter proposals coming out of the White House would make life hell for many Republican voters too. A few weeks ago, we ran the first poll that asked working-class Americans how Trump's election policies would actually impact them. We'll reveal the numbers and show how all of this is secretly being driven by billionaires dedicated to making sure working and middle-class voters don't have their say in November or in 2028. Let's roll it back to 2024. In the last election, 73.6% of eligible citizens registered to vote. And only 65.3% actually voted. So already we're not batting 1,000.
The president's allies in Congress are pushing dangerous anti-voter legislation like the Save America Act and the Make Elections Great Again Act, either of which would be the most restrictive federal laws around voting in elections, basically in American history.
The SAVE Act and its permutations look stuck in Congress, but much of what they would do has been laundered into executive orders. You can break it down into a few categories: proof of citizenship, bans on mail-in voting, and intimidation and interference, all proposed under the guise of securing our elections from non-citizen voting.
So, the SAVE Act had no chance of passing. So, 4547 is going to make a stream of executive orders. See how your government works? See how this government is working against you? Let's continue.
I think what most people don't realize is that proposals for voter ID that have come out of this administration would be stricter than anything currently on the books in any state.
President Trump wants to mandate proof of citizenship to even register to vote, which only comes in the form of an up-to-date passport with the correct address or a birth certificate. Do you know where your birth certificate is right now? I don't.
Half of Americans don't have a passport. 1 in 10 Americans doesn't have a birth certificate.
Cisco Aguilar, the Secretary of State in Nevada, sees this proposal as a modern-day poll tax.
They all say, oh, well, everybody has a passport. No, not everybody has a passport. Those that are privileged enough to have a passport will be fine. But again, it's that working class community that we are taking out of the picture and taking away the opportunity for them to have a voice.
The numbers are stark.
And that is done on purpose.
A YouGov poll last year found that just 28% of Americans with a household income of less than $50,000 possessed a valid passport, compared to 80% of those who make at least $100,000. And the burden doesn't fall evenly on gender either. Trump's proposals would require these up-to-date records of anyone who has changed their last name. You know, like 80% of married women. Plus, the administration wants to require proof of citizenship every time someone updates their registration info. And for renters in this economy, that's often a yearly task. You don't need a tinfoil hat to start to see who is being targeted.
Working class and lower income folks, voters in rural communities, especially Native and tribal communities, and voters on the very young and very old ends of the spectrum.
Keep those demographics in mind when considering the fact that the Brennan Center found that 21 million voting age Americans don't have these proof of citizenship documents readily available. Our poll also found that 13% of the working class voting population does not have a...
Hold on 1 second. No one said it was rocket science. Go north, then west. No one said getting your birth certificate was rocket scientist, but it is not feasible for some people. Do you think that everyone who was born still lives in the county or the parish that they were born in? Or is that only you? Do you think that everyone who needs a birth certificate has the extra funds to get a birth certificate? Do you think that these parishes and these different counties are expedient in getting people's information out? I'm just curious. Or is it just you? It isn't feasible because some people cannot afford the cost. That makes it a poll tax. That is what makes it a poll tax. If somebody needs to go to get their birth certificates when they could just submit a state ID, why must they incur money to vote? That's called a poll tax. Are you serious? I believe you are serious. Unfortunately, I do believe you are serious. No, it's called a poll tax. That's what it's called. It's called a poll tax. Why would you have to plan ahead for this election when you voted in the last election just fine? What is the planning ahead about it is? It is bullshit. It's a poll tax, and it's a way to keep poor and rural voters and older voters from voting. That is exactly what it is. And you can argue with yourself, bitch, because these are the facts.
Passport. And to get one, that's a really big lift for many.
Nevada's a working community, right? We're a 24/7 economy. We are a service industry based. And a lot of people don't have access to additional resources or the time to do this. When you ask them to go spend 4 hours trying to accumulate these documents, that's 4 hours where they're not making money. And it's going to cost them not only for the documents, but it's up the opportunity costs that they could earn.
You're lying. You are absolutely lying. We didn't even have to show ID when we voted in the 80s. So what you're doing is absolutely lying. You did not have to show no fucking ID when you went to vote. You had to go up to your polling station, give them your name, and they gave you your ballot. Your name and address, and they gave you your ballot. That is an absolute lie. We never had to show proof of citizenship in this country to vote. You are a liar. Goodbye. This is not the propaganda place to come and spew bullshit and lies. You will not do it in my chat, bitch. Okay, let's continue. You always had to show citizenship. You ain't never had to. If you always had to show citizenship, why do they need to make a law that you must show citizenship if you had to do it in the 80s and the 70s, bitch? I wasn't voting in the 70s. I was voting in the 80s, motherfucker. And there was no citizenship required to vote because it is illegal for you non-citizens to vote in the first place. And there has not been any showing that people who are not citizens have been voting in our elections because it's a federal crime already. And I know a lot of things are federal crimes and people committed, but to make the whole mass public of the United States of America have to show citizenship based upon undocumented people voting, you're going to have to show proof that that is even happening. They're not even pretending as if they have proof that it is happening, because what the proof shows that it is not happening. So get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit you talking. Don't come up in my fucking chat writing lies and propaganda, bitch.
A living to provide for their family or themselves.
According to our poll, 66% of working class voters said that the $130 fee for a new passport would be difficult for them to afford. And 47% of working class voters say that it would deter or prevent them from voting. It'd be tough on middle class voters too. 53% say it'd be cost prohibitive, and 36% say they wouldn't be able to vote. And for what? The number of non-citizens voting in American elections is essentially zero. But since 2020, a subset of activists has become obsessed with the idea.
All of the groups that had been built up into this election denial infrastructure started almost simultaneously talking about the myth of non-citizen voting. And it was very clearly a coordinated effort, very likely a funder-driven effort to coordinate around this single line of messaging.
Brendan Fisher of the Campaign Legal Center took us down the funder rabbit hole, because while the giant gaping loopholes in campaign finance law make it intentionally difficult for people to follow the money, there are some big names that you really need to know.
A lot of the national groups get their money from billionaires like Dick Uihlein or Elon Musk, or wealthy, powerful individuals who control a lot of money like Leonard Leo.
You might recognize Leonard Leo as the guy who picked Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices.
Leonard Leo, who controls over $1 billion, has groups like the Honest Elections Project and Save Our State, which have been playing an important role, at least in helping to advance messaging and policy development.
This January, the Honest Elections Project released a big game plan that literally outlined each of the steps that Trump has pursued, including serious restrictions on mail-in voting.
Tell me about mail-in ballots.
You know, the method that Trump both constantly rails against and uses himself.
I used a mail-in ballot. You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States.
There are also foundations.
I use it because I'm the president of the United States. I think I'm the president of the United States. But you can't use it. But you can't use it. His old ass can use it, but your old parent, grandparent, or great-grandparent, they can't use it. They must get up out of their sick bed, their wheelchair, whatever, and drive from their rural town or perish, as that lying motherfucker said, and they must go and insert their ballot into the ballot box. But Trump can mail his ballot in. And I'm pretty sure all of his children and family can as well. Do you think that only Trump is mailing in his ballot? Or do you not think that the rest of his family members are mailing their ballots in as well? When the last time have you gone to a polling station and seen a billionaire in there voting, directly voting? When? Anyone? I'll wait.
Like the Bradley Foundation and all of these organizations collectively pour tens and at this point hundreds of millions of dollars into supporting these broad national groups.
The Bradley Foundation is a Wisconsin-based organization that put more money than anybody into election denialism and voter suppression. They were a big sponsor of the Only Citizens Vote Coalition, a who's who of billionaire-funded anti-voter organizations, over 80 in total, a lot of them involved in Project 2025.
They help craft legislation. They provide testimony when legislation that would undermine the freedom to vote is moving in state legislatures or sometimes in Congress. They're more of the experts in the room.
Back in 2024, Only Citizens Vote created model anti-voter legislation in partnership with the massive corporate lobby group ALEC. Leading the way on that legislation was Cleta Mitchell. She's a Federalist Society member, OG election denier, and most importantly, on the board of the Bradley Foundation.
All we have to do, Cleta, is find 11,000 plus votes.
Cleta Mitchell now has her own group called the Fair Elections Fund, which helps to coordinate many of these efforts, as well as seed money to state-based groups, some of which are themselves associated with the Election Integrity Network.
Okay, here's another big name, the Election Integrity Network, which brings us down another rabbit hole. The Election Integrity Network is fueled by just a few big players, including the Conservative Partnership Institute and Citizens for Renewing America. The Conservative Partnership Institute is funded by Trump donors. It's run by former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and gets its money from big players like the Koch-linked Donors Trust Fund, a group funded by the founder of Hobby Lobby, and of course, the Bradley Impact Fund Foundation. With all of this backing, members of the Election Integrity Network have infiltrated state, local, and federal government, where they're implementing the goals of their billionaire patrons. Back in February, some of its top members attended a summit of elite election deniers and Trump administration officials. On the agenda, urging the White House to declare a national emergency to take control of elections. A month later, Trump took action with a new executive order aiming to do just that.
His latest executive order targets vote by mail by attempting to restrict who the U.S. Postal Service can send mail ballots to, by working with DHS to try and create a supercharged federal citizenship and voter eligibility database, which is not something that they're authorized by law to do, and not something that the federal government really has the capacity to do.
The SAFE system is a system that they built from scratch. They say does a proof of citizenship on voters to determine whether or not that voter is eligible to vote.
And spoiler alert, it's a mess.
What they're trying to do is force three major federal bureaucracies that can't function within themselves to create a national voter roll within 60 days. It's preposterous, and it's a pipe dream.
There's all sorts of false positives. There's plenty of examples of voters being identified as non-citizens when in fact they are citizens.
Let's go to the poll. 53% of respondents in each income bracket say that eliminating vote by mail will make it harder for them to vote. The alternative is voting on election day, and working class people were 6 points less likely to have the time to vote during the day than upper income respondents. 24% of Americans voted by mail in 2024. And if people can't vote by mail, they'll have to wait in endlessly long lines on election day, a time-honored way to suppress the vote.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again.
After a year of ICE occupying cities and raiding people's homes and schools, people are understandably terrified of the prospect of getting locked up for trying to vote, especially people of color. Our poll found that 12% of Black, Asian, and Latino voters would be less likely to vote if they heard ICE was at their polling place. That's almost double the 7% of white respondents who said that they'd be wary of voting with ICE lurking around.
It's a huge issue. I mean, I hear about it every single day. Somebody asks me about it. And it's not only Latinos in the Latino community, it's the general community at large. because they don't want to go into a situation where they feel comfortable or where there could be chaos. People want to go where they feel safe and they feel welcome.
And while voters are being teased with the threat of prosecution, it might become a very real possibility for election workers.
The executive order also directs the Department of Justice to prosecute election officials who register people who provide insufficient proof.
When you add in that criminal element, that really scares them. It creates a huge burden and a huge weight on their shoulders, because at that point, it's not only about them, it's about their families.
So it's really setting up a kind of perverse incentive system where election officials are going to demand more and more and more proof to keep themselves safe.
The anti-democracy movement has grown in leaps and bounds since 2020, fueled by two seemingly inexhaustible resources: conspiracy theories and right-wing billionaire cash. Just how much they can accomplish for their billionaire benefactors remains to be seen nationally, but quietly, they've already had a seismic impact on a more local level.
What they've really built is a network of state-based activists.
23 states have passed some kind of proof of citizenship law, and a growing number of states are shortening mail-in vote windows. As of early May, a dozen states have complied with the DOJ's unprecedented requests for sensitive voter information, including information on individual voters targeted for disenfranchisement. And even in states where they haven't managed to pass legislation, experts say that the confusion and misinformation they promote has been disastrous. Luckily, not everyone is falling in line. The administration has now sued 30 states plus Washington, D.C. over their refusal to furnish the White House with sensitive voter information. And returning the favor, 23 states and D.C. are suing to block the latest executive order on mail-in voting, including Nevada.
We need to make sure that at the state level, we continue to fight these issues, doing everything we can by notifying and educating the public, but also using the legal system to protect eligible voters.
The administration is trying to redefine eligible voters, and despite what they say, it has nothing to do with immigration or even party affiliation. The attacks on democracy are coming from the top down, all aimed at silencing working people and ensuring that billionaires have complete control of the country. Thanks for watching. For more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to More Perfect Union. And if you've got a story you want us to cover, leave it in the comments down below or send us an email.
Okay, the description is in my description box. Beware of the midterm election, if we are even going to have a midterm election. I've always been telling you about this. All of this fake hoopla about election integrity, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a way to disenfranchise the majority of voters, so that the millionaires and billionaires can continue to fleece the United States of America. That's my opinion about all of this. So let's, if the United States is Donald Trump is so concerned about election integrity, and this is where we need to take Democrats to task too, because you guys remember I covered the story of Tina Peters from Colorado, who was sentenced to 9 years for interfering with the 2020 elections. You guys remember Tina Peters? She, what was her actual position? She was over all of the Colorado. Tina Peters was a former county clerk, and what Tina Peters did was she hired an IT employee. And after the elections were over with, she, while this new IT employee, he had a key to get into all of the voting machines, and he had his ID and everything. And then one day, Tina Peters told this new IT IT guy who never actually did any work for the county, never had to do any work. So she contacted him one day and said, "Oh, well, I'm going to need your pass key for something. I locked myself out." And he's at a birthday party with his grandchildren, and sure enough, she gives him his key, and also I believe she gave his badge so she could swipe in as him. And then you know what she did with this key and this badge? She gave it to some surfer dude who said that he could go into the voting boxes and change the votes under some guise of trying to make sure that the voting was safe. And Tina Peters never acknowledged that she did anything wrong. Up until the time that she was sentenced, she sat up there and profusely said and argued with the judge about what evidence the judge didn't allow in the case, and I was just trying to make sure that the voting was right. She had a non-employee use an employee's key and badge to gain access to the Dominion voting systems. You know, the same voting systems that Fox News lied for years about. Now, they say Tucker Carlson is probably going to run for president. And so since Tucker Carlson has been talking out about the influence that Israel has over your president, and we can all speculate why Israel has so much influence over your president. Many of us speculate it could be blackmail. Nonetheless, they are saying that Tucker Carlson could be running for president. This is the same Tucker Carlson that continued to promote the lie that the Dominion voting machines were changing the results of the election, and that if you voted for a Republican for president, just president, not down ticket Republicans, that if you voted for a Republican president, it changed your vote. And they kept up with this lie to the point that Fox News had to pay $900 and some million in a defamation case that Dominion was about to win. So Fox News settled this case with Dominion voting machines. Back to Tina Peters. So Tina Peters, much like most of you airheads, uneducated, stupid Trump voters, kept hearing this coming from Fox News. So she said, I'm going to have this surfer guy who is talking the same dumb shit that I talk, and he said he's willing to go in and change the votes back. And we were just making sure that the elections were secure. That bitch got 9 years prison sentence. And then she prayed, she prayed that the court would just give her a suspended sentence or probation. No, he gave her 9 years. Y'all remember that? Now you got a stupid ass Democrat governor in Colorado that commuted this stupid whole sentence because he said that she has served half of her sentence, and since she has admitted wrong. So you mean to tell me if I commit a crime and all that I have to do is admit that I was wrong at any point of my sentencing, my sentence should be commuted? Yes, but this is what's going on with Tina Peters. I am going to link all of these links I'm about to show you, since this president wants you to believe that he cares so much about election integrity. And your president actually tried to mull over and say out loud that Tina Peters should be pardoned, and that he would pardon Tina Peters if he could, but he couldn't, because he can only pardon people who are in jail on federal cases. Therefore, she had to be pardoned by the governor of the state. And miraculously, that is exactly what has happened with Tina Peters, the bitch who wanted to go into your voting machines and change the votes. But I guess if she wanted to change the votes from Republicans to Democrats, there would have been a problem. But she wanted to change the votes from Democrats to give the Republican president who was running, who is 45, 47. She wanted to ensure that he got more votes. That was her premise. So, of course, she deserves a pardon, says your president. And he puts this out in the atmosphere, and you got a fucking stupid ass Democrat that was voted into office, who definitely needs to be voted out of office under the guise, well, she admitted that she was wrong. So is everybody in Colorado state jails going to be have their sentences commuted if they admit that what they did was wrong? Is that how the justice system works, or is this just a bunch of bullshit? I in my opinion, this is a bunch of bullshit. Let me drop this in my description box. And let's get into this story. Some of you may remember it well. If you don't remember it, I will refresh your memory on this story. Since everybody is pretending like they care about voter security, let's rehash this story. And let's rehash this story under the guise of everybody cares about voting security. Colorado governor says he will grant clemency to Trump-aligned election conspiracy theorists. Did you guys? Okay, let's get into this. Here is Tina Peters. If y'all don't remember Tina Peters, you can go and see her get arrested and have righteous indignation towards the cops that are arresting her and fighting the cops. Never was she thrown on the ground or tased or any of that. Colorado Governor Jared Polis said Friday that he will grant clemency to Tina Peters, a former county clerk and darling of election conspiracy theorists who was serving 9 years in a 9-year prison sentence for allowing unauthorized access to voting machines after the 2020 election. Did you hear what she was sentenced to 9 years for? Allowing unauthorized access to voting machines. Now, they want you to believe that you need to prove your citizenship when they are giving a clemency to a bitch who allowed unauthorized access to voting machines. Why? To change the votes in those voting machines. But they want you to believe that the problem is undocumented immigrants of voting. So therefore, everyone in America has to prove their citizenship. When they are letting this bitch off and out of prison. Let's continue. Okay. Paulus, a Democrat, told CNN that he is halving her sentence, meaning she could be paroled within months after accounting for time already served and for aiding efforts to overturn the presidential election. For what she could be paroled within a month after accounting for the time already served for aiding efforts to overturn the presidential election. This is what she was trying to do, overturn the 2020 presidential election. And she is being rewarded for her part in doing so. The Colorado governor said his decision came after Peters acknowledged her wrongdoing in an application for leniency, which was obtained by CNN and Politico and has not independently which was obtained by CNN. Politico has not independently reviewed the document. Polis told CNN he believes Peters was unfairly punished for free expression in her comments alleging fraud in the 2020 election. Polis, you stupid fuck. But she was not sentenced for her free expression. She was sentenced for committing a crime, for allowing an unauthorized person entry, not just access, but entries into the ballot box. But this Colorado Democrat governor says that she had the freedom of expression in her comments alleging fraud in the 2020 election. So therefore, and she has acknowledged that she was wrong. But so therefore, I'm going to let her off on the crime she was committed for. She wasn't she didn't get found guilty about no fucking freedom of expression in her comments, you dumb fuck. Okay, I hope that Democrats don't sacrifice our deeply held belief in free speech because of political expediency or disregard for what people are saying, Polis told CNN. No, it's the disregard of the law. There should be no consideration of what we say, how unpopular it is, or how inaccurate it is in sentencing or in criminal proceedings. A Polis decision followed months of intense pressure from President Donald Trump, who issued his own symbolic pardons of Peter last year, but cannot grant clemency on violations of state law. Now, it was not her freedom of expression she was imprisoned for, as this weak-ass Democrat governor of Colorado has you to believe. No, it was because of the crimes that she committed, trying to change the votes in those voting machines. Trump has repeatedly called on Polis to free Peters, and his pressure campaign came as his administration has taken a series of actions to slash funding to and litigate against Colorado. Also in December, Trump vetoed a bipartisan bill meant to bring clean water to the state. He vetoed a bill that had passed to bring clean water to the state of Colorado. Because no one heeded his request to get this bitch out of jail for free. So therefore, all of the state of Colorado were denied this clean water that had passed. He vetoed a clean water bill. Also, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, they believe that her signing on to the Epstein petition is also a reason why President Trump found it easy to withhold water, clean water, to Colorado. So this is what we get. And you want to talk about corruption. You want to talk about corruption, but it's curious how nobody sees the corruption of 45-47. Okay, let's continue. Trump vetoed a bipartisan bill meant to bring clean water to the state, the first and only veto of his second term. The first and only veto. Okay, Polis told CNN he spoke with Trump privately about Peter's case, but insisted he granted her clemency after looking at the merits of the case. The Democratic governor, who has occasionally bucked his own party, suggested that he was weighing granting Peters clemency in March after a former Democratic senator was sentenced to probation and community service after being convicted of similar charges. Justice in Colorado and America needs to be applied evenly. You never know when you might need to depend on the rule of law, he wrote on X. Peter was convicted on 4 state felony charges in August of 2024 by a Colorado jury after she fraudulently gave a right-wing activist affiliated with MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell access to the Mesa County election systems. And not about free speech, not about anything about her being denied free speech. No, she gave access to some lunatic who was associated with Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, access to the Mesa County election system. She was she was unrepentant in her sentencing hearing 2 months later, telling the court that she had never done anything with malice to break the law. Okay. Peters' conviction was upheld by an appeals court in April, but ruled that the lower court's decision to impose a 9-year sentence was too harsh. In a statement issued before Polis' decision on Friday, Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold, a Democrat now running for Attorney General, strongly urged Polis not to grant leniency to Peters. And hopefully, God willing, that Polis will have to stand before this Attorney General because what he did is unconscionable. Peters organized the breach of election. Peters organized the breach of the election equipment, broke the public trust, and attacked the very foundations of our democratic process, she said. Her actions are still being used to try to undermine the 2026 election. She should get no special treatment by the governor, and his statement is shocking and worrisome. Peters' case has long attracted the attention of prominent Republicans, including Trump, who falsely argued that former President Joe Biden's victory in the 2020 election was fraudulent. Democrats have been relentless in their targeting of Tina Peters as a patriot who simply wanted to make sure that our elections were fair and honest, Trump wrote on One Truth Social in December. Tina is sitting in a Colorado prison for the crime of demanding honest elections, wrote your president. Is anybody talking about this shit? Is anybody talking about this shit as they pretend to care about election integrity? I'm curious. Let me share. Let me share. Here we go. Let's get into Tina Peters, shall we? That's not the one I want. Here, let's get into this. Let me share this with you. They want to talk about you having to show your birth certificate, your passport. They're not talking about the real.
Attorney said today he is very optimistic that something is in the works. Tina Peters' attorney said today he is very optimistic that something is in the works to free her from prison, where she's serving time for tampering with Colorado's election systems. And he agreed that military tribunals and mass hangings are coming, issuing a direct warning to the judges and elected officials keeping Peters in prison.
Do you hear this? Her attorney said that military tribunals and hangings are coming for people who are keeping her in prison. But is anybody talking about this? There's no talk about this. A woman who illegally gave access to your voting data to change your voting data to make Trump the winner in Colorado. And her attorney is saying because she went to jail for her own decisions and actions, therefore military tribunals are coming for the judges who who are keeping her in jail. What judges? The judge who sat on her criminal case, and the appellate judge who is keeping her in jail because she failed in her appeal. So they are going to face military tribunals and hangings. But is anybody talking about this? When they talk about voter fraud, is anybody talking about this? No, no one's talking about this.
You've done it. And don't think that there
are coming. Is prison where she's serving time for tampering with Colorado's election systems. And he agreed that military tribunals and mass hangings are coming, issuing a direct warning to the judges and elected officials keeping Peters in prison.
You've done it. And don't think that there are going to be no consequences for it, because I don't care if you're a judge. I don't care what you are. If you're a traitor to this country, you don't get excused because you have a black robe on or because you're a secretary of a state someplace. You better wake up.
Tina Peters' attorney, Peter Tickton, was on today with MAGA podcaster Joe Oltmann from Douglas County. Peters, of course, was convicted by a Republican district attorney and a jury in Mesa County for tampering with voting systems in an attempt to prove President Trump's claims of election rigging. Oltmann, who is a close ally of Peters, has publicly called for the executions of Colorado's Democratic governor, Secretary of State, and Attorney General, saying they are a, quote, synagogue of Satan Jews. Today, Oltmann and Peters' attorney talked about their shared vision for civilians to be rounded up, tried by military tribunals, and executed.
A synagogue of Satan Jews. So where is the cries about anti-Semitism now? Where is the cry about anti-Semitic speech? Where are those cries now? That they want to pretend as if there is some real reason why this woman should not serve her sentence for breaking the law. Now there's all of this fucking hate speech towards Jews, but when something happens, these same people are going to be crying like, "Oh God, look at Generation X! I don't know where they get this behavior from." This is about a criminal. They're saying this behind a criminal that wanted to try to prove that Trump was right when he lied about the results of the 2020 election.
Why is the Insurrection Act not on the table? Why are we just not getting to the fact where we have military tribunals and 50,000 people that would get rounded up and we can just have a hanging party?
It's coming. It's coming.
50,000 people will get rounded up and we'll just have a hanging party. The guy, look at the look on his face as he says that. Oh, it's like I think he just nutted on his shoe. Look at the look on his face. This devil. And this is her snake ass attorney over here in the black suit who says it's coming.
With the evidence, it's coming with the proof.
We have had the proof for 4 years.
You haven't had the proof for 4 years. Look at these devils. Look at him. You are asking for 50,000 people to be gathered up. He tells you it's coming. It's coming with the proof. And you admit that he hasn't had the proof for 4 years because there is no proof to be had. You fucking hate monger, liar.
President Trump has railed against the state of Colorado for months for not releasing Peters on his demand. Trump cannot pardon the former elected clerk of Mesa County because she was convicted on state charges. Peters' attorney, who you saw there, also recently endorsed the idea of Trump sending in the military to free her from the prison in Pueblo, where she's serving a 9-year sentence.
Never intended a video of the trusted bill to be made public. I did not authorize it to be made public. I asked questions about Dominion violating election laws. One moment. Judge, I'm asking for probation. Since 2022, I've been on restriction, and now I have an ankle bracelet that I've been compliant with that.
Oh, are we doing something on the screen? Oh,
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, Your Honor.
I need to know that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
It's all right.
Okay, so this is Tina Peters addressing the judge about her being compliant, her being on an ankle bracelet. She has already been convicted of the charges, and this is her sentencing where she gets to address the judge, and this is what she has to say.
Excuse me.
Judge, I've never lied to you. Can we zoom in on that, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Rubenstein accused me in court of recording on my iPad. I did not record on my iPad. This was the transcript of that. He says, I've now seen the screen, and indeed, it's recording. Then later, Rubenstein admitted he didn't know if I was recording or not. I have no idea if it was recording or not. In my eyes, Mr. Rubenstein lied to you, Judge, which resulted in me being seized and now wearing an ankle bracelet for contempt and lying to you.
The ankle bracelet is for your contempt or for your conviction in the obstruction case?
Well, all of those two cases were a direct result of that day in court that the DA got up, interrupted a normal proceeding. I didn't interrupt the proceeding to get up and cause a big stir.
Oh, Judge Dunkelman found otherwise, but I guess we can just disagree on that. I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
They kept the iPad for 15 months. They never searched it. And when my attorneys had it transferred to a lab, they said there was no recording ever on it. None of the 66 videos were deleted. You can go back down or go up. No, go the other way. The report states, go up a little bit more, thank you. 66 recordings were extracted from the iPad. None of the 66 videos were deleted. None of the videos were recorded on February 7th, 2022.
Understand, this is her time to address the court about her being found guilty. This is the time that she has to throw herself on the mercy of the court. This is what she's doing. She's relitigating what went on in the court. What went on in her case? She has already been found guilty. And this is what she is talking about. She's talking about all of the things that the judge allegedly did wrong in his courtroom in regards to her case. And did any of this work? No, because she lost on appeal. She is appealing her case before the judge sentenced her. And when she got sentenced and when she really did appeal her case in front of a appeals court judge, she lost the appeal. I just want, let's be clear on, we are listening to someone who is letting someone go, who tried to make it appear as if there was some real evidence of the 2020 election being stolen from him, and she is getting out of jail early. And the Democrat governor who is letting her out of jail early, her attorney is calling him some type of Jewish snake that should face a military tribunal before he turns around and gives her grants her clemency, and she's going to be out of jail within a month. And you can be sure that you will be seeing Tina Peters up on some fucking public stand with Donald Trump. You can be sure you will see Tina Peters visiting Mar-a-Lago. You can be sure you will see Tina Peters become a multi-millionaire. Let's continue.
There was never any recording made, and my iPad proves it. I want to take a break here and address some of the accusations, the vile accusations that have been levied against me with such anger and vile. As a Christian woman and as a gentle person, basically, that stepped up to run for county clerk and recorder because we had 3.5-hour wait times from the prior, who is now the present clerk, who was the manager of elections, 3.5-hour wait times. I looked at that, Judge, as a business owner. I could have minded my own business. I could have stayed.
She was told to stay away from the clerk's office, but she went up to the clerk office as a Christian woman, a gentle woman. You know, as a business owner, they had a 3-hour wait. Well, what hour waits are they having in Black community that they have closed down polling stations and having Black communities wait in line 6 and 7 hours? But as a business, a Christian woman, a gentle woman, a business owner, I saw the 3-hour line and I said, I don't care what they told me about not going up to this business. This is what she did prior to her case being heard. She defied orders of the court. But she's a gentle woman.
Living a great life, my husband and I. But instead, I looked at that, Judge, as a business owner. I could have minded my own business. I could have stayed living a great life. My husband.
You were supposed to continue to mind your own business, but you wanted to stunt for the gram. You wanted to be seen. And now that you have been seen, this is your argument, as opposed to throwing yourself on the mercy of the court. You're talking dumb shit.
But instead, I stood up and I said, I can fix that. My son said in his SEAL Team 6 paperwork before he died, I read it after he died. He said, describe your mother. He said, she fixes things. When I see something that needs to be fixed, that's good, I believe that everyone should do that. I ran for clerk and recorder, and I'll get into that part in just a moment, but I'm very taken back by how awful I've been depicted when I was just trying to do my job, the people expected me to do. When I look at
how awful she has been depicted, not how awful she has performed and acted. She has been depicted in an awful light. It's not that she has been awful. Yeah, I just have been depicted in such an awful way.
The people that have spoken here today, when I've been depicted, I'll get into that part in just a moment, but I'm very taken back by how awful I've been depicted when I was just trying to do my job, the people expected me to do. When I look at the people that have spoken here today and asking for harsh sentences, I'm just appalled. I feel bad for them because I know, I've often said God doesn't like people messing with his kids. And I believe I'm a child of God. And I believe that it was important for someone to stand up. And I chose to do that. As far as Gerald Wood and Wendy Wood, I think during the trial, the text messages that were presented, when at first Gerald
Unrepentant. She is relitigating her case before her sentencing. Now let's be real clear. She's a child of God.
Wood said, he said that, yes, I used the name Trebuchet. Yes, that's my phone number. His picture was on there. And then when and the date, which was May 14th, I believe. And then when he started reading that it said, I'm your guy, meaning he was the guy that was going to stand in. He had agreed to stand in and use his identity to protect the identity of Conan Hayes, who had just busted, by his efforts for the federal government, a human trafficking organization called Backpage. My son was involved in anti-human trafficking. He worked with, as a Navy SEAL, he worked with Texas Rangers, and that's what they did that nobody ever knew. And that's what I believe caused his death. But when he looked at those, when he changed his tune after he was shown the proof that he was complicit, that he knew that he was stepping up to conceal the identity of Conan Hayes, to see him deny it now while we have proof in text from him that he admitted were his, and then all of a sudden had a case of amnesia. Here it is right here.
But we do know that the trial is over, and she's presenting evidence that was not admitted in the trial.
Can you make that bigger? Okay. So let's stop right there. Can we stop it? Tina, this is our guy. He says, that I am. And then I said, hi, guy. Nice to meet you. I'll call tomorrow. Is there a good time, early morning or afternoon for you? I have meetings, and I explained that. Okay, keep going. But this is Sharona Bishop saying, this is your guy. He gives me his phone number. Says Fridays are generally quiet for me, if you can stop here. And that was May 13th. Feel free to call whenever's best for you. Awesome, will do. Then he says, I have my Mesa County employee badge now. Now, this is a man who never filled out an employment application. This is, stop right there. This is a man who never filled out an employment application, never went through the interview process, but now he has an employee badge. Don't you think that somebody like that would wonder? No. Okay, we're getting prepared. I think it would be good to bring in Sandy at this point to strategize before our guest comes. Who do you think that refers to? The guest comes. So right there, you can see, Your Honor, that Gerald Wood knew what his role in this was, as much as he, because of fear or whatever else the prosecution aimed at.
The man who says he has his badge now is the new employer that she took this badge and gave to the My Pillow associate. This is the new employee who was at a children's birthday party when they went in and tried to do what they were doing. Now she is trying to say, oh, he knew what he was here for all the time. He was in on it. It wasn't me. It was him. She's trying to blame it. This is what her words were before she was sentenced. She's trying to litigate a case that she has just lost. Let's continue.
To get to testify against me for his freedom and throw me under the bus. He says that the Gives Him Go, they talk about freedom and throw me under the bus. He says that the Gives Him Go, they talk about that I lied about that involvement. They talk about the Gives Him Go, that I've profited from this, Judge. That goes to pay my attorneys. I don't have the money of the Colorado Attorney General's office, who is represented here, who were sworn in to be prosecutors in this case and who conducted the trial. It takes a lot of money to fight the government. Cody Davis, when he got up. So during this time when the ankle break, when the iPad, when I was accused of recording in your courtroom, just sitting right over there, which I did not do, the next day I'm at a commissioner's hearing. They see the iPad in my purse. We're sitting there, all of a sudden, 22 minutes they delayed the commissioner's hearing in order to go get a search warrant for the iPad they saw in my purse. Unwitting, people sitting there with me. We waited, then we said our grievances or our what we wanted to say to the commissioners, and then we left. We were followed 1 block away to Main Street Bagel, and that's when all hell broke loose. They came in, descended on it like it was a drug bust. Grab the iPad. I don't know what's happening. I grab it back. And then they totally caught me by surprise. And so, yes, I agree. I didn't react normally or because this was not a normal situation.
Let's see how she reacted. Shall we? Let's see the arrest of Tina Peters. I am a Christian woman. I am a gentle Christian woman. Let's not just take her word for it. Let's look for ourselves. Shall we? They came in like it was a drug bust. No, it was an election fraud bust, bitch.
We have a search for iPad.
They came in and grabbed my computer. You don't see them come in and grab her computer. You hear them explain that they have a search warrant. Her computer's in her hand.
We have a search for iPad.
We have a search warrant for the iPad. Oh, I wish they would turn this music off.
Walk to my car. I'm in this house. You're not going to put a pin on anybody here. No, you do not.
Do you have the iPad? Okay, where'd you put it?
You don't have to tell you anything.
To who? I'm not sure exactly.
They don't have to.
Hey, Bob, let's keep saying Randy.
Okay, no,
Randy, put your cup down and turn around. Ma'am,
no. Let go of me. You let go of me. Let go.
She's refusing to turn over the iPad after they told her that they have a search warrant for the iPad. And you don't have to tell them nothing. No, I'm not going to tell you. Let go of me. This is this good, gentle Christian woman.
Let go of me. Stop it. Let go of me. Let go of me. Not it. No. Let go of me. Go. It hurts. Let go of me. Give me my
You're not fit. You understand?
Stop it. No, let go of me. Yes, you are, Caleb. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give it to me.
This gentle Christian. Let's get back. I just wanted to show you this gentle Christian woman.
Give me my key.
Let's see.
Asshole thing to say to me.
No, ma'am.
You're bruising me. Let go
Stop
of
pulling
me.
against us.
I'm not pulling against you. Let go of
Then
me.
stand up like an adult.
Shut up. What an asshole thing to say to me.
What? Oh, not this gentle Christian woman. Let's continue.
What an ass thing to say to me. Do me a favor. Let go of me. You're hurting me. I'm not hurting you. You are hurting me.
obstruction at the moment. Okay.
Here, look over me for a minute. I could talk in her ear.
No, you need to just
sit back, ma'am. Let go.
Let's walk over here and put her in the car.
You're hurting me.
Walk then.
You're hurting me. Damn it.
Okay, you're under arrest right now, okay?
You are hurting me.
Walk.
You're hurting me. Please.
Stand.
White privilege. I'm handcuffed and I want to whisper where the iPad is so this associate can go get the iPad. No, you don't get to whisper and try to continue to hide the evidence. Stupid.
Up and walk then.
You're hurting me. Let go of me. What?
Obstruction.
I didn't obstruct anything. Me. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Hurting me.
Care if you record, just back up.
Your hand.
I'm holding onto your jacket.
Out of my pants.
I am conducting a search. If you move, you will find additional charges.
Find additional charges? This is like arrest without cause.
Assholes that run down the street. Walk around your arrest.
Do you have any idea?
Here, scoot over a little bit.
Do you really know what you're doing? You're assisting Mayor Garland to not show the truth of what the election.
Scoot over.
You really know.
Do you have any idea what you're doing? You're assisting Mayor Garland. Bitch, bye.
Right. We'll have.
This link is in my description box. They eventually let her go. They write her up, and I think that she has to sign that she will appear in court, and they're going to let this cunt go.
Ballot.
This is what I want to. I'm going to let GJPD do what they need to do regarding you being uncooperative in there with them. We have this iPad.
Do you understand? That is not my iPad.
Okay, we have this iPad.
That is not my iPad. That you're taking someone else's property.
I hear what you're saying.
You've taken all my equipment, all my stuff, and you still can't find anything.
Tina, I'm taking this iPad. It's because of this search warrant, which lets me do that.
Let me read the search warrant.
That would be great. You want to read it?
Yeah, but I can't exactly hold it.
Well, you could before.
I will have bruises to show how they've hurt me.
So based on let you hold it and then have you be in the back of a cop car. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
yeah, that's fair.
Okay, that's great with me. Clearly, you're not under arrest, you're not being detained.
You come take a picture of my hand.
It'd be a lot easier.
You took a picture of my hand. I think you've broken my hand.
Would you like to do this? And would you like an ambulance?
You took a picture of my hand.
White tears. White tears.
Would you like me to explain this?
White tears. Okay.
Would you like the answer to that? If I have the passcode, it's a lot faster. I can plug it in and we can start the extraction. And I can have this turned around sometimes in the same day, but probably this week. If I don't have the passcode, it takes a substantially longer amount of time.
So she complained that her iPad was kept for 15 months. You hear him clearly tell her, well, if I have the passcode, I can turn it around sometimes in the same day. But obviously she did not get the passcode. So let's go to her in the lies that she is saying in front of the judge. And let's hear the judge sentence this bitch.
But during that commissioner's hearing, and we've had this enhanced and we can hear it. During the time they took this break, Janet Rowland bends down and covers the microphone like this and says she won't want to come back here after this. And Cody Davis, that's sitting right back here, said, and you can hear it if you play back the recording, sacrificial lamb. He called me a sacrificial lamb. Cody Davis said 1.4 million. He talked about the salary for 16 months. I didn't want to be kicked out of my office. I would have gladly, I came in every single day during COVID, every single day. So did my chief deputy. We worked. We didn't stay home like a lot of people did enjoying a vacation. We worked, and I figured out ways to make it so we still provided those services to the citizens of Mesa County. As a matter of fact, when I first took office, they said it couldn't be done. I couldn't lower those 3.5-hour wait times. And I'm the type of person that while somebody's saying something can't be done, I'm doing it. Like I said, my son says I fix things. Shortly after, I was...
You're not going to tell us one more time that your son was a Navy SEAL? One more time, sweetheart. Bring your Navy SEAL son into your criminal case. One more time, your son, the Navy SEAL. You forgot to say the Navy SEAL this time.
I was sworn in. 1 month later, I started opening the offices in Fruita for $150 a month. And then the Fruita office for a third of what had been paid before. I'd been negotiating that for 10 months before I even took office, being a former real estate broker and also being in the construction business. My staff, when I got there, they were making $14.65 an hour, Judge. I don't know how anybody lives off of that these days. And they'd been passed over for promotions. And, you know, so when Scott McGinnis talks about the big turnover, I had people that would cuss customers out when I first got there, and they had to go. I gave them a chance, and they had to go. One was a veteran, and so yes, there was some turnover, and then there were turnover that left because of the prior clerk. But when they say that I cost the county, when Cody Davis says I cost the county, no, I didn't cost the county. I saved the county money. Scott McGinnis talked a lot about deception and high expectations that the county has for clerks. Talked about breaking the contract and things like that. Janet Rowland, the commissioner, and I had already been talking about that since January, about getting out of the Dominion contract, which only had one more year. She even admitted in an email, and we talked about it, that maybe they could pay off the rest of the contract and go ahead and bring in clear ballot. I was ready just weeks before all hell broke loose for us to sign a contract with a different vendor. But it was interesting that, and Scott McGinnis said that I was not around, that I was AWOL, that I was on the run is how he said it. No, I called in every single day to my managers on FaceTime, on our conference calling every single day, talking to them about the program for the day, what we were going to do today, asking how their subordinates were doing, were there any problems, you know, and solutions to whatever was going on. I was present every single day.
Well, you weren't physically present.
I was present. Where I was, Your Honor, I was, after all this broke, which was by no fault of my own when it broke, you know, because that was not my intent. My intent was just to come out quietly. Let's see if there's a there there. If there's a there there, and then we do something about it. If there's not, then we keep reassuring the people. I didn't believe there was fraud here, and I took people on tours of the office to reassure them.
So you weren't physically present.
I had been no. I was.
And then when did you come back to be physically present to do the job you were elected to?
Let me explain that.
No, I just want you to answer the question.
Okay, I was flown from North Dakota or South Dakota to Texas.
I'm not asking where you went or where you were. You physically weren't present.
One month.
You were
4 weeks. 4 weeks.
You You were gone for 4 weeks.
But I was present every day. How did people exist during COVID, Your Honor? They didn't go into the offices every day. I did. They did it by video conferencing. That's how I was running my office, and that's perfectly acceptable. So I was flown to Texas for my safety. 1 week later, my hotel room was physically breached. It was broken into. After that time, I had 24/7 armed security. I was in a hotel room. The door across from me was propped open, and I had 24/7 armed security until the first report came out. When I brought the first report, September 16th, I believe it was, 16th or 17th, it might have been 17th, immediately we took 3 reports to the commissioners and 1 report to the DA. They did nothing. They did nothing. And while I was gone, there was people coming in trying to present, evidence of what was being found. But all they wanted to know was, where's Tina Peters? All they wanted to know, they didn't want to know anything. And I saw Merrick Garland on, because I was tuned in. I was tuned in on my security, my security officer's computer. And I could see who was there, CNN, and that was an open records violation law. That was the Sunshine Law violation. All the public should have been able to see that, but that's a whole nother story, and I won't go there.
What?
When commissioners are meeting together, it's supposed to be an open meeting. This was a closed meeting, but there were other people there.
Merrick Garland was at a commissioners meeting?
No, on this Zoom meeting. I know it's hard to believe that this has gotten the attention across this nation because of what we've discovered. So Scott McGinnis said that they have not seen one fraudulent vote. But I would argue with that, because just because you don't acknowledge and you're blind to the truth, it doesn't mean that the truth is not there. Can you hand me that?
Do you deny that the hand count?
I'll get to that.
No,
yes,
I'm
sir.
just wondering.
No, I'll get to that.
Sure, I'm interested to hear.
So, Your Honor, on September 17th, well, this is dated 15th of September, I took one of these copies to every commissioner and to the DA. They did nothing. There is expert reports. There were 29,000 election records that you can see on here in orange that were deleted from the people's Mesa County election system when they compared the first image that was taken and the second image. Gone, deleted. The only record we have is the record that I have. So you wonder why, when Scott McGinnis says that there's never been any fraudulent vote count found, it's because they replaced the machines. They took the evidence out of Mesa County Dominion voting system and put new machines. And you know what I told the candidates that year? I said they were running, a lot of good candidates were running for school board. I said, you don't have to worry about this election. They are not going to cheat during this election. So all that hand counting, all that stuff, I knew they weren't going to cheat. But we have the evidence that they did. Here's the other thing. February 28th, 2022, brought another report. You know what this report showed? There were 36 wireless devices. So when you hear Dr. Frank talk about wireless devices in these machines, they're there. As a matter of fact, now they admit that there's wireless devices. And Matt Crane with the Colorado County Clerks Association and the Secretary of State just says, well, just turn them off. I was never taught, none of the other clerks, I'm sure Dallas Schroeder can testify, were never told to turn off, because these machines cannot be certified if they have wireless devices inside or have the capability. And then report number 3 came out after I was indicted, March 19th. Oh, by the way, back up, November, after I brought this report out, I was raided on November 16th by the FBI. November 17th, an attorney that is well known to the DA went into the nursing home and had my husband, who was a veteran with Parkinson's, sign a divorce decree. Not only did that take my husband, it took all my VA benefits. I found out a month later, 1 month before we would have been married 35 years, Your Honor. I had taken care of that man for 35 years, and I actually went to save him, which I'll show you in just a moment. So report number 3 came out. You asked if there was, probably none of these people have even read these reports that I gave them. So report number 3, when that ballot goes in to the tabulation machine, we've already proven it in report number 3. There's a second database that's created.
Understand, as this is the time she has already been found guilty, and she has the opportunity to speak before her sentencing. And this is what she's talking about. Unrepentant. And because she has finally admitted she was wrong and still under the guise, I just wanted to make sure everything was safe. This is a fucking con artist that your president wanted to get out of jail because her con was to insert information into the Dominion of voting machines by some My Pillow guy associate to make it seem like the 2020 elections were rigged. And a dumb Democrat governor actually commuted her sentence because she allegedly finally has approved that she did something wrong. Let's continue.
So there's an image. So when they say, well, we'll just count the images. Don't worry about the paper ballots. We'll just count the images.
So she's still up here saying, oh no, what I did was wholesome and innocent. When she stole got an ID from the IT guy and gave it to someone to go into the voting machines and change the results.
Now let's go in. There's a second fraudulent database that's created, and it's all documented in here. There's an image taken of that ballot. Then the ballot is changed, and we know it's been changed because it's lacking the .sha file, and it goes through adjudication differently, like it's a completely different ballot. This is what report number 3 is. So when you ask, were there any fraudulent votes, they haven't read it. They don't know. All right, I'm going to move along.
Votes,
Sorry?
I'm not going to let you
go
that's
on
fine.
About
things that are completely irrelevant to the sentence.
This is irrelevant.
No, it's not. I've let you go on enough about this, but the votes are the votes. You still didn't answer the question. If this is my ballot and I put it in the machine, whatever it tabulates is whatever it tabulates.
No, it doesn't. It changes.
You're not letting me finish.
Okay.
Whatever
please.
it tabulates is whatever it tabulates. My hand vote, my ballot remains the same. They counted those ballots. Did they not?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Did they count the ballots?
No, the ballot images were changed, and that's what the total shows. Okay, I'll move off of this because I can see that I would encourage to read the report number 3.
I've read them, ma'am.
You've read all of them?
I've read those reports. They were given to me at some point, I believe.
Good. Well, so you know what I'm saying is true. All right, let me move on. It's not funny. My life is on the line here, Your Honor.
No, you're the one who's making this allegation that one,
It's
I think
not
it's
an
funny,
allegation.
and 2, that I know it's true. You're saying that as if I believe you, and I did not say that.
Okay.
That is why
right.
I made the sound, because it's insulting to me for you to just put that in a record in front of all of these people that I believe something to be true.
Okay, and I apologize for that, Your Honor. That wasn't my intent. I do apologize for that. It gets a little fiery when your life is on the line, and I apologize. But I told the candidates they didn't have anything to fear because they had brand new machines that they'd taken out the bad ones, as the clerk alluded to. The truth does matter. The fact that Gerald Wood lied about his part in this is unforgivable. Cody Davis calling me a sacrificial lamb, and then what happened next, and we'll show that in just a moment. But Matt Crane's wife has worked for the voting system for 2 decades. Did you know that? Not many people know that she's worked for Dominion for 2 decades. So when he gets defensive about the voting machines, there's a reason. All right, let's go on to So they kept my iPad.
What might that reason be? You see all the innuendo, all the what is it? Innuendos that she put out. Did you know that his wife was for demanding for 20 years? So when he get defensive, there's a reason for that. What's the reason, bitch? What are you saying, ho? Absolutely nothing.
Judge, I'm an honest person. I made a promise to conceal Conan's identity, yes, but I'm an honest person. And I have 50 letters here that prove from people that say, and we had many more letters, but these are 50 letters here from people that say I'm honest, plus the 5 that are in the pre-sentence investigation report. The first letter is from one of my doctors, Scott Rollins. Can you pull that up? Okay. I'll keep going while he pulls this up.
I have read the letter. I've read all of the letters.
Okay.
But yes, you can
Just
certainly reference them if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you reading the letters. Can you get it? Okay. 50 letters here, plus the 5 that are in the pre-sentence investigation report. The first letter is from one of my doctors, Scott Rollins. I have health problems that would not be treatable in the Department of Corrections. First of all, I need a magnetic mattress. I've been on that since 1995. I was in 2 rear-end collisions in 84 and 2010. It was pretty severe. I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I don't know if you can zoom in a little bit, and chronic fatigue as a result. And I had to stop working for the airlines in 1995.
I'm to get a magnetic mattress. You don't understand.
I was up all night because I was in bed all day. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't control these symptoms until I got, believe it or not, a magnetic mattress of which I still sleep on. I will not have that at the Department of Corrections. Also, I had lung cancer and had surgery in 2016, 1 year before I ran for office and 1 year before my son died. They took out 1/3 of my right lung. And as a result, I get short of breath. So I can't do a lot of
Bitch, you ain't got shit to do in jail but sit in that, what is it, 3x9, 5x9 cell, bitch. You ain't gonna be doing nothing but laying down on your unmagnetic mattress, bitch. What the fuck you talking about?
Physical activity. Okay. My first attorneys asked me to take a polygraph as to why I created an image of the Mesa County server. And I said it was to preserve election records. And the polygraph showed that's true. Page 2, please. If you've never been through a polygraph, it's a pretty strenuous test. Keep going. I know it's inadmissible. We're not in court right now. We're at my sentencing. Thank you for that, DA. Were you truthful? Wait, stop, go down. Were you truthful? Keep going, please. Were you truthful when you told me you had the voting equipment data imaged because of obligation to preserve unaltered data? Answer, yes. Were you truthful when you told me you had voter equipment data imaged solely to uphold your obligation to preserve unaltered data? Yes. It was shown that I told the truth in every question they asked me. The government has accused me of profiting by them prosecuting me because they said I got free plane rides on Mike Lindell's plane and other bennies. But I reimbursed Mike Lindell for every plane ride I took on Mike Lindell's plane, and here's proof of it. And you can go down, show those. Okay. This right here, let's go back to when they came down on me for the iPad in the This is my wrist. Yes, Main Street Bagels. This is a picture of my left wrist, which happened when the officer who arrested me on February 8th, 2022, made the handcuffs too tight. And they also accused me of kicking a cop, which I didn't do because when they put the cuffs on too tight, they pulled me sideways on my left wrist and my right leg came up. And I've done this with numerous people to show them exactly how that's possible. And I'm going to just show you now. Just when I think that was funny. Did you hear that back there?
I didn't.
Okay.
But I
Somebody's back there laughing because I'm. Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
And I will admonish that as I've done it before for everyone. But
Thank you.
I'm
I
just trying
appreciate that.
to get through this, so go ahead. In terms of
This is
everyone
me.
remaining calm.
This is me and my mom 2 years ago. She's now 95. And lives in Virginia. And she needs me emotionally. And I want to be near her emotionally. And I talk to her and visit her. The last time I saw her was on Mother's Day. I arranged with the court to be able to go there. So that's another reason I would ask for probation, so I can be with my mom. She had a heart attack recently and has 3 aneurysms because the doctor says because of all the stress this is causing her. Here's my dad and me, who died the day I was in jail, in the Mesa County Jail in the sheriff's office here. I found out the next day. I didn't get to be the one that said goodbye like the other people in my family. I found out the next day before court where the prosecution asked for a $500,000 cash bond. I don't even know murderers and drug dealers like the one that the DA prosecuted, that he gave probation with 26 pounds of fentanyl. And the reason I know that the DA prosecuted a man with 26 pounds of fentanyl, because my attorney at the time was representing both of us. That man got off on probation, and I have had to pay the price. For what? Influencing a public servant? Is that really that bad that it deserves me to be incarcerated? This is my late son, Remington Jordan Peters, walking off as he graduated as a Navy SEAL. I tragically lost him 9 years later at 27 years old while I was running for office of the clerk and recorder because I wanted to make a difference. I'm what any mother or father never wants to be in that club. That's okay, just stay on the picture above. A Gold Star mom. I didn't even know what a Gold Star mom was until I became one. On November 2nd, 2021, I got an email from Zach Reams, and Mr. Reams explained he was resigning as the lawyer of me and my husband because the DA was investigating whether I had abused the power of attorney that I had for my husband, Tom. I had not abused that power of attorney. I always only did what my husband asked me to do. I would take my husband after in 2021 that I could no longer lift him far attorney.
By the people is very much in line with the type of information the court may properly consider for the purposes of sentencing. Mr. Case, whenever you're ready, we can begin with your presentation. Besides requested 1 hour each, I gave you an additional period of time. So I'm going to expect the parties to adhere to the 1 hour on each side because I'm.
Tina Peters' attorney said today he
never intended a video of the trusted bill to be made public. We waited. After that, here, there's a county server. And I said, that bad that it deserves me to be incarcerated. And for that, I'm sorry. I really am remorseful that it came out that way. And I ask you for leniency and probation. I check all the boxes on the. A month later, he was dead. Your Honor, I'm not a criminal. I've lived my life with honor and honesty. I took care of my husband faithfully even after he got sick in 2010. It took me 6 years to get him 100% disability, which did pay for the VA's care of him, which I'm very grateful. But I'm not a criminal, and I don't deserve to go into a prison where other people have committed heinous crimes. The only crime that I did, and some people have said I'm not remorseful. Yes, I'm remorseful. Yes, sir, I really am. I never expected that just doing an image which was completely legal before and after the trusted build would have landed me here. I thought it was going to come out quietly. I could look and see, okay, is there any proof? Is there anything here? I could talk to the constituents and say, listen, we've done an investigation. Everything is good. This is the gold standard, which I believed before. I've never done anything with malice to break the law. I wanted to serve the people in Mesa County. And I'll just tell you this, with my other attorneys, there was an attorney getting me ready for trial, and he was trying to be the prosecutor, play that role to toughen me up. And he said to me, he kept trying to provoke me and provoke me and provoke me. And he says, Tina, I can't, and that's why I should have testified, probably, but he said, Tina, I can't get to you. And I said, I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you how you can get to me. Talk about the citizens of Mesa County. Talk about the people that you served. I said, that's what'll do it. And as I'm telling him, I'm starting to cry. I really do love these people. And whether they recognize it or not, I did my best to serve this county. And I hope that you'll find it in your heart to not sentence me to, and I haven't cried in front of these people because I don't want them to get the impression that they were getting to me. But I don't deserve to be in prison. I can do a lot more good out helping people, which is what I'm good at doing. If you tell me I cannot talk about the elections anymore, I won't talk about the elections anymore. I've done my job here. If you say that, if you allow me to go to Yuba City and live quietly helping with trafficked women and children, I would like to do that. I didn't need to be in the center of attention. And it's interesting, when I took the job as clerk and recorder, the staff would come to me and they say, the press is outside. They want to talk to the clerk. And I said, don't we have somebody on staff that can do that kind of thing? And they said, no, they want to talk to the clerk. I had to tape a little piece of paper up on the tripod with bullet points because I wasn't used to being in front of a camera. I don't like being the center of attention. I never have. But this has uprooted my life. And for that, I'm sorry. I really am remorseful that it came out that way. And I ask you for leniency and probation. I check all the boxes on the leniency. Don't have drug problems, don't have alcohol problems. I don't know if you've ever seen as clean a past as I have or present. But I did not do it. I did not do it, Your Honor, to disrespect the court or the law.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I do want to take just a few minutes to collect my thoughts. When I say a few minutes, 5 to 10, so I'll reconvene before the noon hour, certainly probably closer to 11:55 or so. Thank you. This is what I said, if you want to put it in your
Let's see what the judge thinks of this performance. I think he's gonna come back. Yes, he's gonna come back in this sitting. Is he? No, he's not gonna. Yes, he's gonna come back in this sitting. The 10 minutes is up. Let's see what the judge think of that stellar performance. One of the things that came out in the appeal, they basically said that the judge shouldn't have dragged this bitch as fiercely as he did. He's about to drag this hoe. Just in case you didn't know, I showed this to you at the time it was happening. But now this bitch is getting out on clemency. A Democratic governor has let this hoe out on clemency after she tried to change the result of the 2020 election to make it appear to be that the Dominion voting machines were tampering with your votes, as she gave somebody who is connected with Mike Lindell, some surfer guy, the access to go into the Dominion voting machines and change the votes. Now she is all innocent, and she denied it. You see, when she had the chance to talk, she kept throwing her dead Navy SEAL son on the table for you to look at. It owes a gold star mom. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do it. She's gonna get dragged.
All right, we're here today for sentencing in Miss Peters' case. Before I get into my comments, I'll enter judgment of conviction consistent with the jury's verdicts as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. As it relates to fines, fees, and costs, a $2,000 fine will be ordered as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6. As to counts 8, 8. The maximum fine will be imposed. Counts 9 and 10, $1,000 fines will be imposed. You retain the right to ask me to reconsider any sentence I impose under Rule 35B. You have the right to appeal any sentence I impose if you want to end this judgments of conviction. If you wish to do that, you need to do it within 49 days of today's date. The protection orders will remain in place during the life of this sentence. Conditions 6 and 7 are vacated. However, you can ask your lawyer what that means. If you are ever sentenced or today sentenced to the Department of Corrections, then I'm required to inform you that the time I actually impose or that may be imposed is not the amount of time you are likely to serve. It can be and very likely will be reduced by your accrual of good time and earned time credits within the department, meaning that the better you do in prison, the more programming you take advantage of, the sooner you'll be released. I want to circle back to the request from earlier today in terms of the motion for a new trial based on a Brady violation. To the extent I needed to make findings on that today, I'll note that 1, the motion could have been filed weeks ago. 2, the information generally was known to the defense prior to trial, perhaps not the specifics, but enough to have at least mustered some questioning of witnesses at trial. And 3, that a Brady violation is one that generally involves, almost exclusively involves, the withholding of exculpatory evidence that may be used by the defendant in a case. When looking at such a violation, the court looks at that type of evidence with through the lens of a defense attorney, not through a prosecutor, such that it's not the prosecutor's job to determine what is or isn't exculpatory. It's the defendant's job to make those decisions. Here, the argument is that back on, I believe, June 25th, Ms. Peters went to the clerk and recorder's not office, but where the ballot box is located, some distance. I don't know if it's 100 feet or not away from the actual physical office. She went there with at least one camera person. It looks like maybe someone else was also there with her. Apparently she was voting. She had some conversations, according to the affidavit that's been drafted for her arrest in that case, with election officials who would be employees of the clerk and recorder's office, which she was not allowed to have conversations with. Her presence was noted by Ms. Bance, one of the witnesses in this case, who alerted law enforcement, who then did the investigation that resulted in everything I just said being uncovered and ultimately that warrant being drafted. The defense made some requests for that information. Once through the police department, it was denied. According to the defendant, because it was an ongoing investigation, the DA said that they didn't have anything, if I'm not mistaken, but that they would turn it over later when they got it. They didn't do so. Looks like the warrant was drafted well after the trial occurred. So it is well settled that for the purposes of discovery, evidence that could be used to impeach a witness, motivations, the like, would fall under a Brady type of requirement to be disclosed. But as I said earlier, there's quite literally nothing that's been provided to me that suggests anything in this arrest warrant or that what Ms. Bance said, who was an important witness to the prosecution, would be construed objectively or even subjectively through the lens of a defense attorney as favorable or exculpatory to the defendant, particularly where there's video footage of the interaction that occurred between the defendant and the individuals who may have been employees of the clerk and recorder's office. So Ms. Bance's mere reporting of the same to law enforcement is what it is. And certainly in any event, to the extent there was exculpatory value to it, as the case law says, it was incredibly minimal and could not undermine the confidence in the verdict. I'll nevertheless let the people respond to it, and to the extent I might not be divested of jurisdiction to consider it, hold a hearing on the same if I find one is warranted after further briefing. And make that record, just to close that loop for the purposes of any appeal issue that might come up in the future. The purposes of sentencing have been alluded to, particularly by the prosecution. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I say generally the same thing. That is, the purposes are statutory, and they include, but are not limited to, promoting the acceptance of responsibility. That doesn't mean that a defendant has to take responsibility. To the contrary, Ms. Peters has exercised her right to a jury trial. She's exercised her right to hold the people to their burden, and such cannot and will not be used by this court as a means by which, or justification by which, to punish her, but rather the sentence itself is to promote the responsibility acceptance, not to ensure that someone takes responsibility, however, once they've chosen to exercise their right to go to trial. I consider deterrence in sentencing, that is both general and specific, that the sentence I imposed must deter Ms. Peters from engaging in similar conduct in the future, but it also must deter others generally from engaging in this type of conduct. I consider rehabilitation where appropriate. I consider punishment where appropriate. I also must ensure that the sentences I impose are consistent among offenders similarly situated, but I must also impose a sentence that is designed to meet Ms. Peters' unique needs. Here, the defense has, and Ms. Peters in particular, has remained quite defiant, which is her right, but certainly not helpful for her lot today. And in arguing why I should impose a particular sentence, she tells me about her ailments, her loss, her struggles in life. But in reality,
bitch, you ain't struggling.
I have been here earlier this morning and seen some of the folks who've occupied that chair before Ms. Peters. There could be not much in the way of a comparison in terms of the type of sympathy one would extend to Ms. Peters. Those folks didn't have 4 lawyers representing them. They didn't have a team of assistants helping them. They're not getting rides in private jets all over the country. You know, the people who sit in that chair suffer, generally speaking, immeasurable trauma in life, struggle mightily with alcohol abuse, substance abuse, mental health struggles, family loss. They come from broken homes. The cards they were dealt were never the cards that you were dealt, Ms. Peters. So when I hear you discuss your husband, who sadly passed away recently, your family struggles, and your son, who served our country admirably and made the ultimate sacrifice, I consider it. And I know too that he honored his oath to the country, something that is not lost on me when considering the circumstances under which you find yourself. Your age, limited criminal history, and the like are certainly somewhat mitigating. Your ties to the community are what they are, but your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You don't have those histories.
Righteous indignation on this sweet Christian woman.
Of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no life defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You don't have those histories of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no lifetime of trauma, not even close to the type of mitigating circumstances I would see from many folks who sit in that chair. No, to the contrary, Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. And you use that privilege to obtain power, a following, and fame. And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that is exactly what you wanted, and it defies all sense of common sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention. No, you crave it now. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth.
She didn't want the attention. The judge is telling her, bitch, no, bitch, you crave the attention. And that will become more evident as this heifer is let out of jail early by a Democrat governor of Colorado after all she has done. Do you think we're going to see this heifer all over television, all in the White House? Yes, she craves this attention. She really, really does. And do you think that she is going to take all of her newfound wealth that will be poured upon her and also get the MAGA makeover with the slanted eyes, their skin pulled back, the lips inflated within an inch of them popping? Tina Peters will most definitely, in my opinion, be walking around with that fucked up Madam Puppet Mar-a-Lago makeover. Let's continue.
But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues. When you were a clerk and reporter, you weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Indeed, just weeks before trial, you were apparently doing what I mentioned earlier, that is, over at the clerk and recorder's office where you're not supposed to be, violating the protection order by speaking to employees of that entity with your camera crew in tow. You have no qualms with violating the court's orders because you're innocent, because you didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your job. You have no problem trying to kick an officer. Your explanation about what happened is preposterous. It's on video. You have no problem lying to officers. It's happened multiple times. They're recorded conversations. It's just more lies. No objective person believes them. No, at the end of the day, you cared about the jets, the podcasts, and the people fawning over you. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Miss Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies. The undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence that this court sees on an all too regular basis. And it's particularly damaging when those words come from someone who holds a position of influence like you. Every effort to undermine the integrity of our elections and public's trust in our institutions has been made by you. You've done it from that lectern the voting public provided you with. Everything you've done has been done to retain control, influence. The damage is immeasurable. And every time it gets refuted, every time it's shown to be false, just another tale is weaved. So I'll begin by saying I've considered all of those purposes of staying of an execution of a sentence. I've mentioned all of them here generally in my comments already, and I find that a stay of any sentence I impose would be wholly unwarranted. All cases have a possibility of reversal on appeal, no doubt. I'm at peace with all of the decisions I've made here. If anything, I gave you and your counsel far too much leeway at times, but the rulings I made came after much consideration, incredible amounts of internal debate, and I trust in it.
I'm sorry, that's as loud as it gets. The volume is all the way up. The link is in my description box. I'll drop it in the chat as well if you can't hear it well.
Accordance with the applicable law. I consider the sentence here in this case what are available to me. Probation. Community corrections wasn't requested, but it wouldn't be an option in any event, and an incarcerated sentence to the Department of Corrections. Probation's focus is rehabilitation. It is for folks who have minimal criminal histories, low LSI scores like you, Ms. Peters, but where punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not at risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us, whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before, there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly. Mr. Wood, all the members of the county who worked and trusted you when you asked them to do things that they did on your behalf. It's part of your lies. The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here, the harm that you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same. So prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. And therefore the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive to counts 1 and 4. As it relates to the misdemeanor charges, count 8 is 120 days in the Mesa County Detention Facility, concurrent to count 9 and 10, which will be 6 months in the Mesa County Detention Facility, consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those sentences are consecutive is because those sentences are, as the prosecution stated, directly related to what it is that you did here in our community, the damage you caused this community, the breach of your oath to the electorate in Mesa County. Your sentence will be followed by 3 years of parole. You have 2 days of pre-sentence confinement credit. Anything I missed? Anything else we need to address?
Judge, I think you missed a sentencing on count 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the Department of Corrections. So it's 8.5 years total, plus the 6 months for a total of 9 years of incarceration. Is there an objection to the cost of prosecution, Mr. Case? We can set it for hearing if you need to.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on this person, and she got 9 years, and she is going to be released early. A election denier who was willing to do what it takes to actually change the outcome of the 2020 election. Here's an overview.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, the overview of her whole trial.
Saga of Tina Peters, the former Mesa County clerk and recorder, may be coming to an end tomorrow.
Yeah, Peters is set to arrive in court tomorrow morning, where sentencing of her convictions will be handed down by a judge. Our reporter Robbie Tatla is here tonight to take us through the timeline of events during the trial and even before that. Robbie.
Yeah, thank you, guys. So Peters faced 10 charges after she was allegedly charged with tampering with voting machines, causing a security breach during the 2020 election. Now, the trial did begin at the end of July and ended on August 12th. The trial dealt with 2 main accusations: authorization to access voting machines and identity theft. For the first point, the prosecution argued that Peters did not have legal authorization at the time of the incident in question took place.
Are you aware of any law that gives county clerk and recorders the lawful authority to conduct criminal investigations of election law violations?
I'm aware of no law that allows them to do that.
The defense argued Peters was to determine the validity of election records and results, was not illegal.
I worked in campaigns and helped to run the city council election, the municipal election of 2021. I worked on 2 of the candidates' campaigns. And when the election was over, it didn't seem right to me or to many in the community. And so that's when we began looking into elections.
As for identity theft, prosecution argued that Peters broke a rule under the Secretary of State's guidelines for election officials, stating who had access to the room where voting machines were kept.
We don't want to give a key to the room to somebody who hasn't passed a criminal background check and who is an employee. They need to be an employee. You can't just give it to anybody. It's got to be an employee who passes a criminal background check.
They say Peters allowed Conan Hayes, a cyber expert, to access the area under the identity of Gerald Wood, a private sector software engineer of Mesa County.
Was Mr. Wood, did you make a request of Mr. Wood that he get a county key card?
I didn't specifically ask, I didn't know what he would need to do, but I asked if he would be willing, if he couldn't do the image and we had someone who's coming in that could do it, but his identity can't be known, would he be willing to help?
What did he say?
Yes.
You know, I understand that I'm not allowed to tell the jury that Conan Hayes was in fact had a government security clearance. But the reason I concealed his identity was to protect his safety. I made a promise and to protect his effectiveness for current and future investigations.
Ultimately, Peters was convicted on 7 of the 10 charges. She was found guilty on 3 counts of attempting to influence a public servant, conspiracy to commit a criminal impersonation, County 2, first degree of official misconduct, violation of duty, and failure to comply with guidance from the Secretary of State. The trial made national headlines. So tomorrow morning, Tina Peters will be sentenced. We'll have crews at the courthouse to bring you the very latest.
So I just wanted to let you know why all of this brouhaha about having a passport and birth certificates to prove your citizenship because they want a fair, safe, fair and what is it? What lie do they say? A fair election. What is it? Fair and whatever a lie they say that they are concerned about the elections. Understand they give zero fucks about a fair election. Now we talked about yesterday that 1776 $1,776 million slush fund that 4547 wants to pay the January 6 rioters off with. It seems to be a law case, a lawsuit about that. Let's get into.
Sometimes we get to do early reporting on Midas and Legal AF about lawsuits that are about to be filed. And Donald Trump thinks he can outfox and outsmart a Miami federal judge, Judge Williams, about his IRS phony settlement. I said last week that Donald Trump was going to try to keep that $10 billion lawsuit against his own IRS because there was a leaker that leaked his tax returns. He was going to try to keep that case alive to give him an excuse to enter into a settlement and then claim that the lawsuit would be exchanged for the money, and that's okay, right? No. Because otherwise it looks like a complete theft of the Treasury by Donald Trump. And now we've got new reporting that Donald Trump is going to try to settle the lawsuit before Judge Williams makes her decision as to whether the lawsuit is valid or not. Because Judge Williams is right now considering whether the lawsuit is a invalid bad faith filing because there's no adverse party involved. See, Trump is on one side and Trump is on the other because the other side is the Treasury Department and the Internal Revenue Service. And if he dominates and controls it, then it's called a collusive lawsuit or a cooperative lawsuit where there's no adversary party, just Trump v. Trump, right? And not a divorce. And so Judge Williams basically said, I don't think I have jurisdiction over this. I don't think this lawsuit can be maintained jurisdictionally in a courthouse. And so she asked for help. She told the Department of Justice, the Internal Revenue Service, and Donald Trump to file briefs by the 20th of May about whether this is a adversarial case at all. But at the same time, she ordered that 3 different experts, a former federal judge, John Gleeson, a former federal or a Department of Justice Solicitor General in Don Verrilli, and Faith Gay, a fantastic trial lawyer out of New York, get together and write a brief, an amici brief, an amicus brief, a friend of the court brief, to guide Judge Williams about whether there was an adversarial proceeding when Trump sues his own controlled and dominated agency. And that brief just came in the last 24 hours. And while it didn't say that the suit was in bad faith filed, it gave the judge the tools to make that decision. And now there's a mad scramble reported by ABC News to settle the case, settle an invalid case before Judge Williams can rule. On Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF and Midas Touch. Let's get to the bottom of it all. Donald Trump is trying to steal from the Treasury and from you and me money that belongs to the American taxpayer. Now he's saying he's going to trade his $10 billion phony claim for a $1.7 billion victim compensation fund administered by a...
So that's how it started. Let's see what's going on with this today. Hold on. Let me read.
Sometimes we get to do early.
Hold on. Here we go.
Pilot and even
let's see where this $1.776 billion fund sit right now. There has been a case.
Good morning, everyone. Lots of news to cover concerning the weaponization brazen act of presidential corruption this century. Growing, and so independent media is truly never been so important. This morning, a complaint has been filed by two Capitol police officers, including Harry Dunn, who is currently running for Congress in Maryland, against the President of the United States' weaponization fund. It argues that in the most brazen act of presidential corruption this century, President Donald J. Trump created a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to finance the insurrectionists and paramilitary groups that commit violence in his name. The fund, styled the Anti-Weaponization Fund, is illegal. No statute authorizes its creation. The settlement on which is premised is a corrupt sham, and its to design violates the Constitution and federal law. The fund endangers the lives and safety of plaintiffs Harry Dunn and Daniel Hodges, officers who defended the Capitol on January 6, 2021, in two ways. First, by its very existence, the fund encourages those who enacted violence in the president's name to continue to do so. Dunn and Hodges already face credible threats of death and violence on a regular basis. The fund substantially increases the danger. Second, if allowed to begin making payments, the fund will directly finance the violent operation of rioters, paramilitaries, and their supporters who threatened plaintiffs' lives that day and continue to do so. To prevent the public financing of paramilitary organizations in the United States and to protect plaintiffs from further violence, the fund must be dissolved. Dunn and Hodges bring this case to obtain that relief. In January of this year, Trump and his sons sued the IRS. That was the initial lawsuit, the Trump versus IRS. The lawsuit was frivolous because Trump, as the sitting president, was both the plaintiff and in direct control of the defendants. Trump versus IRS lacked adversity. And remember, Judge Kathleen Williams, the Obama-appointed federal judge in South Florida, who was hearing the case, had a lot of questions about adversity before this was essentially kicked out by Trump, settled by Trump. With the help of his two cabinet secretaries, Trump has now done just that. On May 18th, defendant Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general of the United States, announced that the DOJ, on the Treasury Department and IRS's behalf, had agreed to settle the case for $1.776 billion. The money, Blanche announced, will be paid into an anti-weaponization fund. They go on to say, although Trump and his cronies have been secretive about the fund's ends, reporting leaves no doubt that it will be used, among other purposes, to pay the nearly 1,600 people charged with attacking the Capitol on January 6, 2021. As a result, plaintiffs are suing, and they're saying, you know what? We're not going to back down. We held the line to defend democracy and the rule of law, and we're going to do it again. And they argue that the fund violates the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It also violates the Administrative Procedures Act. There are two main arguments here that Dunn and Hodges are putting forth. Essentially, number one, that the way the fund was established was improper and unconstitutional. And the way the fund is being funded, the money that's being funneled to it, is also unconstitutional, the way it's happening. And so, as a result, they're asking for it to be thrown out. We'll see. It may very well work. It may very well work. But this fund doesn't have a ton of support on Capitol Hill, because even the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, says, I don't really like it.
This representation fund from the president at this point.
Yeah, not a big fan. And I'm not sure exactly how they intend to use it, but my understanding is that it was just announced. And, but yeah, I don't see a purpose for it.
I don't see a purpose for it. I don't see a purpose for that. It comes that there's growing concern on Capitol Hill this morning following last night's election results in Kentucky. So as you know, Thomas Massey lost to his Republican opponent in a Republican primary. They're both Republicans. His opponent was backed by Donald Trump and special interest groups, including AIPAC, the Israel.
So, what wasn't said was the grift. He didn't talk about the grift of all of this money being taken from the Treasury to pay insurrectionists who disagreed with the outcome of the 2020 election. You notice a thread going through all of the stuff that I'm talking about, people getting out of jail free, being rewarded for bad behavior. Do you think that Tina Peters will get a chunk of that money? Let's get into this story.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The joint resolution is
Now, this is the resolution for a vote on the war powers.
discharged and will be placed on the calendar.
Republicans in the United States Senate are turning against Donald Trump. What you saw right there, the Senate yesterday voting to discharge Senator Tim Kaine's Iran powers war resolution by a 50-47 vote, which was a major rebuke of Donald Trump's war. This is the Senate voting to block Donald.
So Lisa Murkowski, Susan, I am concerned, Collins, Rand Paul, and the loser from Mississippi, the doctor who gave us RFK Jr. as head of Health and Human Services, the final vote, who now has lost his fucking primary to not Massey, the other, the tall, or what is his name? I forget his name.
Trump from having any more authority
from
to
Mississippi.
Prosecute
what is his name?
Of Donald Trump's war.
Cassidy.
This is the Senate voting to block Donald Trump from having any more authority to prosecute this war against Iran, this unlawful war. It would still need to be passed in the House, then Donald Trump would still have veto power, but it is a very symbolic move that the Senate is saying that this is an unlawful and unauthorized war. Now, to get this vote passed, 4 Republicans had to work with Democrats. And you had Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski, Senator Paul, and Senator Cassidy. Notably, Senator Cassidy just lost his primary in Louisiana when Donald Trump endorsed his competitor. Donald Trump has been attacking Senator Cassidy, and he has now caused Cassidy to basically lose his job because Cassidy voted to impeach and convict Donald Trump several years back. So Trump holds a grudge for that. And now Cassidy is striking back because Donald Trump attacked him. Also, Cassidy striking back against Donald Trump when it comes to.
But notice Cassidy doesn't strike back to protect the American citizens. Fuck Cassidy. It's all about him and his job and his position. But he, a practicing doctor, approves R.F. Kennedy Jr. to be over our health and human services. I don't give a fuck about. This is why I don't give a fuck about no Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't give a fuck what this bitch is doing after she leaves Congress. A very, very, very rich insider trading ass bitch. Because the policies of this administration affected her sons specifically. She didn't give a fuck the effects that it had on the American people as a whole. Fuck of these motherfuckers. All they care about what affects them personally. They don't give a fuck about the things that affect the American people. Now, Cassidy is over the poorest motherfucking state in the United States, and he still was a MAGA strong vote. Fuck that stupid motherfucker.
Funding of Trump's Golden Ballroom. Cassidy's going to vote to block that. Also, as it relates to Donald Trump putting forward this $1.776 billion slush fund that Trump wants to give to January 6th insurrectionists, unlawfully stealing money from we, the people, the taxpayers, in a case that he's settling a lawsuit that he filed against his own IRS and Treasury Department for $10 billion, and he settled for 1.776, but didn't tell the judge there's a settlement that took our taxpayer money and is giving to January 6th insurrectionists. We're seeing Senator Cassidy, but also a lot of other Republicans, we'll talk about this in a moment, trying to block that and saying we don't support this at all. So stay tuned right there. One of the reasons that you're seeing Senate Republicans particularly livid at Donald Trump is that he's been attacking these incumbent senators who Donald Trump feels are insufficiently loyal to him. So yesterday, you may have heard this news we reported here on the Midas Touch Network. Donald Trump endorsed the very corrupt Ken Paxton, Attorney General of Texas, who was impeached but ultimately not convicted in the Texas.
How could I forget to tell you that over the Republican senator, your president decided to endorse Ken Paxton in Texas. What is that dude's name? Who is the senator in Texas? I can't remember them all. Let's continue.
Legislature, and Trump endorsed Paxton over the incumbent Senator Cornyn, and Cornyn's been
John Cornyn is the standard bearer for the Republican Party, and I guess Donald Trump decided to endorse Ken Paxton because he reminds him of himself. Someone who has been accused of having multiple affairs on their wives, someone who has been accused of a lot of criminal behavior. I guess likes
pretty loyal to Donald Trump, and he's like, well, I'm highways after you. And anyway, the National Senate Republican Committee endorse Cornyn, the incumbent, and they're putting millions of dollars to help Cornyn, who they view as a conservative guy, and Paxton, the Republicans in the Senate believe will lose to James Tallarico, the Democratic candidate running for Senate in Texas. So Donald Trump announced his endorsement of Paxton yesterday as and the endorsement not of Cornyn. As our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski says, Trump endorses a serial fraudster and habitual adulterer Ken Paxton for Senate because they have a lot in common. And then you hear Donald Trump go, the highly respected Attorney General of Ken Paxton, an America First patriot, and someone who has always been extremely loyal to me in our amazing MAGA movement, is running for the United States Senate. He's not a patriot. He's not a highly respected attorney general. Anyway, Donald Trump endorses Paxton. And then Senate Republicans were absolutely livid with Trump. As Andrew Desiderio explains just now, Senator Wicker, Republican, remained stone-faced, appeared to be intentional for about 20 seconds as he walked into lunch, and we asked him for his reaction. Senator Murkowski says that Texas is now lost to Democrats, and she expects James Tallarico to win that seat. And as Desiderio also explains, there it is. Trump's endorsement of Paxton over the incumbent Cornyn in Texas is a nightmare scenario for Senate GOP leaders. And this is because lots of tens of millions of dollars has already been spent by the National Senate Republican Committee in order to prop up Cornyn, their incumbent and their current colleague. And then Donald Trump supported Paxton. Paxton announced, "I'm incredibly honored to have Donald Trump's complete and total endorsement." And as Desiderio says, this past 24 hours, it's been one of those days. So in addition to Senator Murkowski's comments that the GOP has now lost that Texas Senate seat, they expect to lose it now to Tallarico. They expect Tallarico to beat Paxton if Paxton wins in the primary. Paxton still has to win the primary, but when Donald Trump picks someone in the primary, that person in the MAGA cult usually is the person that wins. Senator Murkowski of Alaska is also saying now this $1 billion that Donald Trump and MAGA Mike want to give Donald Trump for the ballroom, which they're calling ballroom security. Murkowski says this is not going to fly. She's waiting until what's called the bird bath, and that is to determine if the Senate parliamentarian will allow certain things in a reconciliation bill to go through. The parliamentarian has previously blocked this funding for Trump's Golden Ballroom, saying it violates the Byrd rule. Also notably, Donald Trump then demanded that Senator Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, fire the parliamentarian, who's a nonpartisan person. And then Thune said, "I'm not firing the parliamentarian, Donald. Go away. We're not firing. We just don't do that in the United States Senate." But now you have Murkowski saying that the $1 billion that they want to have go to this Golden Ballroom should just be going to other law enforcement priorities and not to this ballroom. Senator Cassidy, who lost his primary over the weekend because Trump endorsed Cassidy's competitor, told Igor Bobek the following: "They don't have a bid regarding the ballroom. They don't have a bid. They don't have engineering. They don't have architecture. They just kind of made that number up, $1 billion. So from what I know now, I will not be voting for the ballroom fund." Also, Senate GOP leader John Thune criticized Donald Trump's proposed weaponization fund, the $1.776 billion fund that Trump did by filing a personal lawsuit against the government for $10 billion. It also includes a settlement release that says that Donald Trump can never be audited and that any potential tax crimes or tax violations he committed, he gets full immunity for. Really? Why would you get full? I mean, just think about the level of corruption there. Thune says the following about Trump's $1.8 billion fund: "I'm not a big fan, and I'm not sure exactly how they intend to use it. I don't see a purpose for that." Just go through some facts. So this was Senator Bill Cassidy, bring out the receipts, taking a jab at Donald Trump about losing the 2020 election in Cassidy's concession speech in the primaries. Let's play this clip.
"I've been able to participate in democracy. And when you participate in democracy, sometimes it doesn't turn out the way you want it to. But you don't pout. You don't whine. You don't claim that election was stolen. You don't find a reason why. You don't manufacture some excuse. You thank the voters for the privilege of representing the state or the country for as long as you've had that privilege. And that's what I'm doing right now."
If you're like me and
so don't wonder the changes these weak ass Republicans are finally appearing to get some balls now. Now we watch
Richard Nixon was known as Tricky
Tricky Dick. We watch this one right here. Blanche. What is his name? Blanche. What is his name? We watched him yesterday sit before Congress. Trump's former attorney, and now the stand-in acting attorney general, Todd Blanche. We watched him on yesterday. So after he was such a failure on yesterday, here is Todd Blanche, 2 paragraphs that is going to make it okay for Donald Trump and his families and their businesses to not have to pay past taxes, not have to even complete audits, which they are in the middle of. No, he's just going to wipe away the tax bill of Donald Trump, his family, and their businesses. If you didn't know, this is why. And we are to believe that he went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell on some up and up business, and he didn't know anything about the case, or would therefore would not have the ability to know if she's lying to him. He didn't give a fuck what she was lying about. The only lie that he cared about is making sure that she would tell whatever, say whatever it meant to not imply that Donald Trump was in on anything illegal that went on with Epstein. And thus, she was rewarded for this. Todd Blanche. Oh my God. I mean, they are doing this overt bullshit out in the opening as American citizens are losing their homes, their cars, all of their credit standing, trying to survive in this economy that nobody is doing anything to improve in this administration. This administration is making a run on the Treasury. Let's be real clear. This Treasury, the United States Treasury, the United States dollar, is going to be worthless in a couple of months. Let's continue.
Dick Nixon. What label are we going to place on Donald Trump and his Attorney General Todd Blanche? Because I've got this half-a-page memo that just came out late yesterday after he was done, Blanche, testifying to the Senate. I forgot to tell them that in a paragraph, he's trying to relieve Donald Trump, the Trump organization, all the Trump kids, 30 different entities of their tax liability for tax returns filed before yesterday. We're talking about 10 years of tax returns under audit by the Internal Revenue Service. And this after Donald Trump and Attorney General Todd Blanche told the world that Donald Trump was not going to benefit in any way from the settlement of his phony IRS lawsuit. No, the Victim Compensation Fund was not going to be for the Trumps. They were happy with a public apology. Oh, a public apology and being relieved of maybe up to $1 billion in tax payments. That's what this has all been about. This is the needle in the haystack. You're here on Legal AF to kick off the morning. Let's get to it. My blood's already boiling. So
the trick is not a strict. You are a trick. Be specific about anything that I said is bullshit. No, I don't know that. Be specific and tell me one thing that I said that has not been true. See, I just don't talk to talk. I talk to inform. So, can you correct me on 1/4 of what I said was bullshit? Can you please explain to the people? Here, I will drop the link. You can bring your stupid ass up here. Do you want to bring your stupid ass up here and tell the people what I said that was wrong? We're waiting. Since you want to trick your ass off for attention in the chat, bring your punk ass up here and dispute anything that I said that was wrong. Be specific about it. Since you say that 3/4 of what I say is bullshit, I'll correct the bullshit that of anything that I've said, bitch. We're waiting. We're waiting. There's the link. Hit the motherfucking link. Oh, you're not blocked. You're not blocked, bitch. Hit the link. Oh, you're quiet now. Oh, you're quiet now. You brought attention to the fact that you have no argument against anything I said. You are just a attention-hungry bitch. And you are banned. Goodbye. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with the facts.
Donald Trump tells the world in the last 24 hours, I'm going to set up a fund, a $1776 billion fund, only for victims of Biden's weaponization of his Department of Justice. I was a victim. How was he a victim? Because there was a leaker not related to Joe Biden that leaked his tax returns to the New York Times and to ProPublica, revealing what we've always suspected.
The leaker couldn't be associated with with Biden, because we know the leak happened in the Trump administration. The leak happened in Trump's own administration. We know that Biden could not be blamed for the leak.
That for decades, pursuant to audits and otherwise, Donald Trump paid no taxes, virtually no taxes, on hundreds of millions and billions of dollars of revenue. Plain and simple. And when Trump was cornered on that, he said during debates, I don't know if you remember that just shows I'm a smart businessman. Right. That you didn't pay, and the average person in America, in our audience, pays tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes, and Donald Trump didn't. We always suspected that once Trump got in, he'd find a way to force his captured Treasury Department and Secretary Scott Bessent, his captured Internal Revenue Service, and his captured Department of Justice. It took him 17 months, but he finally figured out a way to get out from under all of his family's tax liability. Wouldn't that be great? All you got to do is become president, and you get the benefit of not having to pay taxes for all the years you weren't president. Where is that in the Constitution? Wait, I have a copy. Where is that in the Constitution of the United States? In fact, if I go to the domestic emoluments clause that this violates, it's exactly the opposite. In the emoluments clause, it says point blank that the president shall only obtain his salary while president and no other benefit or profit or reward or economic payment at all from the United States. Like, oh, I don't know, wiping out all your tax liability? Now, that tax liability was the reason Donald Trump didn't reveal to the American public when he ran the first time or the second time for office what his taxes look like. He was the only president in modern times not to release his tax returns. Now we know why. Because once ProPublica and the New York Times got the leak and they examined it with their forensic accountants and CPAs and tax consultants, they realized, aha, Trump hasn't paid any taxes on billions of dollars of transactions, while you and I suffer, while the lack of tax payments ends up on the back of average Americans. So he didn't like that. So he got into office, and now the clock's ticking, because at midterms, he's powerless. And in 2028, he's out of office. So he's got to figure out a way to get rid of his taxes. So he comes up with the slush fund. Right? I'm going to file a phony suit that's challenged by a judge in Miami as being a phony suit. I'm going to use the phony suit as consideration to enter into a settlement with the Internal Revenue Service demanded by my Department of Justice. I control all of it. It's Trump v. Trump v. Trump. And then what? I'll enter into a settlement. I'll tell the world on the 18th of May in an agreement, in a settlement agreement that I post on the Department of Justice website, that I will not be taking any of that money. He says it here in the settlement agreement on page 1 that although the Donald J. Trump and his family will receive a formal apology, citing to a case about Ken Griffin getting a formal apology, he will not receive any monetary payment of any kind. And then it says that the Department of Justice Attorney General has certain powers, but where does it say he has the powers to amend the agreement after it's already been publicly announced and to slip in there a new release, hoping nobody would see it, that doesn't even really refer to the agreement without any power? He's not even, Todd Blanche is not even a party to the settlement agreement. It's Donald Trump's personal lawyers, the CEO for the IRS. I'm fired up today. And the head of the Internal Revenue Service and the Department of Justice. Where's Todd Blanche? Nowhere. So he says, as Attorney General, he's going to add a new release. Doesn't even say he's amending the old one. What sloppy drafting. It says the settlement agreement directed the Attorney General to issue an order establishing funding and any other relevant requirements for the fund. Okay. I went through the settlement agreement. It talks about the fund, not about releases. A legal concept where one party says that they are not going to bring claims or charges against the other, not one that absolves somebody of tax liability. That's not a release. But that's what they're doing. Let me read to you from this new secret memo, not so secret, posted after the fact on May 19th on the Department of Justice website under the Office of Attorney General.
Note, they came to an agreement with themselves on the 18th because the judge was supposed to rule on today, the 20th. And now all of a sudden, this miraculous agreement among to settle a lawsuit among people who only set this up amongst themselves, friendly entities that set up this lawsuit to steal money out of the Treasury under the guise of a settlement of a lawsuit. What was hidden in there? This was not amended. They just tried to stick this in the next day, and the same day that Todd Blanche was sitting before Congress asking you to believe him because he's so trustworthy.
Pen signed, I guess, by Todd Blanche. We'll post it on Legal AF Substack for our paid members to read. The United States releases plaintiffs, that's all the Trumpers, from any claims or counterclaims, any causes of action, any appeals, any debt relief, any costs related to any matters which were raised or could have been raised in the case. You mean the case that Judge Williams in Miami was about to toss because it was worthless, because it was meritless? 2, anything related to lawfare, not defined, and or weaponization, not defined, or any matters currently pending or that could be pending, including tax returns filed before the effective date. The United States releases each of the plaintiffs and is forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing on any claim related to pending tax returns filed before the effective date, which is yesterday. That's $10 years of tax returns and audit and tax liability, poof, went up in smoke. Or has it? Because I don't see where the Attorney General has that power. That is beyond ultra vires, meaning outside his power. His power.
Is still in here being a stupid bitch. Oh, maybe we could talk about Obama sending millions of taxpayer dollars to Iran. When did that happen? Oh, When did that happen? You are not black, bitch. When did Obama send millions of taxpayer dollars to Iran? Obama sent pallets of U.S. currency to Iran and then left the White House worth 80 million. Iran and then left the White House worth 80 million. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Left the White House worth 80 million? Okay, first of all, you stupid bitch. The President Obama didn't give them any United States tax dollars. What President Obama gave them was their own money that had sanctions on them. He released the sanctions on their own money. Something like $1 trillion. But since you want to talk about what Obama gave Iran in their own money by releasing sanctions because they had an agreement, the non-proliferation agreement that released sanctions on their own money that you're trying to misrepresent as pallets of United States tax dollars. Well, bitch, if you want to talk about release money that Iran got from signing an agreement, bitch, then talk about the $8 trillion that J.D. Vance had been negotiating to give with them by releasing their sanctioned money, bitch. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. This is not the chat to be a dumb bitch and not know what you're talking about, bitch. You want to talk about the $1 trillion that President Obama actually had a non-proliferation treaty that they would not create weapons of mass destructions, nuclear warheads, and he gave them their own money back. But bitch, you're quiet about the $8 billion that dumb J.D. Vance was about to give them and secured no fucking agreement with them. And he was talking about releasing $8 trillion of their own money back to them. So when you come in here talking dumb shit, understand I'm not the dumb bitch. You're the dumb bitch, and get the fuck out of my chat. And what about Vance? Did let's for it. Talk about what Vance did. Let's for it. What are you talking about? Let's for it. You're just a dumb bitch. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's continue. This bitch don't even know what the fuck she's talking about in here. Putting all this stupid propaganda in my chat. No, it was money that we had sanctioned from them. We released these sanctions on their own money. But then you got a stupid bitch in here talking about Obama gave Iran tax dollars and don't know what the fuck she's talking about. And he gave them pallets of money. He released the sanctions on their own money. That's exactly what he did. And J.D. Vance was about to release sanctions on far more of their own money. While she's talking about the $1 trillion that Obama released because he had an agreement, he got something out of it, so he released their money. What did J.D. Vance was allegedly going to get out of the negotiations that failed, that his ass failed at, and he had promised it to release $8 trillion of their own money back to them. As you continue to listen to the lying ass 45, 47, Obama gave them plain loads of money. But he never tells you that J.D. Vance was going to give them 8 times the plain loads of money for absolutely nothing, for a failed negotiation. And this dumb bitch, believing everything that 45, 47 told her, going to tell you that it's taxpayer dollars that Obama gave them, because it is presented to dumb bitches like her who are uneducated and don't bother to research anything on her own, has no independent mind to think. Well, why the fuck is this the first time I'm hearing that Obama gave Iran trillions of dollars of our tax money, and not curious enough, just hauling the water from a motherfucker who loves the dummy that she is, loves the dumb Trump voter, and she's just carrying the water around, and thought she was gonna bring her stupid ass up in here and say something slick. No, bitch. Wrong room, bitch. Wrong room. Okay, let's continue. Dumb fucking idiots.
Or box, his power bucket. But he's not, the settlement agreement doesn't allow for amendment. It certainly is not being approved by a judge, but it's not, where does it say that that's how you amend it? That the Attorney General has the right to add a release to it? And where does he have the power on behalf of the United States of America, from the Department of Justice's vantage point, to release tax liability that sits with the Treasury Department and the Internal Revenue Service? In other words, where's Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary's signature? Where's even the head of the IRS's signature? So one agency like the Food and Drug Administration can make the Department of Justice do something, or can make the Agricultural Department do something, or the State Department can make the Supreme Court do something? This is a sham. This stinks to high heaven, as my late mother would say. And we got to catch it all right here. On Legal AF, what's going to happen next? I know what's going to happen next. We don't blow smoke or sunshine here. There's a lawsuit that's going to be filed, a series of them. And there's going to be filed in the D.C. federal courts against Todd Blanche, against the IRS, the Treasury Department, Donald Trump, all the parties who participated. While you're at it, throw the lawyers who tried to pull a fast one and pull the wool over the eyes of a federal judge in Miami, throw them in there too. And have it declared once and for all that the settlement, that the lawsuit was invalid because there was no adversarial parties, that a president can't sue his own agencies and obtain a benefit, that it violates the emolument clause of the Constitution, that it violates the statutes related to what the Department of Justice can do and with what money. It violates the separation of powers. It violates, it's ultra varies. It's outside the law and power of these parties. Department of Justice can't tell the Treasury Department what to do with our money, and it's an invalid settlement agreement. Block it, ban it, burn it, do it all. I feel like we need to, make sure beyond a reasonable doubt how these matters are being handled. While you're here, make no doubt about it. Become a subscriber, card-carrying member of Legal AF. Hit the subscribe button.
Hit the subscribe button. Listen to people who have education. Listen to people who have the court documents that they're reading from. Don't listen to liars and grifters. Do not listen to liars and grifters. If you are not a member or have subscribed to Legal AF, the link is in my description box. Don't come out here talking dumb shit to me when I'm showing you actual facts. Listen to real attorneys who are on the front lines of fighting all of this grifting and theft of the American Treasury, like Mark Eliza. I think his name Mark Eliza, another attorney. See, I'm not just talking to be talking. I'm presenting you with actual attorneys who are fighting these cases, who are actually reading from the docket of these cases. As this dumb motherfucker comes in my chat wanting to change the topic to what about. We don't do what about isms over here. If you want to talk about what's happening in the chat, you're more than free to talk about the topic that is being presented or that we have talked about. I'm not in here to be, this is not no what about ism for some dumb motherfuckers. No, this is not what we do here. If you want to do your whataboutism, take your whataboutism ass and hit your live button and talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
Explain what that is.
Yeah, Brian.
You're watching the legal breakdown. Glenn, we have a pretty explosive update.
We're watching what kind of breakdown? The legal breakdown? Okay, let's continue.
As far as this ongoing news scandal is concerned, where Donald Trump relented on his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, settling instead for a $1.7 billion slush fund to give out to his insurrectionists. But there is something buried within that new deal that's garnering a lot of attention right now. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, Brian, Donald Trump just negotiated with himself because he is the head of the Department of Justice. He is the all-powerful Article 2 Emperor of the United States. Remember, he's the one who said Article 2 says I can do anything I want, and he is now proving that, or at least testing its limits. He's just granted himself and his family members and his businesses complete and absolute immunity against ever being audited. And I'm going to read a little clip from this new addition or addendum to the settlement agreement that Donald Trump approved for himself yesterday. They've just tacked on another provision. So, with all of this, Brian, I'm beginning to feel like Donald Trump may be corrupt. I'm not entirely...
I don't know what it is. There's just something creeping in that might give that indication.
I have a sneaking suspicion he's not on the up and up. When I read Brian, I swear, I lost my mind for a minute, and I thought, it would be so easy to just quit, just disengage, just give up because of the tsunami of crime and corruption that washes over us every day. And then, I thought back to Richard Nixon and Watergate. And you know what? When Nixon and his corrupt administration officials and his criminal associates were kind of in the midst of committing those Watergate-related crimes, I'll bet they were feeling themselves. I bet they felt bulletproof, like there was nobody who was going to touch them. And then what happened? 48 of them were convicted of crimes. 30 of them went to prison. Brian, that is going to look like small potatoes when we deal with the accountability that must come to Trump and his criminal associates, both in and out of government. So, I just decided to double down and let this continue to energize me and work toward that accountability mission. But let me just read for our viewers a little bit of this new agreement that Donald Trump just struck with himself, against the American people and the American taxpayers. And it basically says that the United States of America is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims or causes of action, whether presently known or unknown to the United States of America.
Whether you know about them or if it's something crime we're going to commit in the future.
That could have been asserted against Trump and against his family members and his businesses. He gets a complete pass for any and all matters currently pending or that could ever be pending, including tax returns filed before today. In other words, this is not quite cradle to the grave immunity for all tax crimes he may have committed, but sort of cradle to today in the 80 years that Donald Trump has been on this planet. And that is basically what this one-page addition gives Donald Trump. He has given himself and his family and his businesses complete insulation against ever having a tax audit being performed on them for anything they have ever done from the time they were born until today, the effective date of this agreement. Now, as outrageous as that sounds, if there is any silver lining here, Brian, I was taught in law school a very long time ago that judges can and should strike down any agreement that is reached that is, and here are the magic words, void as against public policy. And I don't want to turn this into a law school class, but let me just read a little snippet of what the law provides about an agreement like the one I just read. The legal
School the fools. That's why I have you here. School these fools that believe any lie. Todd Blanche. And I have a new announcement from Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is keeping it rolling. Let's continue.
Doctrine of void as against public policy dictates that courts will refuse to enforce agreements or legal provisions that undermine the public welfare, violate established law, or subvert the administration of justice. That's just a little.
That's all three of the things. What Todd Blanche, who is the acting attorney general, had that a little paper that he put out subverts all three of the things.
Flavor of the legal doctrine of void as against public policy. I have to believe any jurist, any judge worth his or her salt would throw this thing out, would invalidate this if a legal challenge were brought against it. So
not if it comes up in front of Eileen Cannon.
Quick, it would make Trump's head spin. So, these battles are not over. These battles are just beginning. And the way I see it, Donald Trump must know that he's going to lose Congress in a landslide in the midterms. And now he is trying to grab all of the sort of criminal gains he can collect up for himself, recognizing that he is not long for power.
Glenn, I have a bunch of questions here, but the first is not necessarily about this deal in particular, but does the president have any authority or power to have a deal negotiated and for it to stand even after he's out of power? So what I mean is, like, for example, on this board of peace, this international board of peace, he handed down this edict that he was chairman for life. He's only the president right now. And so after he's no longer president, what weight does his authority carry, or does his word carry?
The same way that these it holds no weight. It's kind of like these. Oh my God. These POs, presidential. What do they call them? Oh God. It's same as these orders that he. God, I can't remember the name of them. I can't believe it. These are orders that he signed off on and have his butler to tell him exactly what he's signing. These, what are they called? I think they're called POs. What are they called? What are they called? Please, somebody in the chat, tell me what am I trying to think of? Yes, we have another uneducated attention seeker. I just ignore them. What am I talking about? Let me see. Hold on. I want to get this right. Executive orders. Executive orders, not POs, EOs, executives. No wonder I couldn't catch it. I think that these are going to have as much weight as any executive order. When a new president come in, they can remove, rescind any executive orders because executive orders are not law. And him being over this board of peace with this $1 billion entrance entrance that every state must give him, that he is solely over, and he has the only discretion of how this money is going to be spent. That is going to go the way of the wind, and I hope that he is made to account for all the monies that were spent and turn over any monies that was not spent. Because we know, what has this board of peace done? What is this board of peace supposed to do other than funnel money to 45, 47? And notice who paid into this $1 billion fare that they have to pay to be a part of the board of peace. These Middle Eastern nations. I'm sure they want their money back by now.
As a private citizen, to continue serving on the board of peace, or to continue having this corrupt deal struck where the IRS can't audit any of his finances?
Well, Brian, rather than give you an answer and then give you all the caveats to that answer, I'm going to give you the caveat up front. The caveat is nobody has any fucking idea, because the courts, the United States judicial system, has never run up against an abjectly, openly, notoriously criminal president who is trying to make himself king for all times and all purposes in perpetuity, forever and ever. Amen. So there is no court precedent you can point to say, well, last time the courts had to deal with this, here is the way they ruled, and that has now set precedent. But I think now the answer, given the caveat, is nobody flipping knows. The answer is, I don't think the courts will say a president, once he has attained that status, right, can do whatever he wants for all time in perpetuity. He can grant himself powers beyond the time he serves as president of the United States. He can grant his family members all sorts of immunity against tax audits. He can protect and shield his businesses, and they can have been run as criminal organizations for as long as he wants. And the federal government can never touch them, because Donald Trump said while he was president, the federal government can never touch them. I just don't think there is any lawful precedent. There's certainly no statute on the books that would provide for that. There is no precedent in courts of appeals that would provide for that.
How is the economy doing? How is the economy doing for you and those in your family members? While you are talking in all these platitudes about what Donald Trump is, who he is, how smart he is, how has his smartness paid off for you and how you live your life and your family and how they live their lives? What has he done for you lately? Ooh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. What has he done for you lately? Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, yeah. Huh? That's right. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. How's your economy? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. How much is your gas? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Did your light bill go up? Doom, 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 doom. You're sitting on your ass. Doom, 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 doom. Everybody know you dummies are out here sitting flat broke, sitting on your ass like four flat on a Cadillac. Everybody know that you idiots in here who are singing the praises of this lunatic who is robbing the nation blind and doing nothing for the health of this economy. Everybody know that you are slow motherfuckers. Everybody know that you're a slow mother. Keep announcing yourselves in the chat. Shall we continue?
So I think the best answer is no, he doesn't have that power. But, unless and until the Supreme Court says, duh, he doesn't have that power, we are always at risk. Given that we have a compromised majority on the Supreme Court, we are always at risk that they will create out of whole cloth, and contrary to the express terms of the Constitution, additional presidential powers, that we didn't know existed, like presidential immunity. That doesn't exist either in our history. It doesn't exist in any precedent. It doesn't exist as a federal statute, but a majority of the Supreme Court justices decided to conjure it up out of whole cloth. So, all of these questions are unanswerable. We can certainly talk about how they should be answered, but, with the Supreme Court, I think all bets are off.
Glenn, it's worth asking here, if Donald Trump is making it a point to include a provision as part of this deal that he can't be audited, is that not a tacit admission that there is some wrongdoing happening here? Like, you don't need to strike a deal to say, hey, don't look over there if nothing is actually going on over there. But the fact that he did make this provision part of the deal suggests to anybody who's acting in good faith that there is something going on there. And so could this be used as part of a future federal government, not just to refuse to abide by the terms of this bogus deal, but in fact, as justification to go in harder for him because he's basically just said, hey, it's really important that nobody look at my finances anymore.
Yeah, Brian, there you go talking sense. And the good news is I think the rules of evidence actually support you in that common sense view of how these statements could be used, how this, benefit he's just granted to himself could be used against him in a court of law. There's something called a statement of a party opponent. What does that mean? It means once you're a defendant in a criminal case, and Donald Trump will be in the future, undoubtedly, he will again be a defendant in probably multiple criminal cases. Anything he says, anything he posts, any provision he negotiated for himself can be introduced as evidence against him as a statement of a party opponent. Let me use another example. If somebody was like, listen, I don't want the cops investigating me for bank robbery. Don't investigate me for bank robbery. I'm going to take a guess that guy may have robbed the bank, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump has now negotiated himself an agreement that will not be upheld by any court, I predict, other than the 6-justice, right-wing majority on the Supreme Court. He's negotiated an agreement that says, don't investigate me. Don't audit me. Don't look at my tax returns. Don't look at my businesses. Don't look at my family's tax filings. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Well, you know what? I think he's probably played some games on the tax front. And those statements, this negotiated agreement that will be void as against public policy, I believe, can be used as an admission, as a statement of a party opponent, as incriminating evidence against Donald Trump.
You had mentioned the Supreme Court, and I actually think that's important because to what extent would you be concerned that even if you have judges in federal or circuit courts that are acting in good faith and upholding the law, that ultimately you have a Supreme Court that's perfectly willing to, strike this down if it means that their God King can have a little bit more protection?
Yeah, so we've got the rot at the top of the federal judiciary. Trial court judges have held strong. Courts of appeals, for the most part, have held strong. And yet you've got those 6.
Yeah. See, what I feel is there should be term limits on the Supreme Court. However it's done, it needs to be enacted, and it need to be applied as soon as possible. To not for the new ones coming in, the ones that are there now. There needs to be term limits because this is unattainable. This is disgusting. This court. They are turning this nation into some Jim Crow era 1950s bullshit. That is a bunch of bullshit. And all of these the Supreme Court is not there to create laws. They are there to interpret laws that are on the books. So a lot of people say that 45, 47, it has dementia. Well, obviously Alito and Roberts do as well, because what they interpreted about the Voting Rights Act is a bunch of backwards bullshit. But hey, we know it's backwards bullshit. America is post-racial now, and then they make sure that they make a racist ruling. So obviously they don't like America being what they call post-racial. So we don't need these voting right protections. But then they turn around and actually strip the Voting Rights Act with their racist asses, as they argue that we are post-racist in the United States. And everybody know, and even them, to even mouth the words, to even write those words down about the United States of America. Has anybody heard anything, any big brouhaha going on about those Muslims that were killed by these white nationalist children? Has anybody heard any more about this white violence on the right against non-white people? Is anybody on TV crying about that and talking about what Charlie would have wanted? Huh? I just got to keep up. I know it's gonna break out soon. All of this white right violence is going to be talked about today, surely. This white right violence. Anybody heard anything on the national media? Anybody? Let's continue.
Compromised Supreme Court justices, some more compromised than others, who, for whatever reason, seem unwilling to put the constraints that the Constitution provides on this president. I don't understand why that is. I think they're cutting off their nose to spite their face because, once Donald Trump reaches dictator status, and he is dangerously close to reaching that status right now, we know that Congress, in the control of the Republicans, have abdicated their responsibility to provide any oversight, to be a check or a balance against any form of presidential executive branch corruption. Once he attains that status, a dictator has no use for a Supreme Court. Inferior courts are just fine, but the Supreme Court justices might find themselves in a very tight spot if they actually just allow Donald Trump to fully become the dictator he so desperately wants to become. So, I am always concerned about what the Supreme Court might do. Now, listen, they have pushed back a little bit recently on tariffs and in some other arenas. Maybe they are coming to realize that their own position, their own power is perhaps going to erode, if not be taken away entirely, if they continue to let Donald Trump become the dictator he so desperately wants to become. But, at this point, you wonder, what more can Donald Trump do? A dangerous question, given what he's already done. But it seems like next, he might just tell his executive branch officials, whether DOJ officials or maybe military members, listen, just back the truck up to Fort Knox, unload all of our government's wealth into that truck, deliver it to me and my family members, and then we'll call it a day. And of course, I have absolute immunity, and I will pardon everybody who, drives that truck and, acquires all of America's wealth for me. I'll pardon you all, so everybody gets away completely free with this caper.
Pardon y'all, and then I'll figure out a way to steal a billion, almost $2 billion from the Treasury, and I will pay you. And what will that make sure? That will make sure you will come back whenever you get the dog whistle, and there will be more of you to come back. They talk about a revolution. We're going to have a hillbilly revolution for you coming back and supporting a whole lot of bullshit and lies, and understanding that you will be compensated for it. And you may be now these are the ones who may be all Americans know that they may be uncomfortable for a while, but they know daddy is going to steal money from the Treasury and pay them. Where's that stupid bitch who was talking about the lie about Obama taking tax dollars? Did the stupid bitch have anything to say about Trump taking 1.76 trillion from the Treasury to pay the January 6ers? You notice that bitch didn't what-ism about that. But she wanted to talk about Obama and lie and say Obama took money out of our government, out of our treasury to pay Iranians, when what he did was he released the sanctions on their money that we were holding. But did the bitch say anything about the $1.776 million that the Trump administration is trying to skirt around and create some type of slush fund to pay the January 6 rioters? No, that bitch ain't said shit about that because she's dumb. How could she say shit about that? The bitch can't connect the dots. The only dots she can probably connect is probably some herpy dots on her blown out pussy. To show a nasty motherfucker how to get in that. I'm sure she cannot connect any dots. I digress. I digress. There's something else that I want to show you that Todd Blanche is up to right now. Since we are talking about, now we talked about Congress of 4 people on the Republican Party finally, after 5 tries, have gone over to the Democrat side and said that 45-47 must indeed get congressional approval for this war he's fighting in Iran. So then, guess what happened? Of course, guess what happened? We have been talking. There has been talk about military strikes in Cuba, as we very well know. And if you're not aware, they're talking about doing strikes in Bolivia as well. So we're going to stay on a war footing, striking as many people as possible. And here is the lying Todd Blanche. We must absolve Trump, his family, and their business from any tax liability. Here he is. The acting AG, Todd Blanche, holds a press briefing to announce Raul Castro's indictment. So here we go again. You know, they said that the guy from Venezuela, what is his name? Had an indictment on them, and they were the only ones who had the balls to go get him, Maduro. So now the Trump administration is announcing an indictment on Raul Castro of Cuba. So you know what will be coming next. They will be invading Cuba. And Marco Rubio, I think he is going to be the king of Cuba, since he sat out here and fed you guys a bullshit lie about his family was chased out of Cuba, when in fact that was a bullshit lie. Marco Rubio, who wants to play about how much his family lost. No, your family didn't flee Cuba. Your family came to America, undocumented, illegal immigrants. Marco Rubio is a whole motherfucking anchor baby. How come ICE ain't getting Marco Rubio the fuck up out of here and his family? How is it Vivek Rashami, who was also an anchor baby, whose parents didn't even bother to apply for citizenship all the way up until he was an adult? How is he the lead runner for the governor position? A whole anchor baby. But he's a brown anchor baby. He may not go far. We know when push comes to shove, white supremacies rule this administration. So I know, I know some of these Cubans pretend like they are white adjacent, so therefore they have the same rights as whites. But everybody knows when push comes to shove, you ain't nothing but a wetback to these white people. Everybody knows. A wetback, you didn't have to cross the Rio Grande, but you had to cross the Atlantic Ocean and get your back wet. So, are we clear on this? Okay, let me share this with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Madeline Pumariega, president of Miami-Dade College. Welcome to the Freedom Tower. Today we gather at the Freedom Tower for a solemn and meaningful occasion as we welcome representatives from the United States Department of Justice, community leaders, families, honored guests to commemorate the legacy of the Brothers to the Rescue and honor the victims whose lives were tragically lost in this pursuit of freedom. This ceremony is deeply significant because we stand here at the Freedom Tower, our Freedom Tower, a place that represents refuge, resilience, and enduring hope for those who came to America seeking liberty after fleeing a tyranny and oppression in Cuba. So many of our parents, our uncles and aunts walked through these doors, 400,000 of them, looking for hope and opportunity. Today is their day. For generations of Cuban exiles, this building became more than a processing center. It became a symbol that freedom was still possible, a symbol that democracy, human dignity, and human rights matter. Today, we remember the 4 brave men of the Brothers to the Rescue, whose lives were taken on February 24th, 1996. Not in war, but during a humanitarian mission rooted in compassion and in courage. Their sacrifice became a painful reminder to the world of the brutality of the Cuban regime and the high price so many have paid for speaking freely, defending democracy, and standing for human rights. We also recognize the countless victims who have suffered under the Cuban regime across generations, prisoners, families separated by exile, those silenced for dissonance.
I guess they never. I forget about it. You weren't born when that happened. It doesn't apply to them as well. I guess quit bringing up the past doesn't apply to them as well. It's the always remember with them.
And all who have endured persecution, all in the pursuit of freedom and.
But it's always oh, that happened in the past. Oh, you weren't alive during that period of time when your ancestors were persecuted and enslaved when they talk to Black people. But we must all hear their daring history. And we cannot tell them, why are you talking about it? Nobody here did this to you. We didn't do this to you. So why are you talking about that to us? Because you have Todd Blanche standing up here looking like a mean, angry turd. And what is Todd Blanche is going to... let's get to Todd Blanche. All this pontificating from this motherfucker. Let's get to Todd Blanche. What does he have to say?
The United States Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here in the great state of Florida. Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals.
Now look at this snake-faced bitch over here. She's sitting there smiling. On what grounds are they talking about? Could they possibly be talking about that secret that went off that not many Americans are aware of, where there was a speedboat that came up and tried to unload the speedboat in Cuba, where the army came and they shot the passengers of this speedboat that came trying to unload the passengers on Cuban soil? Is this the case that he's talking about? Let's find out. In the midst of this hyping up a war with Cuba, who were these people on these speedboats that the Cuban army rightfully defended their sovereign nation? Who were these people? He said American citizens. Were these American military, CIA, special ops? Who were these citizens? Who are these citizens that he speak of? Let's see. Who are these American citizens that in the dark of night, when they were hyping all of this war talk and taking over and strikes on Cuba, who are these Americans that they are now putting charges upon Raul Castro and several other people high up in the government who they don't even know the names of? Who are these other people? The only name that they have to put a name to it, and other people in the government. That is just like they say, we are bringing out warrants against Donald Trump and his closest advisors, and many of his closest. Whom would you be speaking of? That could be anyone, and more than likely, it will just be anyone, just some anyone. So we know how it works. We know how it works. You get the vice president in there, and you get him to spill his guts or not. If he doesn't spill his guts, he will be indicted. If he spills his gut on the Speaker of the House will be indicted. We know how it works. Raul Castro and several other members. For what?
Mr. Castro and the others are charged with additional crimes as well, including destruction of aircraft and 4 individual counts of murder. The indictment was returned.
And the others are charged with destruction of an aircraft and murder. The destruction, it seemed like if they were charged with murder, that would have been one of the first things. Destruction of an aircraft seemed more important. And murder. This is some bullshit right here. These people are egregious and unserious. These are unserious people.
By a grand jury sitting in this district in Miami on April 20th.
Fly to Miami and make your case. Of course, you're going to be able to make your case in Miami, because Miami believes that the reason that America is attacking Cuba is going to ensure that they can then go back to Cuba and stake out a free land in Cuba and have their own big swath of villas and all of this shit in Cuba, and lie and say what was taken from them and their ancestors in Cuba, and they can go back and have a fucking villa over in Cuba. Are we clear on what the real plan is for Cuba? And who's going to get it? All of these you regular Cubans out there in Miami, y'all think y'all going to get a shot at this? No, the rich Cubans. These rich Cubans are going to be the ones who take over Cuba. You know, the same rich Cubans that have always been over Cuba have always been over the Cuban results when they try to make you pretend like there's no place in Cuba you can go, and they don't talk to you about the places you can go in Cuba. They don't stamp your passport. All of these luxury resort resorts that they have in Cuba? Are you serious? Some of you people are not serious. Okay, let's continue.
3rd, 2026, and was unsealed. Returned by a grand jury sitting in this district in Miami on April 23rd, 2026, and was unsealed today. For nearly 30 years, the families of 4 murdered Americans have waited for justice. On February, this is a story all too familiar. On February 24th, 1996, 2 civilian aircraft operated by Brothers to the Rescue were shot down over international waters by military aircraft from Cuba. 4 men were killed: Carlos Costa, Armando Alejandre Jr., Mario de la Peña, and Pablo Morales. They were unarmed civilians and were flying humanitarian missions for the rescue and protection of people fleeing oppression across the Florida Straits.
Now, we got murder charges pending people who were trying to just give support to people who were fleeing Cuba on the, I guess they were giving them aid, rendering them aid in the Atlantic Oceans, the 90 miles that they had to float in the ocean to get to Miami. However, do you notice the silence on the Americans that have gone over to try to render aids to the Palestinians, the Americans who have been intercepted by Israel? And there is nothing said about these. There's nothing said about the beatings that the one black guy who was taken off the boat and severely beaten, as it has been reported by Israel, is the one black guy who was able to successfully create a union in the Amazon warehouse. I believe it's in New Jersey. The black guy who successfully started a union. An activist who actually started a union to help the American worker was taken off of the flotilla that was going to Palestine to aid these people who are under a genocide ruling and he was beaten. Did you hear Attorney Todd Blanche come out and say anything about these Americans? No. You haven't heard him come out and say a motherfucking thing. And understand, these Palestinians are not trying to come into America to save themselves. They can't even move where they're from because they're so weak and they are so ravished with trauma and pain and starvation and disease. But you don't hear Todd Blanche saying a motherfucking word to the people who are trying to intervene right now in 2026. 1996, I cannot trust what is coming out of our government's mouth. Believe you me. I haven't heard about this story. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but what I am saying is after watching Todd Blanche and after understanding who Todd Blanche is and the lies that Todd Blanche will sit up and tell with trying to hold a serious face, I cannot take him seriously. This indictment that took 30 years that miraculously they had the indictment, he said, win on April 23rd of this year, and they just opened it yesterday. Is it a coincidence that they opened the indictment to charge Castro the day after he performed so pitiful in front of Congress? Is it a coincidence? After he has shown himself to be one of the worst attorneys in the world, Is it a coincidence? I'm just asking. We already know he's a failed attorney, because had he not been a failed attorney, 45, 47 wouldn't be a 34 time convicted felon, because he was a 45, 47 defense attorney. And he couldn't win this case. And what is his reward for being a failure of an attorney? He gets to preside over our Justice Department. And then we sit up here and look at him be a whole motherfucking fool in front of Congress and expect us to believe some bullshit. If you are one of the top attorneys in the nation, surely you should be able to weave a better lie than what Todd Blanche is able to weave. That's why he's a failed attorney. Let's be real clear. So, here he is with all of these facial expressions, and I don't know why this bitch over here, who looks like a fat-faced snake, is smiling about this, but that's the Republican Congresswoman who is always licking ass. But let's continue.
As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and Pablo Morales, they were unarmed civilians and were flying humanitarian missions for the rescue and protection of people fleeing oppression across the Florida Straits. As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans. Those are the allegations returned by a federal grand jury. My message today is clear. The United States and President Trump does not and will not forget its citizens. I want to say that we also do not forget the families, the loved ones, and the friends who have carried grief and heartache for 30 years. For the first time in nearly 70 years, senior leadership of the Cuban regime has been charged in this country, in the United States of America, for acts of violence resulting in the deaths of American citizens. Nations and their leaders cannot be permitted to target Americans, kill them, and not face accountability. President Trump is committed to restoring a very simple but important principle. If you kill Americans, we will pursue you, no matter who you are, no matter what title you hold, and in this case, no matter how much time has passed. I want to thank, and everybody in this room should thank, the FBI, the prosecutors, and the agents who worked on this matter. It includes the intelligence community and our federal and state law enforcement partners. They did the work here, so thank you. There's a reason why myself and the senator and other leadership are here and not in Washington, D.C. to announce this indictment. The community here, you all, understands the history of the Cuban regime better than anyone in America. Many families here know the cost of oppression. I've heard stories over the past week and past months, every one of them heartbreaking. They know that the pain caused by the regime did not stop at the island's shores. And today's indictment, while it does not bring back the murdered victims, it makes a statement. The United States government has not forgotten these innocent men who were shot out of the sky. And as in every criminal case, the defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty by a jury of their.
I concur. What sense Does anything that he says make? After knowing how many boats that were bombed by our president and our unqualified Department of the Secretary of the Defense Department. What sense does anything that he's saying makes? When they have shown no proof of for these people doing anything illegal. They were not supporting anybody who was fleeing a nation. It is alleged that these were fishing boats, and they have not shown you anything to say other than they were fishing boats. Not a one fucking leaf of marijuana, not a pile of any other drug has been presented to you other than to say that these were fishing boats. And they have the fucking audacity to try to charge another leader with murder. Isn't this so fucking ironic? The motherfucking cojones that these motherfuckers have to charge someone else with murder. And we're talking about 4 people. A life is a life, but over 200 lives is what this administration has been doing in the last year, and not 30 years ago, in the last year. And they have the fucking audacity to try to charge somebody else when they have done far worse shit and took tens times more lives. Isn't that interesting? The fucking audacity of these idiots. Ugh, I cannot.
Peers.
I just cannot.
But today, the Department of Justice has taken an important step and brought this indictment. I'm proud to stand here on this podium with U.S. Attorney Jason Redding Quinones to my right, Chris Rea, Deputy Director of the FBI. You're gonna get to clap. You're gonna get to clap for Jason in 20 seconds. Chris Rea, Deputy Director of the FBI, and James Utheimer, the Attorney General of this great state. And your great U.S. Senator is here as well. She's very busy in D.C., but wouldn't miss this for the world. So thank you for being here, Senator Moody. So I want to thank Jason for his leadership down here in Florida. He's doing a great job beyond today, and I'd also ask him to replace me at the podium.
Trying to secure that Hispanic vote before the midterms. Trying to secure the Hispanic vote before the midterms. Are you going to release all those Cubans that ICE rounded up?
To say a few words.
Because you didn't tell them that Cubans are classified as white people? Is that what you're going to do?
So thank you, Jason, very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. It may sound a little repetitive, some of the things we're saying, but they're worthy of saying twice, 3 times, 100 times. So bear with us. For nearly 70 years, the communist Cuban regime has acted with impunity in its systematic repression of its people. And for the last 30 years, this regime's senior leadership has gone unchallenged for its murder of 4 Americans. Today, the United States announces a historic indictment charging Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants for their roles in the February 24th, 1996 shootdown of 2 brothers to the rescue. A Miami grand jury has charged these defendants with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, destruction of aircraft, and 4 counts of murder. The victims were 4 unarmed civilian pilots engaged in humanitarian work: Carlos Costa, Armando Alejandre Jr., Mario de la Peña, and Pablo Morales. They were not combatants, they were not armed, and they posed no threat. According to the indictment, Raul Castro, then minister of the Cuban Revolutionary Armed.
Sounds familiar? It sounds like those fishing boats that America struck. Did they ever tell you that they were armed? Did they ever tell you that these boats that they struck down were a threat to America? That they aimed and made any shots to American soldiers? No, they were not armed. They were not a threat, and they were treated as combatants. Let's be real clear. And we have the audacity to sit up there and have these Cubans, to these vindictive Cubans who have a score to settle, and using our justice system to settle a score that our justice system cannot hold themselves up to not be doing the same things that they are accusing Cuba of doing. Are we serious right now? Okay, since these are the charges that our Justice Department decide to put on Cuba, they should not be surprised if the same charges is put on this administration for what they have done to these alleged fishing boats in Venezuela, that they wanted us to believe that we're smuggling drugs into our country when most of them weren't even headed to our countries. And had they been headed to our country, they couldn't have made it because the boats were too small to have enough fuel to make it to our country. So are we serious right now? This is some bullshit.
Forces authorized and oversaw a military chain of command that ended with Cuban fighter jets firing air-to-air missiles at civilian aircraft over international waters. Those missiles destroyed the planes without warning and killed all aboard. For 30 years, the families have waited. The Miami community has waited, and our country has waited. Today is a step towards accountability. This is the first time in almost 70 years that a senior leadership of the Cuban regime has been charged in the United States for acts of violence, resulting in the death of Americans. The passage of time does not erase murder. It does not diminish the value of those lives, and it does not weaken our commitment.
All right, enough of that. The link is in the description box. If you would like to visit that link, make sure you go to my description boxes under the title Blanche Indictment of Castro. It is clearly marked. I'll go over there and check that out. I've had enough. I have really had enough. Jesus. These people... These people have the audacity to do some of the things they do. This administration really have some audacity. I'll put it that way. Let me. We're gonna have to talk about the church revivals on tomorrow. If you guys weren't there for the church revivals that was done under this administration. I'm going to give you a peek. That's what my thumbnail was about. I didn't get to it at all. Let me... Christian nationalists have lost their fucking minds.
All right, y'all. So the Christian nationalists are absolutely losing their fucking minds. And it is wild to watch. So they had this event over the weekend. I'm not sure if it was just an anti-abortion event or if it was a broader Christian event, but it was like every single right-wing hack evangelical that you can think of and all these Republican politicians, they all got together. And man, it was terrifying when you actually listen to what they say. So let's start with this right here. We have Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who of course is most well known for tracking his son's pornography use and his son tracking his pornography use, where they used an app where they would be, brought in on when their kid is jacking off and when the dad is jacking.
Mike Johnson and his son have an app. If they go on certain pornographic sites, one would be alerted about the other. If Johnson goes on a pornographic site or a same-sex enjoyment site, his son will be alerted. So the alerting is the most embarrassing part of it, and vice versa. If his son goes to one of those sites, is to make sure you don't embarrass yourself and go to these sites, because your dad may know, your child may know. So this is the length that Mike Johnson has to go to, not be embarrassed that whenever he's at one of these MAGA conventions, that the Grindr gay hookup site always crashes whenever these MAGA Republicans show up in a state for a convention or some Turning Point USA affiliated big bash. You know how Grindr always crashes because there's so many of these MAGA bros out there looking for some are you near my vicinity dick? Yeah. That's what he's saying.
Off, like you would get some sort of notification that that's what's going on, or they're on websites they shouldn't be on. This stuff is beyond disturbing. So this is where his Christianity brought him. It brought him to monitoring his son jacking off. Okay, that's like that should be a massive red flag to anybody who wants to go down this path. Okay, but listen to what he says here.
Okay, I want to ask you, we're obviously here at this faith event. Not everyone is happy about that. So let me give you a chance to respond to Americans United for Separation of Church and State. They say if the president really cared about this, he would be celebrating separation of...
You got to look at the big turnout. Look at the big turnout. This is in Washington, D.C. They have all of these tents for whom? You had Tim Scott. I ain't seen Tim Scott and his woman with those preteen kids that he married when he was running for president because he felt like he couldn't get a vote if he didn't have a family. Where's Tim Scott's plain Jane as a Bigfoot woman? Have y'all seen her? Well, Tim Scott was sure up there doing a church dance, the best church dance that I have ever seen since Sister Johnson on first Sunday at Magnolia Baptist Church. Tim was up there praise dancing, shouting, whatever you call it in your vicinity. He was shouting like a bitch. I didn't see the wife anywhere around, though. I haven't heard anything else about Tim Scott's wife, but he was out there shouting like a bitch. Let's continue.
Church and state as he...
By the way, that's a massive crowd in the background there. Yeah, you're at this event. Hey, how's that going? How's that looking? It doesn't look too good out there, does it?
On to Americans United for Separation of Church and State. They say if the president really cared about this, he would be celebrating separation of church and state as a unique American invention that has allowed religious diversity to flourish. But they call this a Christian nationalist crusade that is just a very narrow view and version of Christianity that really doesn't serve Americans. And they say this is a public event on public land.
This is a recognition of the deeply embedded history and religious and moral tradition of the country. This is an appropriate thing for us to do on the 250th anniversary, and the people who are upset about it oppose that. They want to erase the history of America and pretend as if we're not a nation that was dedicated originally to God. If you walk in
the United States is not built. There is nothing about the United States being a Christian nation. All of this, we are a Christian nation, is a bunch of gobbledygook rewriting of the history of the United States by these white Christian nationalists that want white supremacy in the United States. You know, the Make America Great Again league of this administration. I want to set America back before slavery was abolished, to where before slavery was abolished.
the House chamber this afternoon with me, Shannon, you will see "In God We Trust" inscribed in the marble right above the head of...
Hey, you fucking idiot. That was done in the 1950s. That wasn't from the founding. What are you, out of your fucking mind? These people don't know anything. They don't even know anything. They don't know anything. They don't know that most of the founders were deists. They weren't Christians. You know what a deist is? It's somebody who believes that there's a God that created us or whatever, but like it's not the God of any particular holy book. Christianity's not right. The other religions aren't correct. Just like, yeah, we were created by God, but that's all we know, basically, is what the deist position is. They weren't Christians. God, these people, they don't know shit.
History of America and pretend as if we're not a nation that was dedicated originally to God. If you walk into the House chamber this afternoon with me, Shannon, you will see "In God We Trust" inscribed in the marble right above the head of where I stand as the Speaker of the House. Congress put that there as a recognition of who we are. We are one nation under God, and to come here and gather for a happy, hopeful celebration to rededicate ourselves in that way as one nation under God is a healthy and appropriate thing. The people who are the naysayers and who have created this new term of Christian nationalism as a pejorative, a derogatory term, are trying to silence the influence and the voices of Christians, and I think that's wildly inappropriate.
It's not a new term. It's a label that's existed for a very long time, and now you're just gonna be like, all right, it is what it is, bro. Maybe we are Christian nationalists. Holy shnikes, bro. They're just saying it now. It's like, yeah, Christian nationalism. That's what's up. We like that. Bro, that's just a roundabout way of saying, yeah, we want to make it illegal to get an abortion at any point, right? Even if you just had sex. We don't even believe in like the morning after pill. That's what he's saying. He's saying just like Pete Kegsbreath, pastor, remember this? The Secretary of War Crimes, his pastor, he's out there saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. He's out there. He doesn't think black people should have the right to vote. They want to go back to some Jim Crow type shit. This is when you're actually a Christian nationalist, this is the shit that these people care about. They care about social hierarchy and order. They don't care about, nobody is less like Jesus than these people. Nobody strays more from what Jesus's actual messages are, what his lessons are, than these people. Because again, all these people care about. It's not a coincidence. They're all the ones who line up to support every single illegal war of aggression. They're the ones who line up to cut taxes to the billionaires and give subsidies to the billionaires while they raise your taxes. This is who they are. This is what they do. And now they're like, yeah, just call me a Christian nationalist. I don't give a fuck. I'll rep that shit. And he acts like, how dare they make it a pejorative? It's a pejorative because we're supposed to believe in Enlightenment values. We're supposed to believe in secularism. We're supposed to believe in a separation of church and state. Like he's acting like it's always been one nation under God. No, again, all that branding came about in the 1950s as a fuck you to the Soviet Union. That's where that one nation under God bullshit came from. It wasn't from the founding, you fucking dipshit. All right, we're not done. Here's Franklin Graham, who's a known Trump meat slurper. He's going to give his little spiel about how this nation has...
This link is in my description box. If you're not familiar with Kyle Kalinske, I just happen to have Franklin Graham in my thumbnail. That's him taking the offering. He may be pocketing a little bit. There we have Tim Scott dancing and wailing. There we have Pete Kegbreath with his Aryan tattoos doing dips on the deacon pew. And there we have Pete Kegbreath's pastor who said that, I don't think women should have the right to vote. Always chewing his mouth like he got an extra tongue that has to wrap around the words that are coming out of his mouth as his mouth move and nothing comes out of his mouth. A whole motherfucking warlock motherfucker. These are the people, and of course, uninterested. 45, 47 is somewhere over there on the front bench with slobber drooling out of his mouth because he's not paying attention. Let's see what Graham has to say.
Falling behind, and now we're all sinners, and we got to fix that. And listen to what he says here.
The vast majority of Americans then had at least a basic understanding of the Bible. Today, the vast majority have little to no understanding of biblical truth. 250 years ago, the Bible...
He's going to tell you 250 years ago when this nation was founded, the Bible was the only book that people learned out of. 250 years ago, there was no other literature available to the settlers that came to the United States other than the Bible. So that is what, there was no poetry out prior to this, only the Bible. That was the only book available to the settlers. So that's the only thing they brought to the United States. Now, who believes this dumb shit? Who believes this dumb shit? This is they always talk about indoctrination. So he's telling you that this is what everybody learned from was from the Bible, but now they want to tell you that your child is being indoctrinated by other literature, any other books in there, to the point that they're taking books out of school. And he wants you to believe that America is great because this is the only book that we had, and we learned how to be great Americans through this book. But the main people who are telling you how great America is, and the tenets of the Bible and all of this shit, these are the worst motherfuckers in this whole motherfucking world.
Was taught in schools. For many, it was their sole textbook. That doesn't mean everybody had faith, but they had a basic understanding and respect and knowledge of God's word.
By the way, think about what he just said. He said there were.
Just because I'm reading something doesn't mean I have zero respect for it. I can be reading something that disgusts me. He wants you to believe that this was the only book, but everybody didn't have faith, but they had respect for faith. Do you see this dumb shit that he's talking?
Places where the Bible was their whole textbook. Like that's all they learned from was the Bible. Think about how terrifying that is. Think about, that's the world that this man wants. Think about what that means. That means no more science, no more expertise, no more engineering, right? No more actually going deep on subjects to become a real expert to try to expand a field. It's like, everybody shut the fuck up. It's the Handmaid's Tale. Women get in the kitchen. Dads go work with your hands and become a fucking lumberjack. We're going to have a nation of 350 million fucking lumberjacks, right? Or people who just read the Bible all day. Like, what a fucking hellscape. What a hellscape. So you want people to read the Bible all day and only take the lessons out of the Bible. Okay, well, there's lessons in the Bible. Like, it's a crime to wear a mix of two different fabrics. Like, that's an abomination in the eyes of God. Does that make sense? It's also an abomination in the eyes of God to eat shellfish. Are we prepared to ban shrimp as a nation, or lobster or crab? Is that what we're going to do? Like, they're so inconsistent. But he's not done. Wait until he gets to the list of things like, oh, we fall into sin, and here are the sins, and then listen to the things he lists.
Today, the Bible has been removed from our schools.
Good. It has to be, because we have a constitution that separates church and state, you fucking idiot. If we allowed a Quran in the school, right? Or if we allowed the Bhagavad Gita, do you have any idea? They would be the first ones to chirp up and be like, how dare you bring this in the classroom? That's not right. But they don't actually say that because they believe in separation of church and state. They say that because they're like, we just only want to teach the Bible. So they want to allow religion in, but only their particular version of their particular religion. That's what these people are. I mean, it's totally unserious. It's an unserious approach to governing and to education.
It's been removed from our schools, and for the most part, the public square. But there is a downward moral decline, spiraling ever deeper into the mire. Things that never would have been talked about publicly just 30 years ago.
Let me just say, a man who very proudly slurps Trump's meat and supports him endlessly is talking about a moral decline of the nation. Bruh.
This is someone who's always in the White House praying over Trump, had the audacity to talk about the moral decline of the people in the United States, and it makes excuses for every fucking piece of shit thing that Trump does. He wants to preach to you about the moral decline that you are in. The audacity.
Yeah, people like you are leading the moral decline. You are the moral decliners. All the fucking MAGA sycophants are moral decliners. That's what you are. You've made this country worse.
Sinful behavior that should make us blush is now celebrated and flaunted on Main Street America.
Oh, like when Trump came out and said he just grabbed women by the pussy? Is that what you speak of, sir?
America has become morally rotten, completely sick with sin, transgenderism.
Oh no, his first two examples of how we've
Transgenderism. What else?
Become morally rotten are transgenderism and same-sex marriage. Oh my word. So let me get this straight. The people who are bothering absolutely nobody and have done absolutely nothing wrong. They're the problem. The people who are effectively in the wrong body, and so they're like, I just want to express the gender as I feel it, they're somehow evil and nefarious and bad and wrong. And gay people who simply love people of the same sex, they're just, they're evil. Supporting a war criminal, pedophile, rapist, con man for president, you're not immoral. See how that doesn't quite add up, son?
Marriage, opening women's locker rooms.
Say that again.
They're somehow evil and nefarious and bad and wrong. And gay people who simply love people of the same sex, they're just, they're evil and immoral and bad and wrong. But you, supporting a war criminal, pedophile, rapist, con man for president, you're not immoral. See how that doesn't quite add up, son?
Marriage, opening women's locker rooms to men are just the tip of the iceberg. Why do we need to rededicate ourselves? When God sent the flood and destroyed the earth, it was because man's heart had become so evil and violent. In the news, we see unimaginable violence, rapes, murders, mass shootings. On YouTube, there's so much violence.
He said, on YouTube, there's so much violence. Bro's talking about like video game violence and shit, or like violence in a movie. He's saying, oh, that's the problem.
Flood. As we see, unimaginable was because man's heart had become so evil and violent. In the news, we see unimaginable violence, rapes, murders, mass shootings. On YouTube, there's so much violence. Movies, video games are full of violence. We have an insatiable appetite for violence. And I believe this grieves the heart of God and will bring his judgment if we don't repent as a nation.
Oh, my word. All right, so ready for this? So I quote tweeted that, and I said, no mention of corruption, starting illegal wars, carpet bombing schools, funding genocide, building concentration camps, torture, destruction of the Constitution, kicking people off healthcare, cutting free school meals, giving all the money to the rich. Shocking. So in other words, all of the actual sins that this government is committing, all of the actual sins, he supports. 100%. He lines up behind Trump, slurps him silly, and supports it. So, okay, dude, you are the problem. You are the evil. You are the immoral one. Okay? I don't want to hear this anymore. I'm so sick of these religious fundamentalists who are nothing but judge, 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 shame, shame, shame. When push comes to shove, you're the actual problem. You're the one who believes in nothing real. Like I said, nobody is less like Jesus than these disgusting freaks. Okay? You won't find a group of people that's more like Jesus than going and talking to a bunch of atheist progressives or going and talking to a bunch of average Muslims. Those people are 1,000 times more like Jesus than the so-called evangelical Christians. So Marco Rubio says, from our country's beginning, for as long as America has embodied freedom and exceptionalism, the soul of our nation has been rooted in the Christian faith. Today we gather, as our forefathers did, on this day centuries
Marco, you're an anchor baby.
Ago, to rededicate our nation to God. That's what he says. So this person points out, shout out to M. Kenobi, this is what the founding fathers had to say about religion. Ready? Thomas Jefferson. Christianity neither is nor ever was part of the common law. Christianity is the most perverted system that ever shone on man. Religions are all alike, founded upon fables and mythologies. John Adams, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. The United States is not a Christian nation any more than it is a Jewish or a Mohammedan, that was their way of saying Muslim back in the day, nation. Thomas Paine, whenever we read the obscene stories, the voluptuous debaucheries, the cruel and torturous executions, the unrelenting vindictiveness with which more than half of the Bible is filled, it would be more consistent that we call it the word of a demon than the word of God. It has served to corrupt and brutalize mankind. And by the way, that's exactly how I feel about the Franklin Graham types and the Mike Johnson types. You guys are fucking demons. As you pretend like you're the servants of Jesus, the servants of God. Fuck out of here. James Madison says, quote, religion and government will both exist in greater purity the less they are mixed together. The purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe with blood for centuries. So these were actually educated people who had this shit clocked, son, understood. Hey, we need to separate this shit out because...
Go over there and watch Secular Talk. The link is in my description box. Kyle Kalinske. I really, really enjoy his commentary. Hey, y'all want to go to the Tent Revival? It's 7 hours. We're not going to watch. To the day since May 17, 1776. We're not going to watch the whole 7 hours of the Maga Tent Revival. There's a whole lot of bad singing and all of this old bullshit. Let's see if we can capture someone on here. Who is this? This bit is singing one of these corny ass white nationalist song. This is going to be in the description box as well. You can peruse it at your leisure. This is under MAGA Church Revival as well. Let's get into some of the MAGA Church Revival and let's laugh. Okay, y'all ready? I am. You see the big turnout for the MAGA Church Revival? They had to hold this outdoors because they thought so many of you MAGA people would show up. I think it's more MAGA people in my chat than there are in the seats of this MAGA white nationalist church revival. Oh, they rocking. Oh, they rocking now.
Brings the lost word of God to Josiah, and he begins to read the word of God. And as he read the law of
don't you know that MAGA says that you should not be a leader of the church? Don't you know that the white nationalist pastors
nationalist means loving
rebuke you from speaking at church? Now he's this is the man who's going to say Christian nationalists. They're trying to bastardize the term Christian nationalist, and he's proud of the word Christian nationalist. Of course you are, because you understand that bastardization of the term Christian nationalist means white nationalist. And if you are a white nationalist, you are always proud of being a white nationalist. What's the mystery?
right and wrong, between truth and America. Please be heartened to remind ourselves of the great hymn of our faith. Our hope is built on Jesus' blood. Our hope is built on Jesus Christ. Our hope is built, trust the solid ground, and let us Christ. Thank you. As the American in March of 1776, as the American colonies stood on the brink of war against the most powerful empire in the world, it was the Second Continental Congress that called for a day of fasting and prayer. The day would be May 17th, 1776, exactly 250 years ago today.
So is that why Pete Kegbreth isn't feeding the soldiers that are over in Iran? You're trying to connect it. It was the second congressional Congress called for a fast. Oh, so you're trying to cover up for the fact that Kegbreth is not feeding our soldiers that are in a active war zone fighting a war. Oh, I get it. Let's continue.
It would be a day, our forefathers said, when we would call on God. It would be a day that we would repent of our sins. It was a day that we would boldly ask God to give us victory over our enemies. As my friend Gary Bauer notes, these leaders who loved our country and loved our God would be called Christian nationalists today. And it is a title they would have gladly embraced. By the way, if being a Christian nationalist means loving Jesus Christ and loving America, count me
in. He knows exactly what Christian nationalist is, and he's trying to be slick by half. Christian nationalist is akin to white nationalists, and we have already counted you in.
Love this great.
Let's see what else
to his
we got.
wife Abigail, And he predicted that this would be the most memorable epic in the that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs.
Now he's preaching about it would take 250 years in the life of America for somebody to stand up an 80-something-year-old man. Well, obviously, it didn't take 250 years. It took 190-some years for them to create the man. This motherfucker is on his way out the door. He's talking about the ballroom.
For 3 hours, the fog held and allowed every last American to cross over the river into safety. Ladies and gentlemen, that happened. That is not Christian history. That is American history. And just when the final soldier arrived safely in Manhattan, the fog lifted. Many at the time knew it was a miracle. Because of it, Washington's army was miraculously saved, and the cause of independence was still alive. Praise God. Months that followed this great event, the British continued to press their very great advantage, dwindled and dwindled and dwindled in size. Food and clothing were in short supply. On December 31st, men, do you understand what a small army it is to that fire? And even more would go home at the first of the new year. So on December 31st, he desperately hoped that what he called a bold stroke before New Year's might somehow, on Christmas night, rode across the 2 of the forces that he was going to merge with never made it across the river. Struggling, delayed for 4 at dawn. Surprise was they marched the 9 miles through the sleet and the snow to death. But finally,
Aren't y'all glad? Aren't y'all glad y'all didn't have to miss this exciting, Christian history, Christian/history / white nationalist
at 9 a.m.
rewriting American history?
Washington gave the order of the snowstorm and completely overwhelmed. Not a single. Suddenly, against every expectation, suddenly against all odds, the flame of freedom that again is the Lord. As we know, time and again thereafter, as hope was lost and darkness closed in, providence, which is to say the God providence intervened and the sacred cause endured. To being, Washington knew it, John Adams knew it. To notice as we tell these stories how often God's providence came through water somehow. In the Bible, water, God led his chosen people through the waters of the river. God's hand every time our nation was saved through water on the East River or over the Delaware. Young, 3 decades after the revolution ended, water of the Chesapeake met. It was of 1812, and you may be familiar with that city, which at that time, if you can believe, yes, it's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand. Raise up, yes, have a ballroom.
How we get on the ballroom?
Yes, yet have a, at that time, if you can believe it, did not yet. They burned parts of the city, including the White House, which at that time, if you can believe it, did not yet have a ballroom. Yes, it's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. It's extraordinary. We only had to wait 200 years. So after they burned the White House, which I may have mentioned did not at that time have a ballroom, the British turned their attentions to Baltimore and Fort McHenry. Perhaps you heard about it. Francis Scott Key watched the British assault and wrote a rather famous song about what he saw. Now, look, we rarely hear the last verse of that song. I don't think we'll hear it today, but in that last verse of the song, Francis Scott Key calls America a heaven-rescued land, and he...
Hold on. Why you don't hear about the third verse of the Francis Scott Key's Star Spangled Banner it's talking about slavery. Here we go. And where is that band? Hold on. Let me and who so vauntedly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusions, a home and a country, should leave us no more. Their blood has washed out their foul footsteps pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave. Or the land of the free, or the home and the home of the brave. Now, why if this has hardly ever heard, why did this white nationalist want to be sure that he brings up the third verse that is hardly ever heard? Because he has to bring his fondness of the history of slavery into his speech. He's a white nationalist. Christian nationalist.
Who made our nation and preserved it. And he says in that song, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. That is our motto. It will be proclaimed again and again today and in future generations. As you know, the song that says in God is our trust is called the Star-Spangled Banner. America came into being because we trusted God. We've continued these 250 years for the same reason. We will only continue because we trust God. Our national anthem is a testimony to God's faithfulness. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce two-time Tony nominee Laura Osnes and the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard to perform the Star-Spangled Banner. God bless you.
Ignoring history. Darkness. Many called her Moses because she led so many out of bondage and into freedom. These women and countless others understood a truth as old.
Home. And as we stand here today, we look back and we hearken back to the words of Abraham Lincoln. And he said these words in March of 1863, while this nation was ripped asunder because of the Civil War. And he
Power of prayer.
Hey! Hallelujah! Here go Reverend Tim. Reverend Tim, they didn't get a job in this administration. Reverend Tim, that follow everything that the man told him to do, and wound up with not one position in this administration. Hallelujah! Oh, hold on, let me find my phone for a second. Are you sitting on my phone, booby? Oh, I don't know where my phone is. Oh, you're sitting on my phone, booby. No wonder I couldn't find my phone. Hold on, I'm talking to my dog. Let's get to Tim Scott, shall we? Hallelujah! Glory, glory. Can you say glory?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pastor Andy Dean.
On September 10th, 2001, I was just a 19-year-old college student living in New York City. That night, I was out drinking too much and chasing a life that wasn't working. When the night ended, I felt empty, far from God, and without purpose. The next morning, everything changed. I found myself just 300 feet from the Twin Towers as they were burning. Suddenly, people were screaming, and the first tower began to collapse, and a massive cloud of smoke filled the streets.
From the Civil War to World War II to the landing on the moon, Americans have looked to God for guidance, for peace, and for strength. It's this commitment to prayer that powered the civil rights movement. The journey for justice for all was rooted in the Black church, a body of believers who refused to let go of God. I refuse to let go of God. I know you refuse to let go of God. Amen. In 1955, Rosa Parks did not simply refuse to give up her seat. She refused.
I know goddamn well this Rudy from Fat Albert talking bitch didn't have the audacity to bring up Rosa Parks at a white nationalist MAGA church tent meeting. Let's see how he's let's see the response to him trying to preach about Rosa Parks at a white nationalist MAGA convention, speaking like Rudy's from Fat Albert.
Refused to give up her dignity before God. She was a deaconess in her church. Her courage was cultivated on her knees before it was acted upon.
You see how quiet it is? They don't give a fuck about no Rosa Parks. Now, why did he have to put Rosa Parks' dignity on her knees in front of a white nationalist audience? I'm concerned. I am concerned.
Her no was not born of rage. It was born of righteousness. Dr. King did not lead from merely a podium. He led from the pulpit. His dream was not a political speech. It was a sermon. He said, but let...
What exactly is he doing here? How come he just didn't come out and say these words? What is he performing for? A bad performance at that. What is he performing for?
Justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never failing stream. Amos 5:24. He called America not to be a new nation, but to honor its founding promise, echoing the words of Frederick Douglass in 1852 in the face of slavery. Here's what he said. The principles contained in the Declaration of Independence are saving principles. Can I get an amen? Saving principles. Stand by those principles. Be true to them on all occasions, in all places, against all foes, and at whatever the cost. The civil rights movement succeeded not simply because of lobbying in the halls of Congress. It succeeded because the church found itself on its knees before a gracious, loving, amazing God. Bomb churches did not silence the worship. It amplified the worship. The heroes of the civil rights movement sang before they marched. They prayed before they protested. And they sought answers in the gospel before they sought answers before the law. The civil rights movement was grounded in a simple but powerful truth that every single one of us is created equal. Every single one of us created equal before a loving, gracious God. And our rights don't come from the government. No. Our rights come from God, the King of Kings. I said the Lord of Lords. I said the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
The beginning
God.
and the
Can I hear an
end.
amen?
Amen.
Oh, yeah. We worship a mighty God.
No,
And
you didn't
by
hear
God's
too many
grace, instead of staying
they're looking at him as if he is some anomaly. Look how the crowd is looking at him like, I can't believe I saw it in real in daylight and it didn't disappear. There is such a raccoon as Tim Scott that really does exist.
powerless, like in the book of Numbers when they said, we seem like grasshoppers in our own sight. The men and women in the civil rights movement, they prayed boldly, trusting that God was still at work in this great nation. And through him, they found the courage, in the words of Proverbs 31, to be a voice for the voiceless. At 250 years. Woo! I said at 250 years.
Yeah, bitch, we heard you the first time. At 250 years, they have lost everything that they fought for. Is that what you're going to say? Is that what you're going to say, you raccoon?
Our God is amazing. America has proven to be a resilient nation when we humble ourselves before the King of Kings, the Almighty.
What is his point here? We don't know what has happened at 250 years of the induction of this nation, that all of the things that Black people have fought and prayed for have been wiped away with this one administration. And what are you? Ooh, and look at God. God is a good God. Connect these points for me, stupid. Can you? All of this about the civil rights actions and all of this, and 250 years later, look at God. Yeah. You hating on God? Because 250 years later, after all of this working and tearing on our in prayer, in worship to God, tearing on this land to make this land a prosperous land. So this land is one of the richest lands in the whole world. And now, look what we get in return. You fucking a simp ass nigga. Look what we have gotten in return.
Mighty God. I'm talking about the same God that sustained Rosa Parks on that bus. I'm talking about the same God that Dr. King held strong to in his dream. And under that sustaining grace, we are still truly one nation, always under God.
Really, bitch? Are you crazy? Have you lost your ever-loving mind?
May the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords bless each and every one of you. Hallelujah. Jesus. I said the name above every name. Jesus. I'm talking about the one that saved my life. Jesus.
Oh, now he's going further and further with his raccoon show, his clown show. Now he heard somebody say one thing in the aisle, and now he's catching the spirit. Do you understand why I had this raccoon on the thumbnail of my picture doing a whole bitch praise shout?
My King, my Lord, and my everything. And may that God, whose son is Jesus, bless the United States of America. May he do his work in us. And now, it is my honor to introduce a woman who carries forward a legacy of faith and conviction, a faithful witness of the gospel and a tireless advocate for the...
Who the fuck is that? I don't care.
It's not just been a place.
Conviction. I don't care. I don't know. Who's that, DJ?
Not fear.
I don't care.
That you have not finished with America. And the greatest revival we ever seen, I declare from this platform, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, Maranatha.
Sin will be paid for in eternity or on the cross. And God loved you so much that he paid for it himself.
Okay.
And so I
I thought some of the white nationalists would be here. This is so corny.
On the National Mall.
7 hours.
That answered the founding fathers' appeal for
is that Ben Carson?
Guided our nation through untold adversity and continues
to
that's
guide
Ben
her
Carson.
Looked like Ben Carson had a stroke.
And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said in the house of the Lord.
We get a speech from Lucifer himself.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this heart shall
blah blah blah. Too much, too long. I cannot take it. He's still talking. You guys can review this at your. I cannot believe it.
On the sides, those who are watching on televisions and media, what we just heard is a clarion call from our president.
What?
for a covenant renewal and outpouring. But if we don't humble ourselves and pray,
you heard it from our president of a call for renewal. And if we don't humble ourselves and pray, what the fuck are you talking about? Is this motherfucker serious?
He actually read the curses of this covenant. Brothers and sisters,
oh wow,
this is a hinge of history moment.
A change
and what
of history
we do right here could shift America.
Is this a history shifting moment, did you say? Who the fuck are you? I say.
26 years we've been holding solemn assemblies in stadiums and arenas and fields. But this solemn assembly is different than any other solemn assembly. For the President of the United States has called this day. Biblically.
He's acting as if the President of the United States is some godly figure, some angel. He's acting as if the President of the United States is actually God himself, trying to hype up his crowd.
Speaking, it was when the kings of Israel called solemn assemblies, and the people responded. God shifted the nation and poured out his spirit. I believe we're in that moment right now. And what you do echoes in eternity. But that scripture...
I don't believe it.
Is fearful. I believe when President Trump read this at the Museum of the Bible, he opened the door for the greatest awakening America has ever seen. That our president would say, if my people will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will heal their land. Brothers and sisters,
you're acting as if having Trump read what Jesus allegedly said, God allegedly said, it means that President Trump is an entity of God that could, if they call Trump by his name and turn from their wicked ways and humble themselves and pray to Trump, you act like Trump is actually God. This is scary. This is a fright.
It's not just a scripture. It's not an exercise of pageantry that we're at today. We must, this moment, before God, who has set a court in heaven, we need a verdict of mercy. And so let us do what the scriptures say. All across this nation, people watching, would you get on your knees, soil your nice dresses, and say, God, we humble ourselves before you.
Get on our knees and soil our nice dresses. It seems like he wants us to get on our knees, suck some dick, and let a nigga shoot in our chest, shoot off in our chest. Is that what he's saying? Get on your knees and soil your nice dresses. Is that what he mean? He's disgusting.
Lift your voices and just say, Lord, I humble myself.
I don't see anyone on their knees. I see everybody got in their chairs. Ain't nobody getting down on their knees and get no happy ending on their chest, on their backs, ruining their wardrobe. Are you serious, sir? It seems like everyone is sitting down in their chairs, pretending as if they are on a knee.
This place, Lord, we humble ourselves. We need mercy. We need a verdict of mercy. Forgive us, Lord, for our trespasses. Right all across this place, as we're kneeling before the ruler of nations, Jesus Christ. It says this, if my people will seek my face, make a lifestyle change today. Determine I am going to set my affections on loving God, not money, not power, but God. Right now, say, oh, by the grace of God, release.
I cannot do any more of this. Let's go through it.
And now stand with me. For this is...
Okay, I can't.
That the president was elected, and on this mall, there was a great gathering as far as you could see. And the people begin chanting, revival, revival. Would you begin to chant, revival, revival, God, revival, revival, revival.
Lord, we just conclude this session by saying you are extending your hand of mercy to this.
And here comes this little twerp.
And you were the force of human history. And today, as we seek to fulfill its true meaning, those self-evident truths still guide our nation and still call us to honor and cherish and protect the dignity of
That's all I got for him.
Bound by covenant, living under the sovereignty of God.
That's all I got for him.
Ever since I moved here. And I'm more grateful every day that I got to grow up here. So
that's all I got for this raccoon.
I know that.
That's all I got for him. Okay, did you guys enjoy the broadcast? Oh, here comes this heathen. Let's see what he has to do.
Of all nations, to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly.
Nothing. He has absolutely nothing to add to this. Now, that was a bore. That was a loser. Anything else? Make no mistake about it, but watch what happened. God will get the revenge and the glory. People do pray to Trump. It's a cult. Oh my God. Thank you. I cannot listen to him. How can you explain Republicans dismantle cancer research, FEMA, WHO, and USAID? I can't explain it. It's not for me to explain. It's not for me to explain. It's there for me to absorb, to observe the impacts that all of the cancellation of these will have. I do believe that all of this is indicative of a whole lot of worse things that are coming as these midterm approach us. Tim Scott is mocking God. Yeah. He's doing whatever is required. He's the do this administration. Tim, go out there and do yes sir, boss. Oh boss, I'll be right there, boss. Oh boss, I'll be right there. Oh, that was so horrible to watch. I think I've been on long enough. Tomorrow we'll cover the hearings about the Southern Poverty Law Center. They are answering questions on the Hill right now in regards to the lawsuit that your DOJ filed against the Southern Poverty Law Group. Let me see. Let me hear a couple of questions. How about that? We'll just see a couple of questions. Okay, let me go right here real quick. There may be some interesting develops in the I don't want to see him deliver a commencement speech. I do have a good commencement speech though. That I've been trying to show this quite a few times. NIH Director Jay Bachowicz testifies before. It's not alive yet.
The questioning of the Minnesota workers. That isn't what I want. Which one did I want? Live House Judiciary Committee hearing, the Southern Poverty Law Center. I want to hear a couple of questions here and there from this. If you guys want to bear with me or not, we will review it in its entirety. We're not going to hear the opening statements from this numbnuts. We're not going to hear the opening statements from, what is his name?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to all of our witnesses.
From the chairman.
For decades, the Southern Poverty Law Center shared information about racist terror plots with the FBI gleaned from their informant program. The FBI was happy to receive it, and this practice frequently led to the disruption of dangerous conspiracies by the KKK and neo-Nazi groups to commit violence against synagogues, churches, African Americans, Jews, and other targeted minorities. So why is the Department of Justice under Trump and Todd Blanche now prosecuting the Southern Poverty Law Center? The DOJ says that the SPLC defrauded its donors by paying undercover informants to infiltrate and collect intelligence on these racist groups. But where are all the donors complaining about having been defrauded?
Nowhere.
Where is the evidence of the fraud?
Nowhere.
Where are the civil lawsuits that always follow in the wake of a fraud, a scam, or a ripoff?
Nowhere.
DOJ has offered no evidence that anyone was actually deceived or defrauded by this perfectly lawful, well-known, and accepted practice that the FBI itself approved for many years. Using informants and undercover agents was indeed the basis for the FBI's own efforts to investigate racist extremist groups when that was a priority before the targets of the FBI became instead the perceived political foes of Donald Trump. In fact, what its donors love about the Southern Poverty Law Center is how effective it's been getting on the inside of extremely dangerous racial terrorist groups to find out what's going on to try to stop the reign of terror of bombings, assaults, lynching, and arson.
But God forbid that we get on the inside of these groups now, that these groups are part and parcel of this administration. So we are going to sue the Southern Poverty Law Center because we don't want them on the inside of these fringe right-wing groups, because we want everybody to believe that the violence is coming from the left. And God forbid we get somebody entangled in this Southern Poverty Law Center group, get somebody entangled with them.
The violent price of white supremacy that goes back centuries in our country. Why are there no civil fraud lawsuits? Why has no one sued the Southern Poverty Law Center? From my experience as a former state assistant attorney general and a congressman who deals with constituents who get defrauded frequently, and now I'm the co-chair of the bipartisan Stop the Scams caucus, I can assure you that victims of fraud are usually enraged after a period of being embarrassed, and they come forward to complain and to sue the fraudsters. What does a real fraud case look like? How do the victims respond? Well, let's take this well-known, long-running fraud case called Trump University, which was shut down by the New York Attorney General's office when it determined that Trump University was systematically deceiving and ripping off its students and cheating them of a real education they paid for. Over 8,000 swindled students brought 3 different class action lawsuits that were certified by the courts against Trump. They tried for years to recover the lost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition for a completely bogus education, and they finally won a massive settlement for $25 million. So that was more than 8,000 desperate young people who told their stories to the world. So far, to my knowledge, there's not a single donor to the Southern Poverty Law Center who's come forward to say that he or she was defrauded, much less thousands of them. And they have many thousands of donors. Everybody can see what's happening with this outrageous, scandalous prosecution in Alabama, an outrageous, scandalous persecution here on Capitol Hill. If anyone has flipped sides to join the racist extremists, it's not the SPLC, it is the FBI itself. And if a fraud is being perpetrated on the public right now, it's not an SPLC fraud. SPLC's been an enemy of the Klan and neo-Nazi groups for more than a half century. It's been unswerving and steadfast, which is why their offices were bombed and why they...
Let's not make mistakes. They said that the Southern Poverty Law Center is now paying the Klan. They are propping up the Klan. This is the I showed you when Todd Blanche and Kakai Patel came out with this suit against the Southern Poverty Law Center. It seems like Todd Blanche is quite busy with all of these indictments. When they had a gang of indictments against with ICE, and lawyers were not showing up for over 10,000 of these cases that they had before a judge. They don't have enough attorneys working for the DOJ that are willing to prosecute these bogus cases. But it seems like Todd Blanche is on another rip of bullshit.
Get an unending stream of violent death threats, something which makes this prosecution and persecution all the more appalling. No, what we're witnessing is a Trump administration fraud on a vast and shocking scale. President Trump has coddled and cultivated the extreme right for as long as he's been in politics. After the infamous Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in August of 2017, when neo-Nazis marched on a synagogue in the University of Virginia, chanting, "Jews will not replace us," when a homicidal extremist drove his car into peaceful counter-protesters and killed Heather Heyer, Trump could only bring himself to say that there were some very fine people on both sides. In 2020, when he was directly asked in a nationally televised presidential debate to condemn white supremacists, he told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by, which they immediately adopted as their official motto and emblazoned on their t-shirts. In office, the Trump administration has dismantled the anti-domestic terror infrastructure at the FBI, at DOJ, at the Department of Homeland Security, constantly shifting resources away from monitoring racially motivated violent extremism into immigration enforcement. He's gutted the Civil Rights Division, which is charged with prosecuting hate crimes, defunded the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, which had helped prevent more than 1,000 violent terror plots since 2020, and installed a 22-year-old with zero national security experience, except for Model United Nations, his junior year of college, to run what remains of our terrorism prevention office. He's redirected the Civil Rights Division to focus on so-called anti-white discrimination instead of the actual hate crimes devastating communities across America. He fired the federal prosecutors and FBI agents who investigated and convicted the extremists who attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021. And just this month, the Trump administration released a new national counterterror strategy that literally erases right-wing violent extremism from the record. The strategy identifies drug cartels, Islamist terror, and violent left-wing extremists as the nation's top threats, but makes no mention whatsoever of far-right extremism, white supremacist violence, or domestic neo-Nazi terror. This despite a decade of data from the Nonpartisan Center for Strategic and International Studies showing that right-wing extremists carried out 152 attacks in the United States and killed 112 Americans, compared with 35 attacks and 13 deaths attributed to left-wing extremists. Again, he just blames his enemies for what his side is doing. Trump's real relationship to the extreme right was on full display January 6, 2021, when the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers, all in Roger Stone's sphere of influence, led the violent assault on the Capitol and our police force as Trump exhorted a crowd of thousands to go out and fight like hell, or you won't have a country anymore. That mob not only chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," referring to Donald Trump's then vice president, and tried to shut down the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American history, but brutally assaulted our police, wounding, injuring, disfiguring, and disabling more than 150 officers, terminating many careers in the process. But what has President Trump done to support, praise, or even just thank The police officers who saved members of the House and Senate and his own vice president from the rampaging mob he had incited? Nothing. What's he done to help Sergeant Gonell, whose brutal injuries forced him to retire from the Capitol Force? Nothing. What's he done to help Officer Harry Dunn, who was taunted with racial slurs throughout the day on January 6th? Nothing. Officer Michael Fanone, who wasn't even on duty, but came down to join his brothers and sisters in the blue to defend our democracy and was nearly ripped to shreds by the mob and had a heart attack. What's he done for him and his family? Nothing. No, Trump praises the J6 criminals, calling them heroes, martyrs, patriots, even hostages. He pardoned and commuted the sentences of more than 1,500 of them on his first day in office. Both the violent felons who attacked our officers with Confederate battle flags, baseball bats, and steel pipes, and the organizers behind the scenes who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, the deliberate and coordinated effort to put down and overthrow the government of the United States. Trump wasn't interested in the specific criminal backgrounds of any of the criminals he pardoned, whether they were child abusers, armed robbers, or drug traffickers, nor was he interested in whether they'd shown any contrition or remorse for the worst mob attack on the Capitol and the police in the history of the capital city, nor was he interested in whether they paid off their fines or restitution for the millions of dollars in damages inflicted. He just pardoned them all en masse, overriding the pardon attorney in the DOJ and liberating his private militia from jail. Many of these pardoned convicts have already gone out to commit more crimes since Trump let them out. Take, for example, Andrew Paul Johnson, who Trump let out of jail and then promptly went out and sexually attacked and molested two 12-year-old children, one boy and one girl. He is now back in prison for life. But Trump's stupid, blundering decision-making forever altered the lives of those children. Oh, and by the way, last year, Andrew Paul Johnson, in a desperate bid to get these children not to turn him in to the police, told them that because he had stormed the Capitol on January 6th, he was going to be, quote, awarded $10 million for his work and would be able to split the money with them if they agreed not to talk to the police. Now that brings us to the real fraud underway this week. Donald Trump has withdrawn his bogus $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS because the judge in the case, Kathleen Williams, doubted there was even a case or controversy and whether Trump had proper standing to bring it. And there was clearly no adverse relationship between Trump and the IRS. In any event, he withdrew it. He knew he was going to lose. Now, Trump is claiming that he and the IRS have a so-called settlement, which is not possible because the case was dismissed. This fraud.
Let's not forget, in the case of those children that he was just talking about that were molested and promised some of the award money that the assailant would get, the January 6th assailant would get from $10 million. He said he would leave it for them in whatever is left over from his will. And let's not forget yesterday when we watched Todd Blanche being questioned about this slush fund for the January 6th people. Todd Blanche pretended like he had no idea about anything about that case. And I brought that case up for you and read it to you as Todd Blanche was live lying about having no knowledge about these children being molested by this January 6er who then tried to keep them quiet by promising them money.
Settlement involves not only an agreement by the IRS and the DOJ not to investigate or prosecute him, his family, and his businesses forever for tax frauds that he may have committed in the past, but the establishment of a $1.776 billion political slush fund in the DOJ called the Anti-Weaponization Fund that will be used to reward his friends and foot soldiers. This is lawless. To begin with, Trump doesn't establish federal programs and appropriate money for them. We do that. That's the power of the purse, which belongs exclusively to Congress. We never set up this political slush fund to be run out of the DOJ, and we never would. We have a judicial system to hear authentic cases and controversies. Not a single J6er has had charges thrown out because of a false, malicious, or retaliatory prosecution. Not a single one has had their criminal conviction reversed on appeal because of a false, malicious, or retaliatory prosecution. The idea that they were falsely or maliciously prosecuted has not been found by a single judge, Republican, Democratic, or independent appointee. And this is a defamatory slur on law enforcement and the serious civil servants at the DOJ who've been under attack since this nightmare of MAGA weaponization began in January of last year. False, malicious, and retaliatory prosecutions are how Donald Trump and his DOJ operate, not real law enforcement, not real prosecutors. We would never set up a political slush fund to compensate the J6ers for their imaginary injuries because it's blatantly unconstitutional. Section 4 of the 14th Amendment, which I commend to all of my colleagues, it's in the Constitution, provides that the United States shall not assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States. All such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So, everybody who thinks they're getting a big payoff this week, $1 million per J6er is the word on the street, should understand this. This payment is illegal and void, meaning that the money belongs only to the taxpayers of America, the people of the United States, and we will get that money back if any insurrectionist gets any. My friends, the Southern Poverty Law Center is not perpetuating a fraud. Today, the Trump administration is perpetuating a fraud against America by taking nearly $1.8 billion of our money from the U.S. Judgment Fund for the payment of actual court judgments and damages, and without any legal authorization from Congress, purporting to use it to pay off his once and future private militia. No one is fooled by all the counterfeit outrage about the SPLC and finger pointing at the people who've actually been combating violent racism in America.
Let's be real clear. He's doing this right before the midterm election because that's a dog whistle for, hey, I may need you again. Here, you will be paid for your services. Are we real clear on why all of this is going on right now? Because he's going to call them out again in the midterm elections to do the very same thing. And if they get paid for what they did on January 6th, do you think that there will be more people to answer the dog whistle when it comes to the midterm elections? All right, guys, I really got to get out of here. I'm going to let Jamie Raskin finish. And if you want to go through this with me tomorrow, we will go through this whole committee hearing on tomorrow. I will let Raskin finish. Yes, I knew it was Jamie Raskin. That first Republican, Jim Jordan is the name I was trying to think of earlier. So we're going to finish with this. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support. Please hit the like button. If you're watching on your phone, double tap. Do not forget that I have things that you may want to buy for your personal safety as things in this economy are totally turning our real economy upside down. Make sure you have things to protect yourself. You never know what's going to happen in this economy. Go and visit my regular link, not on your phone, but on the regular my regular page. I have some personal safety things, Mark, that you may not think you'll need, but I think we're going to need all of these things very soon. So we're going to finish with Raskin, and we're going to start up with this committee hearing on tomorrow. I appreciate you all for being here. Like, share, subscribe, join.
Mr. Chairman, the threat is not the SPLC. The real fraud is coming from the White House. Just yesterday, the New York Times reported that the career lawyers in the IRS Chief Counsel's office believe that Donald Trump's lawsuit is deeply flawed and could be easily defeated. And they drafted a memo advising the DOJ to dismiss it. Of course, instead, the DOJ entered into the $1.8 billion settlement instead. The general counsel for the Treasury Department, Brian Morrissey, the top lawyer, resigned on the same day this settlement was announced. We've got many questions for everybody involved in this brazen and corrupt transaction. Mr. Chair, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee now immediately subpoena those involved in the creation or execution of the nearly $1.8 billion slush fund, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, IRS Chief Executive Officer Frank Bisignano, and Treasury Department General Counsel Brian Morrissey. Mr. Blanche orchestrated this outrage.
The Treasury Counsel, Brian Wars, he resigned yesterday. Or was it Monday? He resigned. The Treasury Secretary resigned the day that they put this scheme together. The Treasury Secretary, not the Treasury Secretary, the Treasury lead attorney at the Department of Treasury resigned. So he wants to subpoena all of them as well. They should have to testify. Excuse my dog. Testify under subpoena.
This slush fund is part of the settlement with Donald Trump, which was also signed by Mr. Woodward, and Mr. Bessent will oversee the payout of these funds. Mr. Bisignano signed off on the settlement for the IRS, and Brian Morrissey remarkably resigned as this deal was being announced. These individuals all possess critical insights into Trump's self-dealing scheme with his own agencies to create this fund and reward his supporters and friends. So I move that they be subpoenaed right now.
I second.
The gentleman has not been recognized for that purpose. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of today's hearing. We will, without objection, all their opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witnesses. We're pleased to have with us Dr. Carol Swain.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to request a recorded vote on that, if that's all right.
Well, we'll do that when it's time for that, but it's not time for that now. We're holding it in advance. Dr. Swain is author and former professor of Princeton University and Vanderbilt University. She has served on various government commissions, including the National Endowment for the Humanities and the
Am I recorded? Biggs?
Mr. Biggs, you're not recorded. Miss Allen, Miss McBath. Miss Lofgren.
No.
Miss Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Letter from the attorneys for the SPLC 4 days before the indictment, where the organization reminded him of his obligation as a federal prosecutor to inform the grand jury of information that negates evidence of wrongdoing by SPLC, of which there is much.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes gentleman from Washington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and our distinguished panelists. You know, I don't know what happened to the Southern Poverty Law Center. I know growing up in the Inland Northwest it was.
Spit it out, bitch. Nothing happened to it. Ask your question or make a comment. Let me see if they are going to vote on this. I want to see if they're going to vote to put them under oath. We'll come back tomorrow.
For the entire hearing, particularly Leo, thank you. But we appreciate you all being here and what the committee was able to gather from your fine testimony. And the witnesses are excused.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer in unanimous consent.
Gentlelady is recognized. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two I'd like to enter into the record. The first is
Gentlelady is recognized.
from the Center for Economic and Policy Research, January 26th. The Black jobs deficit cost Black Americans $87 billion in 2025 because of strong anti-Black bias in hiring.
No objection.
And I would like to enter to the record June of 24, Forbes, Black Americans respond to Trump's notion of Black jobs.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlemen, the ranking member is recognized for a motion, I understand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I hereby move to subpoena Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, IRS Chief Executive Officer Frank Bisignano, Treasury Department General Counsel Brian Morrissey to testify before the committee at a hearing on Donald Trump's nearly $1.8 billion slush fund to reward insurrectionist rioters and other alleged victims of weaponization.
Ranking members made a motion.
Chairman,
Gentleman from California is
lay the
recognized.
motion on the table.
Motion has been moved. There's been a motion to move and put the lay the motion on the table. The motion is non-debatable. Those the question occurs on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is
We have a
tabled.
recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Request for a recorded vote being asked for. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
He was the only one who voted to table the motion, and he's saying that it was a motion. The motion was to table it when he was the only one. Oh my God, my dog is tripping. The only one who wanted to table the motion. Saucy, hold on.
Motion is
We have a
tabled. Debatable. Those the question occurs on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is
We have a
tabled.
recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Request for a recorded vote being asked for. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin. No. Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
No.
Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes no.
How am I recorded? Biggs?
Mr. Biggs, you're not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye.
Ms. McBath?
Ms. McBath votes no.
Mr. Garcia?
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no.
Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz? Jody vote?
Mr. Moskowitz votes no.
No, they did not say no. He tried to pretend like they say no, and he knew that they were going to call for the full vote. He was the only one who said no. And there were plenty of voices that said aye, and there were plenty of voices that said no. So this is why they're doing the vote out loud. And obviously, there are more no's. He wanted to vote on whether to put the Treasury Secretary, the interim lead of the DOJ, and the head of the IRS under subpoena at a later date. They said, no, we said today. So they're tallying up the votes, and the noes have it, which means no, you cannot put it off to a later date. We want them subpoenaed today. So that's what we're waiting on, the results and how this is going to work out. Their mic is off, not on mine. So I don't know what the wait is about. Let's see how this is going to work out.
You're not recorded.
Okay.
Mr. Schmidt, you're not recorded. Mr. Schmidt votes aye.
I'm trying to get to the end of it.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Come on. This isn't me. This is their hold. Let's see what is going on. This isn't me.
Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 17 noes.
The motion is tabled. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for, well, the witnesses already left. We thank them though again. Without objection, all members will have 5.
Curiously enough, as soon as they got
legislative days to submit additional
let me
written.
see.
Already left. We thank.
Let me see how quickly after they got the last aye. They're going to table the motion regardless.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 17 noes.
The motion is tabled. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for, well, the witnesses already left. We thank them though again.
Where is Motzowitz and Crockett and all the other Democrats on the left
without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Okay, so that has been tabled. Thank you, guys. We'll listen to the questions that were asked on tomorrow. Let me see. That. Yeah, we'll listen to the questions that were asked on tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you joining me. Thank you for all of your support. Blacks for Trumps. How is that working out for you? How is that working out for you, Raccoon? Huh? All right, guys. Have a great remainder of your day. God bless you. And I'm out of here.